Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
If the bears are in the building, best believe it's about to get real. Sticking to the facts, we don't care about your sad feels. Do some shit to hide and say it's better that you stay clear. Digging deep for specialty, we got the weakest slay fears. We walk together, standing tall from every corner of the earth. Go against the bears, it's like the wish of which we cast a curse. The grizzlies told us lost and cubs. This feeling here keeps taking dubs. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, this the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we the set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, this the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we the set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, this the we can never lose sector. Thinking you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we the set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, this the we can never lose sector. Verbal combat Friday, slowly taking over, tell the world we put a lot of work in this story, so it's well deserved. Ambition for our mission, the path we walk is undeterred. Had a chat with God, he said the future win has been confirmed. Often imitated, but they just can't duplicate the craft. I said this shit before, let's say it louder for the back. It can be just 30 or the 1500 in the chat. The best stat that's on this YouTube, that's a fact. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we the set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we the set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. The we can never lose sector. The we can never lose sector. Speakeazzy.
Let's go.
I like it. I like the get up. I like the get up.
The NASA drip.
The NASA drip. Yeah, I like it. I like it. You threw me right off when I seen you back there. I was like, oh shit, that's gonna fuck me right up right now. Ah, shit.
Captain Smith reporting for duty.
That's what's up. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I was not expecting that whatsoever. Isn't there a way I can make it so that like we cover the whole screen? Let me see. I was just trying to make it so that we're just fully both big here. Oh, there we go. Boom. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm saying. So how was your beauty rest?
It was nice.
I heard you ended early today too.
Yeah, I went to bed early and got some good sleep.
That's what's up.
I'll take the sunglasses off after my opening. So
okay.
So
I mean, you can keep them on if you like.
by the screen in my.
I mean, if you like it, keep it. I actually have. Fuck, I don't think I have my glasses here. I have like a pair of glasses that go just straight across. You know, one of those fuckers. I have a big collection of glasses, but they're up in the closet. Okay, let me see. So we're just gonna do. I think we were talking about it already. Well, I know we were talking about it already, but I think we had decided. So we're gonna both do an opening, and then we'll just do open floor, and we'll kind of just like go till we feel like we've ran its course, and then do like a open panel after.
Yep.
All right. And do you want to do like? Do you want to do like super chat questions? Because both of ours are linked here, so we could answer from both sides too.
Yeah, we can do that.
You want to do that too after? Okay, we'll do super chat questions, and then
I'm gonna do closings before the panel too.
Yeah. Okay. And do you know if you want to open first or open second or what?
I'll start.
You want to start?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you have like a time you want to do it for?
Just it's less than 10 minutes. It's
okay. Yeah, I don't care how long you go. Mine's definitely not going to be that long either. So, yeah, just go ahead.
All right. Just start now. All right, cool. All right, guys. The prompt of tonight's debate: did we land on the moon? The answer is a resounding yes. The fact that this is even up for debate is sad. It demonstrates the dumbing down of not just the American population, but apparently about 20% of the world. Before I dive into the substance of this opening statement, I want to do a little semantic clarification by defining the word "we" in the prompt. When I say we, I mean patriotic, red-blooded American excellence. Specifically, the we refers to 12 great men: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Pete Conrad, Alan Bean, Alan Shepard, Edgar Mitchell, David Scott, James Irwin, John Duke, Eugene Cernan, and Harrison Schmitt. Since most of these men weren't the most camera-ready public speakers and didn't do a great job retelling of their experiences, I'll do my job to defend the honor of these American heroes. With that said, allow me to explain why I know we landed on the moon before refuting what I consider the only good argument against the moon landing, and ending with some predictions for this debate. So how do I know we went to the moon? Let's take a look at the facts. After World War II, with the Soviet Union breaking ground quite literally in the aerospace field, America, knowing that the final frontier of space would be a strategically important area of dominance, joined the space race by committing to landing the first man on the moon within 10 years. The USSR, having already launched the first satellite in 1957, the first animal in orbit also in 1957, the first human orbit in 1961, the first woman in space in 1963, and the first spacewalk in 1965, was dangerously close to reaching the moon first, but America had other plans. On July 20th, 1969, NASA successfully landed the Apollo 11 lunar module, crewed by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, in the Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility, on the moon. From the years of 1969 to 1972, NASA successfully landed 6 Apollo missions on the moon. This project was a huge undertaking, with 4 to 4.5% of the federal budget, totaling nearly $30 billion throughout the lifespan of the program, and the help of thousands of private companies like Boeing, Rocketdyne, Raytheon, IBM, Motorola, and GM, and a total of over 400,000 workers engineering, designing, and manufacturing equipment, America didn't just win, we destroyed the space race. Apollo 11 was viewed live worldwide by more than 650 million people. By the end of the mission, we had procured over 11,000 video and audio recordings, warehouses of telemetry data, 842 pounds of moon rocks, planted 6 flags, and left the Apollo lunar experiments package with seismographs, heat flow probes, and laser reflectors to extend our study of the moon. Sadly, all of this came with the loss of 3 American astronauts, Ed White, Roger Chaffee, and Gus Grisham, who died in a fire on Apollo 1 and will likely have their graves spit on sometime throughout this debate or the after panel. For most of this information, I will be sourcing original NASA documents, but if you have a problem with that source, it's a good thing that every news article from every news outlet, every scientific body, every university, and every government in every nation on the planet has already extensively studied and corroborated all of these claims for the past 60 years. Now that my proofs are out of the way, I want to take a moment to pose what I believe is the best argument for the opposition. You may be shocked to learn that I too was once a starry-eyed moon landing denier myself. And there's one question that led me down that dark and stupid rabbit hole. Why haven't we gone back? Well, the simple answer is we did 5 more times. But why didn't we keep going back? Like, why don't we have a moon base and commercial trips to the moon and moon cities and flying moon cars yet? These are the things I would question after smoking a joint. The answer to this is simple and a bit boring. People have short attention spans, and by Apollo 12, public interest had plummeted. By the end of the Apollo missions, most news stations didn't even air the landings live. Less public interest led to funding cuts from 4% of the federal budget to 0.5%, which is where NASA funding remains today. Priorities shifted towards space stations and satellites and technological developments toward the future, cheaper, safer, and more reliable, and most importantly, reusable rockets. And with no real need to go to the moon, our focus moved towards those things. I can easily dismiss the "why don't we go back" argument by simply observing the amazing advancements made in aerospace technology over the course of my life. I've been to Kennedy Space Center. I've watched multiple rocket launches from Cocoa Beach, Florida. I've tracked the ISS orbiting from horizon to horizon with my naked eye. I followed the news and I know about the 10,000 active satellites currently in orbit, the 2 manned space stations, and the plans for future solar energy collectors the size of cities. You may see all of this as sci-fi fantasy, but I see it as human ingenuity in action. After the successful launches and returns of Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, as well as private companies like Blue Origin and, of course, SpaceX, who are currently contracted with the specific mission of landing people on the moon in much larger reusable rockets, why haven't we gone back doesn't seem like such a compelling question anymore. I've watched countless moon landing debates, and I anticipate this will be a good one, but I don't think my opponent will have anything to say that I haven't heard and prepared for. The moon landing deniers usually argue in the same way in these debates. My arguments and rebuttals to my opponent's arguments will likely be met with incredulity. Deniers will often just ask questions or jack off all over the debate. If I don't have the answer to a pop quiz question, then I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. And if I adequately answer the question, then the opponent may just laugh and revert back to incredulity and math and science hard, bro. I expect my opponent will be more good faith in that and actually take a stance. I also predict an underlying argument throughout this debate of government lies and a possible litany of easily refuted complaints relating to shadows, pictures and videos, dust, radiation, and out of context quotes from past astronauts and engineers. I heard my opponent claim that he would prove the moon mission to be, quote, fake and gay, which increases his burden of proof. He won't merely need to prove that we can't and never did go to the moon, but also that men going on journeys and adventures to explore the unknown are not brave or masculine, but actually homosexual. I plan on jettisoning this nonsense moon landing denial into deep space once and for all. The amazing achievements of great Americans will not be disgraced on my watch. In 1969, Neil Armstrong took one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. Now, in 2026, I'm hearing foreigners, but even worse, my fellow Americans, taking giant leaps backwards because a handful of nut job ops came up with a cool story. Moon landing denial is an un-American, dumb lie, and today the moon landing deniers' only justified response will be, Houston, we have a problem. That's it.
All right. All right. I like it. I like it. Okay. So I'm gonna start mine off now. So first off, ladies and gentlemen, and to my spaceman over here. So tonight, I'm not here to play it safe whatsoever. Okay, I'm here to take the affirmative and say it straight. We did not go to the moon. All right, and before anyone gets emotional, no, I'm not saying rockets didn't launch. I'm not saying engineers weren't brilliant. All right, I'm saying the story we were sold, that clean, perfect, museum-ready version, does not match the level of proof required for a claim this massive. Okay, let's get real. If your buddy tells you he drove to work, you're probably going to believe him. All right. If he tells you during his break he fought a bear, climbed Mount Everest, and swam the Atlantic Ocean, you don't sit there and clap and say, "Good job, bro." No, you say, "Cool story. Where's the fucking proof of all that?" Right? When the claim comes, we left the Earth, crossed hostile space, threaded through radiation, landed on another world, relaunched, docked in orbit, and came home safely with 1960s tech, people suddenly turn their brains off and go, yeah, that sounds right. See, the bigger the claim, the higher the standard. And what we're being asked to accept is not one miracle. It's 6 miracles stacked on top of each other, pretending to be one normal story in a trench coat. All right. Perfect launch, perfect navigation, perfect landing, perfect descent, perfect docking, perfect return. Every single step with razor thin margins and zero tolerance for failure. All right. That's not just engineering. That's a perfectly written script. Okay. Let's talk about what that actually looks like in reality. They want you to believe on the first moonwalk, right? One man carried a backpack that handled oxygen, cooling, CO2 removal, battery power, ventilation, communication, and water systems all at once. I'll make this bigger for you after too. All right. Compressed oxygen makes the tank fit. Fine, I'll give you this. But oxygen is only one piece to this whole system here. That same system had to regulate temperatures, remove carbon dioxide, power electronics, circulate air, and operate flawlessly for hours with no repair options, no resupply, and no second chances. All right. That's not just tight. That's no room for error tight. All right. That's a whole damn life support factory strapped to a man's back. Okay. Now let's zoom out a bit. The Apollo Command Module, all right, by NASA's own information, had 210 cubic feet of habitable space. All right. 3 grown men, about 8 days. Inside that space, you've got controls, batteries, oxygen systems, food, water, waste storage, radios, tools, and contingency gear. And not just stored, you have to access it all. You have to operate it all. You have to move around it and survive inside of it. Right? That's not a spacecraft. That's a metal closet packed with everything that can kill you. Okay. And every inch of that space had to be perfectly managed. No slack, no wiggle room, no oops, no oh shit moments. That's not allowed. Right. Now you add the environment, the vacuum, extreme temperatures, radiation exposure, navigation risks. You're not just traveling, you're surviving in a place that punishes mistakes instantly. All right. People talk about this like it was a road trip. Right? It wasn't a road trip. It was a stacked pile of hazards from start to finish. And All of this happening during the Cold War. All right. It was the United States versus the Soviet Union. All right. This wasn't just competition, it was a global psychological war. Nuclear standoffs, propaganda campaigns, armed races, a fight for technological and ideological dominance in front of the entire world. Every headline mattered. Every perception mattered. Winning was not just about being better, it was about being seen as better. So when people ask, why would they lie? Why does a gambler bluff? Why do companies cook numbers? Why would a politician overpromise? More importantly, why does a superpower locked in a global image war have every damn incentive to declare victory first? Because incentives don't ask for permission. All right, let's talk about the evidence. What did the public actually get? Grainy footages, limited broadcast quality, missing and overwritten originals, and explanations controlled by the same institutions making the claim. And at the time, the average person had no independent way to verify any of it in real time. No global live feeds, no private space companies, no open source data access. It was just trust. That's not independent verification. That's literally centralized storytelling. And before my opponent even says it, let me take his best, what I think is going to be more arguments he may add, and some of the things he said. All right, he may bring up the moon rocks. All you're proving to me is that unusual samples exist. Doesn't tell me anything about where these samples come from. So I'm just going to exclude that right away. He's going to say we can see the landing sites from orbit. That's interpreted imagery coming from institutions. The average person is not independently verifying the raw data, right? He's going to say laser reflectors are on the moon. Sure, maybe. That shows reflective targets exist. It doesn't prove every detail of how they got there. He's going to say thousands of people would have to be in on it. Large systems are compartmentalized, and being part of something wouldn't mean you have to see the whole thing. You may say that the Soviets would have exposed it, or all these other nations, only if they've had conclusive proof. Making a false accusation in a global rivalry like that would backfire massively. So silence is not confirmation. He's going to say the math works. The oxygen, the space, the systems. Pieces can work individually. The real question is whether everything worked together perfectly with a margin at the same time. He might even say, like, this type of stuff is a psyop. I don't care who says something. I care whether the evidence justifies the certainty. So that's not where my arguments come from. I don't care which conspiracy theorist is saying this and that. Has nothing to do with this. Here's the core issue. Every time you zoom in on this story, the space gets tighter, the system gets more complex, and the margins get thinner, and the perfection required gets higher. And yet the certainty people have never changes. The mismatch is the problem. And here's the final piece nobody likes to talk about. If this was mastered capability in 1969, why did it disappear? Why were there actually no continuous missions, no sustained presidents, no decades-long, through a decades-long gap? Real technology grows, right? This one didn't grow. It showed up, took a bow, said hi, and disappeared. So here's my position, right? I'm not asking you to believe in any conspiracies. I'm asking you to recognize that when a story becomes so perfectly compressed, so perfectly executed, and so dependent on trust, that skepticism becomes the most rational response in the room. Because when every part of the story requires zero error, maximum compression, and perfect execution, at some point, you're not looking at engineering. You're looking at something that needs to be believed. So Houston, you don't have a success story. You have a problem.
We both landed with the Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
All right. We'll just get into it.
Well, actually, let's do that one. There's one thing I want to say right from your opening to the every nation confirms it. You said something like that, like for this over the last 60 years, every nation's confirming. But what you're describing is a consensus on on like most scientific bodies, they didn't independently recreate the Apollo missions. They're accepting and studying and building on already established narratives.
So you're saying what burden of proof do you need? Like, so I have right here from Interfax, July 3rd, Russian scientists examined a sample of lunar soil handed over by the United States. This is a quote from a Russian scientist. As for whether Americans were on the moon or not, I have only one fact. I looked into this matter. They once gave us a sample of the lunar soil delivered by the astronauts during that expedition. An examination by our Academy of Sciences confirmed that it is exactly lunar soil. That's Borisov, he said in the state Duma on Wednesday after being asked by an MP about U.S. astronauts landing on the moon. So they're studying soil samples that NASA brought back. They say this is, people will say, well, the moon came from the Earth, so it's the same material. Yeah, but it's not oxidized. It's not, they could tell that it's never been in Earth's atmosphere. So what did we just invent? Moon rocks?
Yeah, like what that says to me is that even like with the Russian scientists confirming it, that shows that there was a specific specimen of some samples labeled as lunar and moon. That doesn't mean we got it from there. How does anyone independently verify that comes from the moon?
They could send a rover to the moon, get some moon rocks, and then compare it to the moon rocks that NASA
you can send a rover to the moon?
You can't, but companies can. You're going to have a lot. You could actually, if you have enough money. Spend some of that super chat money and build yourself a rocket.
No, it's even the case that people who have those really big telescopes, they have certain shit that gets redacted, like literally in live time. They can't look at it in space because it's top secret government.
So you're saying they point their telescope at the moon,
and it'll just not they pointed at the moon.
Pops up in their telescope,
not at the moon, but in certain places in space, they do not allow you to see what's out there.
Well, yeah, because they might have space stations or satellites. They don't want.
I'm guessing it has to do with maybe weapons, even.
Okay,
I don't think we don't go high up. I do think we go high up as fuck.
Okay, so did anyone else track it? The Apollo missions was the first time in history that America worked with the Soviets because we had to match our telemetry data with their telemetry data because they were sending a probe out to the moon around the same time that we sent Apollo 11. So we had to compare our data. We didn't want them crashing into each other. So they compared information with Russia. We worked with the USSR to we didn't work with them, but we sent them our
they
stuff.
Collected their own samples of what they call lunar material, and it was like it matched on the unmanned missions.
Yeah, there's a university in the UK, the Jadrell Bank radar telescope.
Wait, JS, you just blew right past that.
Oh, sorry.
Unmanned missions, Soviets collected lunar samples, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now you realize you do not need a manned mission to collect lunar samples.
Right.
The lunar samples do not prove men on the moon.
Okay, but so you believe we could send unmanned missions with remote control robots that can drive around and collect dirt, bring it back to the ship, put it in the ship, and bring it back home. You believe all that?
I don't know if it's as far as.
Okay, well then that's a red herring. So you don't even believe that.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if I believe it, I'll just say right now, I believe that you can do the unmanned thing. So you're conceding you do not need men on the moon to get lunar samples.
Sure.
Okay, so then lunar samples are garbage evidence.
Well, no, you're conceding that we got a ship to the moon with a remote control robot to collect moon dust, put it back on the ship, and bring it home. You're conceding that?
That they were able to send something out there and get it back?
Could send something out there, control it, remote control. So we have a signal to the moon where we control something with a remote control, and then get it back onto the ship and bring it home.
Maybe it's possible, or they're sending something out into just like really high enough to maybe how we see the asteroids come into our orbit sometimes and they break up into little pieces, when you see it.
Yeah.
Right. So they could have collected these kinds of samples, right?
Well, that would be
Maybe that's what they're calling lunar samples when they go and collect something from those things going through.
Yeah, we have got lunar samples from Antarctica because the snow is white. It's easy to see where lunar meteors hit. And
so we can even find lunar samples right here on Earth. So we don't even need to leave Earth to find lunar samples.
But those lunar samples have been oxidized by our atmosphere. So those samples don't come out the same way. So then when we get these other samples that are hermetically sealed in a case, and then they're brought into a special room where there's no outside interference or anything, we compare those to the ones that crashed into Antarctica. They're different. They're not the same thing.
They haven't been oxidized.
Yeah. One of them has never been in Earth's atmosphere. One has.
Oh, is it so they can't be deoxidized? There's not a process for that.
If we deoxidize them and then we sent that to Russia, and Russia has real moon rocks from a rover, and they compare. Okay, yeah, I guess that would be a way to trick Russia, but I don't know. It's a risky thing to lie to the USSR in the space race. They're gonna expose it if they find out. And
if they conclusively find out.
But anyway, I want to go back to the rover. If we can get a rocket to the moon, we can get something to land on the moon. We can have a remote controlled robot on the moon. How much longer after that before we can just do it with a person?
Well, like I was going through in my opening, there's so many different variables involved that it's actually like you're stacking a bunch of miracles that have to happen basically to even get through it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But I still want to talk about these other institutions that tracked. So the Jadrell, I can't say it, Jadrell Bank Radar Telescope in Kettering Grammar School in the UK. They would use telescopes and data, just math that they knew. They would figure out how to track not just the Apollo missions, but the Russian missions so accurately. They knew when Russia was going, where and when Russia's return ships were going to land. And so Russia got pissed off. They're like, these British guys are tracking our missions. And they weren't doing it in any official capacity. They were just kids in college with a telescope doing math. And they were able to, they would watch them go up, and then they would do the math, and they would say, this is where they should be now. And then they compare that to NASA's information, and they're accurate. These are just kids in college doing math. So people were able to track it. And then if there's, you're muted.
I don't know how I hit that. They were able to track it doing math on paper
and computers, but back then, yeah, a lot of paper
but
math.
like they weren't able to actually track it.
Well, they watched it take off, and then they could calculate where it should be, and then they could listen to NASA, because all of this was broadcast. 11,000 hours of audio and video recording. You can go on NASA's website, and they have an Apollo 11 tracker where you can follow every second of the mission from every part of Houston, all the videos, all the pictures, and it's 137 hours or something like that. You can go through the whole thing and skip through it. It's really cool. I was thinking maybe I'll pull it up at some point, but you can hear Houston talking. You think like these are multiple tracks of Capcom, Houston, all the different parts of the command center, plus what the astronauts are saying, plus the pictures, and they line it all up.
Yeah, even if all this telemetry data exists, who collected it? Who's interpreting it all? Who's controlling where it comes from? Like, what do you mean? That's one of the main issues here, that this all comes from one source.
NASA collected it all.
Right.
But
It all comes from one source. You don't find an issue with that?
well, they're very transparent. It's all available. It's all out there, and we can look at all of it. So scientists, universities, governments.
Yeah, but if you have but I know, but listen, if I have a warehouse full of fucking just random numbers, right? If it all comes from me, how do you have any independent proof here? You just have like you just have like like if I was the only source of information that this fucking picture is a portal to the next planet, and I give you all this different information, like that, if you can do the math and verify it mathematically, would that mean this probably is a portal?
If just because there's only one institution who's doing the main collection of the information doesn't debunk it. If they're clear and they're transparent and they give all that information to the public and then it gets analyzed by everybody else, if any real scientist, not like Bart Sabrell or what's his name, Bill Casing, these crackpots.
I hate that Bart Sabrell dude. He's an idiot.
Okay, good, because I'm glad I was hoping you bring him up.
He's an idiot.
But if like a scientific group goes through the data and they say, wait, this doesn't make sense, this is wrong, this couldn't have happened.
When they say real scientific group, what does that mean?
Universities, scientific bodies, like organizations.
But we know there's been some smaller scientific bodies that have denied the claims they make in some of the things. That's actually why I brought up the backpack, right? All the shit that was required to be in that backpack for a dude to take that walk on the moon. They had to keep that in a
they have
there's
diagrams of it. What are they saying is wrong here?
So I'll show you. Not they, this is me. I put this together.
You made this?
This is what I'm saying is wrong here. Let me tell you, motherfucker. All right, so if you look at here, this is the size here. This was the volume available that was inside of that bag.
Okay.
All right, 50.9 liters. All right, let me tell you. Let's do a reality check here. All right, the high heat load. Right, there would have been 450 to 600 watts of heat to remove continuously. The fans, the valves, and all electronics had to be powered over 2.5 hours and never able to stop. Any instant of stopping would have been death for him. All right, the consumables, the water, the CO2 canisters, they would have took up significant space on their own. And then I always keep bringing this up. There was zero failure required. Like they couldn't have repaired it out on while they were doing the walk.
Okay, so if the cooling, so it's liquid cooled, it had tubes that ran all throughout their suit to cool their body because their body heat would build up in the suit and they could pass out from heat exhaustion. So they had liquid cooling tubes running throughout the whole thing. Then they have a oxygen tank, which is liquid oxygen, so it lasts longer than you would expect. They didn't use, it's not the same as like a scuba diver's tank, which combines nitrogen and
I know it still had a volume though that it had to take up, right? So 3.9 liters on just this tank alone.
And they had a second tank. They had a backup tank.
Right. This is the problem. And then you have all these other things: fan, ventilation systems, control modules, electronics, the lithium hydroxide removal canisters.
I mean, your
battery.
Your thing is pointing at all those things. It seems like they fit it. You know how much stuff is in my computer?
It's pointing to show you how ridiculous it is to fit all those things in there. That these aren't.
But you're pointing at pictures of those things.
No, those aren't literally those things. These are just these are actually these would have been coverings too. They would have actually had to have coverings on all of this as well. You know how heavy this would have been too, normally loading it, right? So think about this. This one thing that I want to actually bring up that nobody talks about. Do you remember how they had different gloves? Oh, I forgot to add the other glove in the picture here. I had the other glove here before. But remember how they had different gloves during the video somehow?
Different gloves during the video. I know the gloves on the first one sucked. Like they did not move the way that they should. And then
no,
NASA,
but like during the video of them doing the moonwalk, at one point he has different gloves. Do you remember that video?
I've never seen that.
Okay, maybe I'll have to grab that video then for you. But you would agree if you see the video of an apparent same moonwalk, but he's wearing two different types of gloves, that would be kind of impossible to do while you're moonwalking.
To change his gloves in the middle of the mission, yeah, that would be possible. It wouldn't be impossible.
It would be possible?
No, it wouldn't. It would be impossible for him to take off his glove and change his glove. But so this is kind of like the boot print argument. People say, how come the boot prints don't match the bottom of the spacesuit? Well, there were boots that they would put on over the feet, and the boots do match the imprints on the ground. So maybe he had an extra layer of gloves that he could put on over the spacesuit gloves.
Tear it off, you said?
No, I'm saying like the same way I put a glove on my hand, I'm wearing a spacesuit, which is my hand, and I put a glove over that. My hands are getting cold. So I put a glove over my spacesuit glove.
So
two gloves.
So that was one of the things while I was doing my research that I seen someone bring up in a debate. And the thing is, though, when you watch them putting the suits on, they need help with the gloves to put this gloves on. So how are they doing that on the moon?
I don't know.
In their spacesuits.
This is assuming this is even real because I haven't seen this video yet.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But I've seen that's called the PLSS, the personal lunar something system. That's the backpack,
right?
PLSS.
Yep.
There are real pictures of it opened up, and it shows you like the one you made, but it's a real life picture, and it shows you what each thing is, and how big each thing is, and how it fits in, and what each thing does. I agree that if anything went wrong, they were dead, but they knew that. Which brings me to another point. You said 6 miraculous, perfect missions. There were problems all the time that they had to deal with on the fly.
No, not 6. No. I said not 6 missions. I said 6 miracles for one mission.
I think it was way more than, I wouldn't call it a miracle. I'd call it probability. The odds were stacked against them. Yeah. But the odds are stacked against Christopher Columbus when he sailed across the ocean. The odds were stacked against Lindenberg, or the guy that flew across the ocean. The odds were stacked against everybody who's ever done anything amazing in history.
Sure. Yeah, but this is the thing. You understand, this was something never done before. And the launch had to go perfect. The navigation there had to go perfect. The landing there had to go perfect. The ascent and then docking in orbit and then perfectly returning to Earth. Like, this is like miracle after miracle after miracle, all for one mission to be successful.
Yeah. If anything would have went wrong, they would have been screwed.
Under pressure too. It wasn't even like it was like there was a bunch of neutrality in science and the government, no political. No.
And that's why
there was nuclear demonstrations, propaganda campaigns. Like, the whole idea was we needed to look better to the world.
That's why we got the best engineers in the world, the best rocket builders in the world, the best pilots in the world.
I agree. They were probably all geniuses.
Yeah, these are geniuses. The NASA astronauts, like the testing they had to go through, the training they had to go through. If they had the sniffles, they're not going. If they had any, none of these guys have depression. None of these guys have any medications that they're on. These guys are all perfect health, perfect specimens of American greatness getting to the moon. And you say everything, Apollo 12 got struck by lightning while it was taking off, and the whole electronic system shut down for like 10 seconds while they're leaving the atmosphere. And they had to figure all that out on the fly, reboot everything. So Houston's on the ground like, oh, the whole system went down. What happened? And then they're like, it got hit by lightning. So now they have lightning towers on the sides of the launcher so that it doesn't get. So you have a giant, 300-foot tall metal rocket filled with explosive
Again, I'm not
fuel.
denying we're launching rockets. I'm not denying that. I believe, that's the idea was, right? We needed to look like we had the best of everything. Rockets that could get to the moon and rockets get anywhere on Earth too, right? Like this was the whole idea, right? So that's the problem. That's a big problem I have when it comes to this all coming from one place. It was under extreme political pressure with 1960s tech, and it wasn't something we continued on. Like, don't you like? You brought it up in your opening, and I wanted you to kind of give me that again because I was writing it down, but I'm not a fast writer. Because like I brought up the question why. Why did we just stop doing it for decades?
So by Apollo 12, people weren't even like the ratings and the news showing it. Attention fell. People have short attention spans. Once they see it happen once, they're like, oh, that's cool. And then the next one, some people watch it. By the next one, well, we'll get to Apollo 13 in a bit, but by 14, 15, 16, people weren't even watching it anymore. The news stations weren't even broadcasting it anymore. There wasn't public interest. We already won. We did this to get there fast. We
not only that, they launched them it wasn't always during the day they were launching them too.
Yeah, true. But I mean, when 11 went up, it was like 24 hours on any station. You could watch constantly. You could watch it. So
pushed by political pressures.
Yeah, well, and public opinion. The whole world was watching this, and everybody was like, "This is crazy. We'd never done this." By the time you're doing it the second time, people are like, maybe you lost half the audience. By the third time, you've lost 3/4 of the audience. By the sixth time, nobody's watching it. They're like, "Okay, yeah, we can do this." And so the funding, there's no public attention. We've already achieved our goal. Funding was taken away. Apollo 17 and 18 were canceled. They were supposed to have a 17 or 18, 17, 18, and 19 or something like that. They canceled it. They ended the funding and they canceled the missions.
Right. So that would seem to.
But NASA didn't stop. NASA didn't stop working. NASA, there was more attention giving to. Okay, well, now we got to the moon, we won the space race, but now we need to do practical things like have satellites because Russia has these. People are freaking out because they're watching satellites go by every night from Russia. People are like, they have cameras, they're taking pictures of our military bases and stuff, or what are they putting weapons on there? They're going to get a nuke on a satellite. So people are like, okay, there's not really much on the moon. So we got the experiments up there, we got the rocks back. Let's focus on doing practical things like satellites and space stations. And they said, one day we will go back to the moon, but we need to make this safer because it was not safe. You're right. It was very dangerous and it was very, very risky.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to make this safer. And they said it's way too expensive to launch a satellite rocket, a Saturn V rocket into the sky and have it crash in the ocean somewhere. We're losing these multi-billion-dollar pieces of equipment. We need to figure out how to have reusable rockets. And that's what we've been working on for the past 50 years. And now we got them. Now we see Elon's catching rockets. You're seeing Falcons land back on launch pads. Their mission, their goal is not to land that little tiny, oh yeah, I need to bring that up too, that command module thing. But their goal is not to land a lunar module on the moon next time. They want to land a rocket the size of a small building on the moon with lots of people. And they want to stay up there for like weeks instead of days. So that's the next goal. And they're taking their time with it because there's no rush. We already won the space race. But we do want to have a base on the moon eventually and go to Mars eventually. So they're working on other things. It's not like NASA stopped doing cool stuff. They're just not doing moon landings. And their funding was reduced eight times. It's 9 times. At the peak of the Apollo missions, they were at 4.5% of the federal budget. Now they're at 0.5. That's 9 times less.
All right. So it's a problem I have with this hype. The hype died down argument. I seen that one on a few of the debates I watched prepping for this. So this is always the thing, like, oh, well, people stopped caring, funding went down. Oh, yeah, that's why. Well, it's weird because, like, if you look at like the early 1900s, right? What happened with planes? Mad fucking hype. Newspapers all talking about them, calling it the future. It's public would show up to when the Wright brothers flew their 12 seconds. Everyone was everybody. It was fucking the most amazing thing in the world. What happened with planes when the hype died down? They kept fucking going and improving.
Yeah.
We kept flying every single day.
Yeah, because there's practical uses for that. There's no practical use to going to the moon.
It's because it was a reliable capability. If this moon travel was a reliable capability, they would have kept doing it no matter what the hype or public was saying about it. That the public, what did the public have to do anything with it?
Because it wasn't once they got there, they're like, okay, there's nothing up there. There's no aliens, there's no life forms, there's no oil,
They traveled the whole moon, bro?
Well, no, they didn't explore the entire moon, but
so how they know there's no aliens?
Well,
how
now
they know there's no life anywhere? How they know there's nothing there?
At the time, they didn't. So you know what we did? We sent the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, that's been up there orbiting the moon since 2009, and yeah,
has it?
There's that incredulity. There's that incredulity.
It's been up there circling the moon the whole time.
Yeah, it's orbiting the moon, and it takes pictures. It's taking pictures. It's taking video
pictures and sending it back.
It's looking for aliens. It's not finding any.
So
yeah, it's sending them back. We got pictures, and China has pictures, and I think
can we
India.
talk about how that works? That thing works. So we basically built something with enough mass that it would stay in orbit, right?
Yeah. I don't know how much it weighs, but
we don't have to get into how much it is, but it has to be enough mass to match to orbit with the gravity of the moon.
Yeah, and they use physics and the math, and they figure.
Yeah, that's okay. Now, is this machine also solar powered? I'm guessing too. Because like, how is it able to stay powered to send us back all this information?
Yeah, it probably has solar panels on it.
Okay. And if anything goes wrong, it's been orbiting, obviously not getting hit. Like the moon has a bunch of craters because it gets hit all the fucking time, but this thing has orbited the moon, not got hit at all, right? Because we wouldn't be able to go repair it.
True. Yeah.
So how long has it been up there? You said
since 2009.
2009. Fuck.
Yep, it's
That's
just
crazy, bro.
It's just a box with a dish floating around in space.
We don't have no like actual controls on it, right?
As far as I know, I didn't do a super lot of research into the LRO, but yeah, it's like, well, we have satellites that just orbit the Earth, and they're basically just free falling. Orbit just means it's constantly falling, but it's missing the Earth, so it just keeps falling. And
I know.
Eventually, this thing will crash into the moon.
Did they like do any math on when they guessed it would or no?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they probably know exactly when it'll crash.
So,
but it's not just America. China has sent missions to the moon, not manned missions. Russia, India. So other countries have gone there. They've seen pictures of all of the landing spots with the lunar descent stage still on the moon, with footprints walking away from the lunar descent stage. Those lasers that are on the moon. And again, you could say, okay, we could get a laser on the moon with an unmanned mission. That goes back to if you could see that we can get a rocket to the moon, get a remote controlled rover onto the moon to do work, get it back onto the rocket and get it back home, then why couldn't we do it with people? How long after we get this remote controlled robot on the moon does it take us to put a person on the moon? Not that long.
There's a lot more involved with putting a person on the moon. That this is why the evidence that we've been given, I don't think, is sufficient. Right? This is why I just asked you these questions about the thing that would be around the moon, that's orbiting the moon, right? Because it would necessarily have to be just something that was enough mass, but launched in a way that nothing else was going to grab it on the way. And also not get hit by anything and stay orbiting, not getting hit by anything when the moon is constantly smashed by shit. So it's possible. But the probability starts shrinking once you start looking at all the things involved here, right? And without the like independent verification on the raw data of these things is where I start getting into the idea of I can't believe that, right? It's like what I brought up earlier. If you tell me you went to work, I'm gonna believe you. If you told me on the way to work you beat the fuck out of 3 bears, I'm gonna be like, okay, dude. At least show me some video of you fighting these bears and where's the scratches. You know that I'm gonna get.
Yeah, great claims require great, and that's why NASA is so transparent. Like everything is available, all the video, all the audio from everything Houston was doing, all the math. People will say we lost the telemetry data. There was
we did lose a lot, and they overran a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they archived the original telemetry. We have copies. They made copies, but they don't have
overwritten. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's where it's
right. Well, because they had these giant spools of this microfilm stored in a warehouse. It's very expensive it's special warehouses where they store it, and it's very expensive. They get their funding cut. The whole program changes. Things get lost. Things get recorded over. They still had the data.
I believe you opened up this up with the greatest achievement in U.S. history.
Yeah.
Right. But we don't keep the shit that has the greatest history.
We did. We have copies. They made copies. It's like if you have an old computer and you have some giant ass hard drive. But then technology advances, you take all the information on that hard drive and you put it on a little SD card now, and then you throw the hard drive away. We don't need this big old clunky hard drive stored in a building somewhere. We have it on a little SD card now. They made copies. We have all the Saturn V rocket. People say we don't have the plans for the Saturn V rocket. We do. They'll say we don't have the telemetry data from Apollo 11 because they lost it. We do. And you can access it all. It's all publicly available.
Is what the actual claim should be saying, right?
Yeah, we don't have that big old hard drive. We have the SD card.
Problem. That's what the problem is. Not having the originals, it shows some type of fuckery seems to be going on.
That's only for one mission. There were other missions.
Sure, there's other missions, but there's even with these other missions and the data, right? This is the thing. That's why I was talking about the thing I wanted to bring up. When you talk about this thing that's orbiting the moon, taking pictures and sending it back, who's the one interpreting that data to give to us?
Everyone. They make it's publicly available.
After they receive it and give it to us.
So
it's not orbiting the moon, taking this data and sending it just to the open fucking world.
So it's all doctored. For 60 years, they've been doctoring every piece of information before they release it to the public. And if that's the case,
yeah, for sure it could happen like that. Why not?
So, like they'll say the astronauts look like they're on wires on the moon. If NASA was faking all this and doctoring it,
dude,
why would they
release footage of them fucking up many times?
No, but I mean, why would they release stuff that has mistakes in it? Because if they're faking it, they wouldn't release something with so if somebody says, why do the astronauts look like they're on wires? Well, if it was fake, then NASA would have made sure to make them not look like they're on wires. But they look like they're on wires because it's real. The fact that people are able to find what they think are mistakes.
They even had to admit one of the things they showed was fake in a newspaper. So they lost the actual.
That wasn't
pictures.
NASA. That was the newspaper.
That wasn't NASA that did it.
It wasn't. It was the newspaper that ran. It was a picture of, I forget his name. It was Chris Hendon or one of the astronauts on a training mission. They flipped the image and they removed the background so it looks like he's in space. And then they put it on the newspaper. That wasn't NASA that did that. That was, and media does this all the time. They use stock photos, especially like in wars. If you watch wars, they'll use pictures from other wars or stock images.
No, this was literally a photo of them practicing for the moon, him on wires and stuff. And what NASA had did was removed the background.
NASA didn't do that. The newspaper did that.
Okay.
Because the original,
I'm gonna have to find it because it's NASA that originally did it.
No, the original picture from NASA still exists, and that's how people figured it out, because NASA put out the original picture, and then the newspaper took that picture
when somebody questioned them.
The newspaper took that picture, flipped it, and removed the background, and said, "This is this guy in space."
Why didn't NASA come out first to say that picture's a lie?
I don't know who exposed it as being a lie, but it was
independent people. That's what happens when independent people are available to actually get the raw data on something. Shit gets fishy every time.
That's how the independent people figured it out. They said, "This is this picture without a background," and flipped. And people were like, "That's not a real picture of the guy in space." But it wasn't NASA. That NASA gave the original picture of the guy in the training, and they said, "This is him training." And then the newspaper did that.
Another thing I forgot you just said earlier too. The footprints.
Yeah.
You can see the footprints from the thing.
Yeah.
Have you actually looked at those photos?
Yeah.
Those are footprints?
There's some where you see the
tracks. There's something there, yeah.
There's some where you see tracks from the rover, and then there's some where you see footprints.
Those are footprints.
Yeah.
They're not. You think those are clearly footprints, or it's some pattern that could be interpreted as footprints?
I know what footprints look like from overhead. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what they look like.
Oh my god!
Bring up the picture of that command module again.
Who? Because
that was
Who was the one that do you remember which newspaper company it was that did the photo? It wasn't NASA, right? It was a newspaper company. Do you remember which one it was?
No, I know exactly what the photo is. I know what they did to it. I can't remember which newspaper it's from. I have it.
I need to know because, like, we're talking. Do you know the time then? Like, for them to have the capability to like do that, to doctor a photo in that way, it seems.
To flip it and remove the background?
Yeah.
That's all they did. And Bart Sabrell did that same stuff too in his videos. There's a picture where he said he's talking about why the picture isn't right. If you compare it to the original, he flipped it and he changed the aspect ratio. You can look at the fiduciary marks and they're not the right proportion that they should be. So he doctored the picture to disprove the moon landing. And that's not NASA doctoring pictures. That's I'm trying to find it. But that's not NASA doing that. That's independent people doing it. And then people call it out. See, I have a bunch of YouTube videos in my files and they have it somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. Pull up that.
Show you guys what I'm gonna bring up image here. I'm show you what they show us to say this is the astronaut footpath and the tracks and all of that, right?
Pull it up. And I want to get to that command module in your opening because that was misleading.
Oh, we can get to that too. Look at this. Oh yeah, guys.
This is the worst picture.
That's what they give us, bro. Here, I'll get you a different
those
one.
look like buggy tracks.
Look at this one. They did some like high def shit on here or something.
We got footprints. We got the rover parked right there. We got the Challenger descent stage. We got the flag. Everything is where it should be.
How do you know that by these photos? That's what I mean. Like you're saying, this is why I get like everyone takes this with like, look at this. This is the type of shit they give us. Yeah,
What is-
bro, that definitely proves they were fucking tracks. Like this.
You're pulling up the worst pictures.
Bro, these are the first two on Google. Here, let me find another one.
There
Oh
are
my
better
God.
pictures.
Here's from NASA.
But what? Okay, so what is that?
Oh my gosh, this
If-
is from NASA.
No, that's from CBS.
No,
Well,
this
that's
other one I
CBS.
just found. This is from NASA. This is a close-up somehow. I don't know how this is a close. Let's just examine this for a second. What is that?
A footprint.
Oh yeah, it's a footprint that's raised above instead of into the ground.
What do you
Why is it
mean?
raised? And it has a shadow.
The shadow
footprint-
is because it's an indentation. What do you mean raised above? If it was raised above, there wouldn't be a shadow there.
Yeah, what do you mean? It would be covering this side of it.
If the sun is over here, the footprint is down in the ground. The back edge of the footprint is going to cast a shadow into the footprint.
No, this would be all lit up. The sun's over here. What are you talking about? Everything in here would be lit up.
No, the sun is
The
over
reason
there.
there's a sha-
Look
the
at
sha-
all the rocks. Look at all the
The
sand
shadows
and the
are
rock
on
around.
these side of everything. So
The
where's
shadow
the
is
sun?
on that side, which means the light is on that side.
The light's over here, right?
No, the light's back towards the bottom right corner.
The light's okay. The light's here.
That's left, bottom right.
Oh, by the
Maybe
light's
it's flipped.
here.
Maybe it's
The,
flipped for you.
the light's here.
Yeah.
Okay, and you say this goes in.
Yeah, that's an indentation. So that bottom wall is raised up. I need to take this picture and put it on my thing. Where's
I'm just showing you what they're giving us, bruh.
But no, you can see all the rocks and all the piles of dirts. The shadows are going that way, which means the light is that way.
Uh,
And then you can see how the toes kind of pushed in. So then that little tread is casting a shadow that way.
okay. Now tell me, where's the next step?
Where's the next step?
Yeah, did he hop 1 foot, or what's going on? Why is there no step over? Like where's his other foot?
It's his close-up picture. You'd have to zoom out to see the next
Oh,
step.
it's
The next
so-
step's up
It's
there.
so close that he stepped way out of frame. Dude,
He's
how
not-
big was his foot?
He's jumping. He's on the moon. He's moonwalking.
Bruh.
He's hopping around. They did a like a kangaroo hop.
Is this a slide? Can we just click this and it goes to a different thing? No.
That is a good question. Where's his other damn footprint? But
Like, dude, that's mad far. Where's he fucking stepping? Where's the other-
maybe that's the last step he took, and now he's backing up and taking the picture of the last step he took. So behind it, there's going to be footprints.
Oh
leading
yeah, I
up to it.
forgot. They were mad. Like they were mad good with those cameras in suits that they weren't able to look through the camera, and they got perfect shots like that. I forgot. Sorry.
Why my audio? Oh, there, I fixed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
you didn't hear me?
No, I heard it, but one of my
Okay.
ears cut out because my thing wasn't pushed in all the
okay.
way. But yeah, okay, that's weird that you don't see the next step, but that could have been his last step. And then he started walking back, and he turned around and took the picture of the last step he took.
Mm,
Mm-hmm. That's an answer.
maybe
That's an answer.
that's possible. That's possible. I'm
Bring
trying
up
to
that
find
command
some-
module picture.
Oh, my command module picture. All right, here it is. Boom.
That is not the command module. That is the return capsule that comes into the atmosphere. The command module was huge, and it was attached to the limb, and there was a tunnel. So they had the actual command module, which was like this tube thing, that was on the end of it, and then the lunar module was on the other end. That's just what comes into the atmosphere and has the heat shield, and it flies down and crashes into the water. It's got parachutes on it. It's not made to do anything other than get them back to Earth. They can sit in that and the command module and the limb while they're on the mission.
So they lied. Okay, so just go to NASA right now. Search up what the cubic feet was.
Of the whole but we
You
need the
looked at my
cubic
picture of the top part. Yeah, go.
attire, but we also need the square foot of the limb because they could go into the limb too. We'll get to Apollo 13 here shortly, but entire command module square footage. Well, I need to put Apollo. because it's going to give me something different. Entire Apollo. See, this is the command module.
Yeah, my picture doesn't look like it. Doesn't mean anything about the math. Let's bring it up. What's it say?
210 to 218. The CM. Pressurized habitable volume for 3-person crew.
Yeah, so that's what I went off of.
Okay, but that picture is not showing the whole
I know you don't like the picture. It's okay.
It's not the whole command module.
But the math is what's important.
Okay, so people were during in Soviet Russia with the gulags, they would have somebody in a coffin-sized box standing for months on end to torture people. They would keep them in boxes the size of a coffin standing up for like months. They couldn't sleep. They barely got any food and water. They had to pee and defecate on themselves. People survived that. So somebody can't survive being in that thing for 3 days? I could do it.
Well, 3 men had to sit in there, right? We had the seats and the restraints, the instrument panels, the controls, the life support, all of that stuff, right? All the different things that would have had to be there. Batteries, food and water, waste collection, clothing and personal items that would have had to be with them. The insulation, the structure itself had to have had some type of cubic feet to it. And then the unusable shapes and gaps that would have had to be in the machine as well. So the problem here is, let me bring this. It's my reasonable skepticisms and questions, okay? Were all the systems as compact and reliable as claimed? Was there enough real-world testing to prove 8-day reliability? Where'd they get that? Where was the testing that would have needed to be done for this? They just knew it was going to work without testing it?
They tested extensively. They tested everything extensively before they left. What do you mean?
What do you mean by that?
They couldn't. They did. There were 10 missions before Apollo 11. It's not like they had a dress rehearsal where they went and orbited the moon to test the command module and the docking and redocking capabilities. Apollo 11 was just the first one that we landed. There was 10 other missions. One of them, they tested the rockets. One of them, they tested orbiting. One of them, they tested, can we make it to the moon? Then one of them, they tested.
Sorry, what? I got distracted. I read the chat and someone's crying. Go ahead, keep going.
In Apollo 10, they did what they called the dress rehearsal, where they went out to the moon, they orbited the moon, they detached the command module from the limb, they did the spin around because they had to. When they took off, the lunar module is not in the right like place, so they have to detach, spin around, reconnect, and then get to the moon, and then detach the limb, drop it down to the moon, and then it flies back up and reconnects. And comes home.
Know it while it's in orbit, right? Because it didn't just sit up there; it doesn't just stay floating there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of variability. Someone in the chat was crying. I wanted you to see this part too. Anyways, so this is like a perspective comparison I made here. Okay,
you're saying it's the size of a trunk of a car
for fucking real, dude.
A walk-in closet is 100 to 150. Dude, 3 people could live in that closet.
Average. That's an average.
There are poor
closet.
people that have apartments the size of walk-in closets, and they have 12 kids living in it for their whole life.
Yeah, that's different. They don't have.
What about poor countries where they have little huts?
There's way less variables. All right. The point I'm making here, but with this comparison, right, is to show you, like how much room they would have had in this fucking thing. Nothing. There would have been no extra room. How are they moving around and actually like? How are they able to navigate all the different controls they would have had to navigate? How are they able to access all the safety things they would have been having to access? Like, what is that?
Why don't you show this?
Well, I'll show whatever you want. Put it up.
That in the blue picture,
Yeah.
that's what they stayed in the whole time. All you're showing is the little, you see that little triangle part right there? That's all you're showing.
Yeah, because the habitable space is what I'm going off of what
all of that was habitable
numbers, right?
Yeah, all of that was habitable. The part you're showing, they're only on that for re-entry.
Oh,
the whole time they're going to and from the moon, they have this whole area.
Yes, please. Can you did you not just search up the command module's habitable space and it was 210 cubic feet?
I know, but I'm saying they didn't just have the command module. They had the command module, they had whatever this tube section is called, and they had the LEM.
How do you know they had that tube section for habitable space if it wasn't listed by NASA? So you're just making up they had extra space?
No, that's what in Apollo 13. In Apollo 13, that whole, you see that open panel.
Oh, I'm also going by, yeah, you're right. This could be we could be going off a little bit different numbers because I'm going by the NASA's Apollo 11 press kit.
Yeah, I know, but that's just the square footage of that part of the command module.
On page 20, the command module said it was 210 cubic feet.
Right, that's but what about the capsule? What's the square footage of the living space in the capsule and the LEM?
Let me bring that up one sec.
Because you got to add the command module, the capsule, and the LEM. In Apollo 13, the whole panel blew off of the side, and they spent the whole trip in the LEM. So they didn't.
What? What did you just say?
In Apollo 13, an oxygen tank blew, and so in that picture that I'm showing, that side panel there, that whole thing blew out, and they had to move from the capsule through the command module to the LEM, and they spent the whole trip in the LEM for like 8 days, and they didn't even get off. The LEM was only built for 2 people, but they had 3 people survive in it for 8 days, and it was bad. It was cold. They had to shut down all their systems to save power. They were freezing. They were tightly packed, and it sucked. Nobody's saying it was nice and fun. How do I stop sharing this? It wasn't a comfy trip. It was probably horrible. So it's not just the command module. There's the capsule, the command module, and the LEM. And then when the LEM goes down to the moon, only 2 guys are on that. 1 guy stays in the command module and the capsule. The only time the 3 of them are stuck in the command module is re-entry.
The capsule. What are you talking about when you say capsule?
The tube part with the motor, with the rocket sticking out of the back of it. That tube. There's the tube part. Then there's the capsule, the command module capsule, which is what you're talking about. And then there's the LEM, the lunar module.
Yeah, the command module is what I know as the capsule. So I didn't even know what to write in here. I don't want to fucking read through all this. I was trying to find just the numbers here. Let me just read. Fuck it.
So the command module is that pointy part that you're showing, and then the capsule, the command module. I think it's still just called the command module, but there's
I'm pretty sure it's part of it.
Yeah, but that part comes off when they re-enter, and all you're showing is the little part that crashes to the Earth.
Yeah, that's a service module. They can't live.
The service module.
Yeah, they can't live in there. There's no living in that service module.
There's no
living in the service module. No. That's not a living space. It had an engine, had fuel, oxygen tanks, systems. There was literally nowhere for the crew to go in there. So that's not true. But I will.
Well, they had like a tunnel that they could go down to repair things.
Yeah, but no one could have lived in there. And that would have been the stupidest place for them to live with all the shit that could have blew up.
Okay, but they could live in the LEM.
The LEM, and you're meaning the
lunar module.
The lunar. Yeah, so
and And they did on Apollo 13. They stayed in it the whole time.
Yeah, so I will concede to you that part that gives them more room, right? That gives them a little bit more room.
I don't even think this is a good complaint.
Tight. It's still
I'll just concede. Yeah, I'll just concede. It was tight. It sucked.
But yeah, well, not only was it tight, though, it left no room for any mistakes.
Yeah, I know. The whole mission, any mistake could have screwed it up. And they all had mistakes. They all had errors.
That's why it had to be a perfect mission, right? That's why you asked why I was saying the stacked up perfect this, perfect that.
So do you think NASA faked the failure of Apollo 13, the successful failure?
No, I think rockets blow up.
But did they fly out there? Did they have a problem? That's where Houston, we have a problem. That's from Apollo 13.
I know.
And then they had to orbit the moon, slingshot around the moon. I know you love that. Slingshot around the moon and come back to Earth. You don't think that happened? NASA faked a failure.
Yep.
Why would they fake a failure? That doesn't make sense. They faked the failure.
Are you arguing from incredulity now? Are you laughing at me?
No, I want to know. I want to know why they faked a failure. Why wouldn't they?
Well, that would actually give it more credibility, faking a failure, because that's, as you see, the perfection is a reason to question it, right? So adding in some type of failure that was still perfection, it gives it a little bit credibility.
Did they fake
when you call it a failure, though?
They call it a successful failure.
Yeah, okay. So what
they failed to land on the moon, but they succeeded in getting the astronauts home alive.
Okay, yeah, but you remember what it was?
It was an oxygen tank blew from a wire that was shorted out. I just watched Apollo 13 yesterday. Great movie. I don't know how you can watch that and say that's fake.
Because I can watch that movie and say, look how good they can do it on a fucking movie.
That's another thing. If Stanley Kubrick faked the astronauts doing the moonwalk and stuff, why can no other movie recreate the way that looks accurately? Even the best like moon movies, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like what they looked like in that moon footage because they were on the moon.
Yeah, but listen though, no, it doesn't look like that because the film, the news companies, for some reason, NASA said, yeah, we can't directly broadcast this to you. We have to play it, and you have to record it with your cameras off of our systems.
Yeah, with 11, they did broadcast directly with the later missions.
Did they?
Yeah,
or were you just told that?
No, the later missions they had the Westinghouse Apollo lunar TV camera. 10 frames per second, black and white. They had the Apollo lunar surface close-up, the Hasselblad Sedell 70 millimeter, the Mauer data acquisition camera, 16 millimeter time lapse. They ran it at NCSC.
Did you just finish talking about too around Apollo 13 time too? This is when people stopped caring so much about what was going on, and
yeah,
it would be a good way to get people back interested.
Oh, a failure.
Had a dramatic scene. No, it wasn't a failure. A failure is those motherfuckers never came back. That would have been a failure. What it
successful
was,
failure.
It was no. It was a crisis and recovery story. It was a dramatic effect to add into the fucking series that they've had you watching for the last fucking how many years you've been believing it.
No, because
it's a series show. That's what it is. And they realized, oh shit, we got to get back up in there. That's why they started it up again with this Artemis bullshit.
Right before the explosion happened, they were recording and they were doing a tour of the ship and they were playing music and they were showing the stuff and they thought they were talking to America. It wasn't even broadcast. NASA's like, and you can hear it on the recordings. NASA's like, should we tell them that they're not even broadcasting? And they're like, no, just let them think. So they're going around the ship like, hey guys, this is the thing here and this is the thing here, and they recorded this and this video is out there, but it never broadcast on TV. So they weren't even broadcasting it. If it was meant to recaptivate the public's attention, with this faked successful failure, then why wouldn't they broadcast right before the engine blew up to the people? They didn't broadcast. They weren't broadcasting the Apollo 13 until something bad happened. But they would have wanted to get the public interest first. They would have shown that. If they knew we're going to fake this whole thing, they would have shown that, and then the explosion would have happened.
That's too obvious.
What? Oh.
That, like, come on,
Too
just
obvious?
what you're saying right now. Not just would be that would have made it way obvious. Oh, they just happened to start broadcasting right before an issue. Wow, that would have made it obvious.
No, that would have got the people watching it, and then when something happened, they would have been more interested.
No.
Yep.
That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Why would they that like see this is the thinking of someone who wouldn't fake a space mission, and that's why, you know, we love your honesty, JS, but you've fell for a crazy trick. I just don't understand. And you know, I didn't even you know, I was gonna wait to save it maybe for closing. That's why I didn't add it into my opening. But there is one more like thing we have to address before we keep going on the facts of the moon landing. Because I did tell you that I would also prove that the moon landing is gay.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's the gay part?
So the whole mission is designed to look like someone launches a giant metal dick into space and parks it on some balls.
What?
And I'll leave the rest of that up for the chat to interpret if it's gay or not.
They didn't park the rocket on the moon.
Oh, did they just drop something out the tip onto the moon?
Yeah.
Kind of gay.
Yeah, the rocket nutted on the moon. Okay. I don't know. I thought you were going to say something like 3 men in a tight space for that long is kind of gay, but I don't know. I don't think American excellence is gay. I think you're just mad that it took NASA. If it wasn't for NASA, you would have never had a Canadian get anywhere near the moon, but you got one on Artemis 2. You got lucky. We took a Canadian up because we felt bad for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or you finally found a Canadian that's willing to go with bullshit. That's what you mean to say.
Okay. We didn't have
Americans love Hollywood, baby. They love it. What? I could fake the fucking space mission and I fucking get paid. What? Let's go.
Okay. So the cameras. A lot of people don't trust the cameras. They wonder who took the picture of Neil when he climbed down the ladder. The lunar module, when it landed, had a trap door. They would pull a pin and it opened up and there was a camera right there pointed at the ladder. That's how they got that picture. How did they get the picture of the lunar ascent stage?
Can you name that again? They dropped something first with the camera?
No, there's a side door on the side of the lunar module. They pull a pin and a flap drops out and there's a camera there pointing at the ladder. And then that's the same camera. That's the Westinghouse. And they had one in Apollo 11 and then they got better ones for each mission. And that's why the footage gets better and better with each mission. So that there's right to the side of the ladder, there's a door that opens with a camera sitting on it. And that's how they record Neil Armstrong getting out. They take that camera out. They mount it. Well, in the later missions, they mounted it on the lunar rover. And then the way they recorded the ascent stage is they left the lunar, they do some math, they park the lunar rover the right distance from the thing. And then this camera is controlled by Houston. It has one speed. It goes up and down. And then they just, as the thing takes off, it just follows it up. So that's how they recorded everything. Those cameras, I think I have it wrote down somewhere. NTSC broadcast uses huge towers antennas that use 6 megahertz bandwidth. The command module had a satellite on it. The lunar module had a satellite on it. Then in 11, they had a flimsy little satellite that they set up on the ground. But in the later missions, there was a satellite on the rover. So they'd mount the camera. So you got a satellite from the rover to the LEM to the command module to Earth. And they would broadcast. They had to do like a trick to get it in color. They had to broadcast at 10 frames per second instead of 30 frames per second. And it wasn't really color. It just looked like it was color because there'd be a color wheel in front of the projection screen that made it look like it was color. But that's how they were able to broadcast it. They had to do a little bit of not trickery, but they had
1960, they had all this pre-programmed and autonomous cameras and tech that was reliable after launching through radiation, the heat, and of all of that. These things were still with, not to mention, we had a continuous, smooth signal with your remote control lunar rover.
It took 3 tries. When they were trying to record the ascent stage taking off from the descent stage, that took 3 tries to get right. There's 2 where it doesn't even track it, and it goes off the screen. But then the last one, they got it timed perfectly, and it follows it.
So they did it, it fucked up, and they put it back down to do it again?
No, they fucked up on Apollo 15 and 14 and 15, and then Apollo 16 they got it right. So the first 2 tries it didn't work.
So they didn't do it in Apollo 11?
They didn't record the ascent stage taking off on Apollo 11. No, they didn't have the rover on Apollo 11.
And then for the so it was during 15 and 16 only they did it?
3 missions they set the camera up to record the thing taking off. So that video you have of the thing flying off into space from the moon, that took 3 tries. They did it. And you can see all 3 videos. One of them, the camera doesn't go up fast enough.
One.
Yeah, they're all.
You could be right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
There's 11,000 hours of video. Well, video and audio, but you probably haven't seen anywhere near all of the footage. Nobody has. Well, I'm sure some people have, but it would take you forever to go through all of it. There's so much video and so much footage. So the burden of proof, of course, it's crazy claims require.
So just to be clear, all the stuff that you use to make like your absolute confirmations, Apollo 11 misses a lot of that. Did you agree?
What do you mean?
Well, you brought up the telemetry data.
No, we still have the telemetry data. We just don't have the original.
Don't have the originals. Yeah.
Yeah, but we have copies. We don't have the original hard drive, but we have the little SD card.
Okay. And Muslims have the original Quran. Can you get with the program here for a minute?
Get with the program. Okay.
Are you serious right now? Like, they don't have the original, bro. I don't care that they have a copy.
We still have.
Copy could have been doctored.
That
copy could have been anything.
Okay, we have thousands of video that was streamed live in 4K. Not really in 4K.
No, it wasn't live. You're wrong. It was
not
live.
With 11.
It was projected from NASA,
right, and then they recorded
TV where they recorded it live. That's not live. That could have been a movie. They could have put here. Let me show you something. I'm gonna show you something happening live right now. I'm gonna fucking put Donkey Kong on here and play it on the screen. It's live. It's happening right now. Godzilla and King Kong are fighting each other. You want to see? It's happening live, bro, in Japan.
Stupid.
No, you want to see? Hold up, watch, bro. I'm being serious. It's happening live, bro. It's happening live, bro. This chick's about to get eaten, bro. Live. That's what you're doing, bro. That's not. Come on.
Oh my god.
That's not live.
If there's a stream that's live and I'm showing it to you on my phone, that's live.
Yeah, but also if I wanted to, I can go confirm that it's live because I can go to that live stream. Nobody can confirm that this was live. Not one person.
For
It was all
11.
NASA.
Okay, for Apollo 11, but for the other missions they could. It was directly sent to the news stations live. They only did that with the first one. And then they upgraded the cameras and the technology. The technology was growing rapidly. Also, don't you think that technology is
made a projector without you being to find out where it's coming from, right?
Don't you think technology is ahead of what we know about? Like,
I agree, right? I agree with that. That's why we had like things like the stealth fighter before anyone knew what it was, right? Because that was a plane and it had a reliable capability, and we kept doing it even after planes weren't the shit anymore. But you want us to believe that rockets were going to the fucking moon. It was reliable capability that we kept doing, and we only stopped because people stopped caring.
You're destroying people's childhoods.
I know it sucks. That's a big point, though, right there. This was something we were just taught from kids in school, and we just said, "Yep, that's what happened."
Because it's awesome. It
is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, soar fucking unicorns with wings. That would be amazing, but they're not real.
Yeah. Okay. So the heat. You talked about the radiation and the heat. First off, the film was in protective aluminum cases inside of a protected spaceship. There was shielding. The heat from the radiation. Yeah, I know that in the Van Allen radiation belt, they say that it's like 4,000 Kelvin or something crazy hot. The way you explain that is it's the same. I could have steam heated to 2,000 degrees and I could run my hand through it, because the particles are dispersed over a large area. In space, it's even bigger than that. So I couldn't put my hand in a 2,000 degree thing of liquid metal, but I can weld something and I can have 2,000 degree sparks flying off and hitting me in the arm, and it doesn't even burn me. So when the heat from the radiation in the Van Allen belt is very far apart, it's kind of like steam. It's like hot steam. You can run your hand through it. And also the cold was a bigger problem. They were freezing in Apollo 13 on the way back because they had their systems had to be shut down. But the heat came from the sun, not from the radiation. That wasn't the problem. So that's why they would do a barbecue roll. They would have the thing rolling so that the sun was never hitting one spot directly for too long. But anyway,
yeah, well, I mean, the reason I didn't bring them up because I'm not with the, again, I'm not the Bart Sabrell type where I'm like, oh, it would have been fucking impossible to get through there. They would have died. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I'm showing you there's another that just represents another layer of risk that had to be managed precisely, perfectly, to add to the overall complexity of this mission, right? The Van Allen belts are just proof more that the mission the mission
it was really hard,
impossible. It was proof, that it's absolutely nothing easy from takeoff to land to dock to return to land again. All of that had to be perfect, and we were able to do it after failing miserably.
It's not even just that.
Cold War, with tons of political pressure on all of our American scientists, they were able to put that together.
We came together. 400,000 people came together, and we made it happen.
Yeah, that's like me failing my driver's license on Monday and thinking I'm winning F1 Formula on Friday, and you guys are like, "Yeah, that sounds right." That's what that's like. They were failing miserably. miserably, to the point where even their own scientists working on the fucking rockets were doing shit like hanging up a lemon onto it, telling people we're not ready for this. This will never be achieved.
Yeah. Gus was saying, I don't think
and he's
this is
not
going to
the only
happen.
one though.
Yeah, and he also, the reason he hung the lemon, it was a double entendre. It's called the LEM. The lunar module is the LEM. That's why he put the lemon there. Because it wasn't the navigation.
He wasn't saying that this is a lemon.
He was mad because the communications was having problems in testing. So they were in the thing running tests, and he couldn't communicate with NASA. And he's like, if I can't talk to you from outside the building, how am I going to talk to you from the moon? Because they were having problems with the communication system. They fixed it. So they had a problem and they fixed it. They said, we have a problem here. We need to work on this and let's get this fixed.
Jess, I was on the phone with somebody today from America, and we had to hang up and call each other back a couple times because of all the cutting out that was happening. But we had perfect communications from the moon in 1960.
They weren't perfect. They were.
Yes. What do you mean they weren't perfect?
Have you listened to it? It sounds like garbage. A lot of the times you can't. It
just sounds like those old white dudes on radios. Hey, welcome, guys. Oh, it just sounds just like that.
Also, your cell phone.
Houston, we have a problem.
Your cell phone is going up to a satellite and then bouncing back down to Earth. So that's not. That's harder to do actually than have the moon is tidally locked. It's pointed straight at the Earth, having a satellite from their landing spot pointed at the Earth. It's a straight signal down. It's actually harder to make your cell phone work. That's why, because technology gets better. And as far as people say, technology gets better, why can't we make it again? Why would we make it again? We're making better stuff. We're making rockets that land on their own. So it's not that we can't make it again. We don't have. You would need. They didn't even have CNC machines.
It's not that we don't make rockets, and I believe in rockets, dude. I believe we're launching rockets. I believe that shit.
And you believe that we could land a rocket on the moon? We could remote control.
We could launch something at the moon, and maybe what's those like probes that
we don't even launch them at the moon.
No,
they didn't launch the rocket at the moon. If they launched the rocket at the moon wouldn't be there when it was time to come. They launched the rockets into orbit, and then they do an orbital burn to shoot off to the moon.
You thought I meant like hit the moon? Is that?
I thought you meant that. Well, some people think I've heard flat earthers say, "Why don't they just point the rocket at the moon? Why does it go that way?"
That's not what I meant. I'm not saying they fucking smash into the moon, man.
I've heard people make that argument that flat earthers are like, why do the rockets go off like this? It's because they're going off into orbit and they're missing they're trying to miss the Van Allen belt. That Dave Weiss guy was talking about the Artemis being fake, and he was saying, why doesn't it shoot straight up? Well,
yes. Yeah, I've actually talked about this too. The thing is, so the idea is what they're telling you is that it needs to. The reason it does this is because once it's gone up, it has to go sideways to catch the speed to actually get out into the orbit.
Yeah,
right.
Well, they take off from Florida because it's near the equator. The Earth spins faster at the equator. So they get that inertia of the Earth's spin added to the rocket. So that means less fuel. And then they take off at an angle because they're not going straight to the moon. They're going into orbit. Then they orbit a couple times. Maybe they refuel. Some of the missions they do, some of them they don't. And then they do another burn from orbit at the moon. And then they catch the gravity of the moon. They orbit the moon a couple times. That's what the Artemis did. But the Apollo missions did a similar thing, but they would orbit and then the LEM would go down and land. Nice soft landing. Actually, they didn't all have soft landings. People will say, how come the feet don't have dust on them on the lunar rover? Well, one of the Apollo missions, the foot actually broke off and is in the dirt, under the dirt, because they had a hard landing. Apollo 11 had the softest landing. We have the data on how much pounds per square inch of pressure the modules had when they landed on the moon. Yep.
So I'm not I'm not even denying that we can, like, again, we launch rockets, we go pretty fucking high up there. I think we do.
But the important part is, do you
We've
think
seen independent people do it, right?
can we get a remote control rover on the moon and get it back to Earth?
A remote control rover on the moon and back to Earth?
That's how we had to get the moon rocks.
That's the thing that was in question for me, that I don't think you'd actually have to go.
Then
to
how
the
did we get
moon
the
to
lasers
some
there?
sample that
Or the
nobody else
reflectors?
has and label it lunar.
Do you believe that there's reflectors on the moon?
Reflectors?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that we can bounce
Like,
lasers
yeah,
off of.
I've seen the videos of the laser and shit.
Right. Because people will say, oh, well, they could bounce lasers off the moon before the reflectors were there. That's true. We can. But if we know where the reflectors are, NASA tells us we put reflectors here, here, and here.
Mm-hmm.
We shoot the laser where the reflector should be. We measure the speed that it takes the photons to get back to Earth. So we know there are reflectors there. I heard some guy say that it was shiny rocks, that we were bouncing them off shiny rocks.
Yeah, like, again, if reflectors being on the moon doesn't mean that we landed there. So, like,
Right, but it means
maybe there is reflectors.
But it
on the
means we
moon.
got something to the moon that we had to have been remote controlled to plant the thing there. So camera
They
signals.
throw enough things at it enough times, I'm sure they'll hit it once or twice.
Okay, if we can get something to the moon,
Mm-hmm.
and we can remote control something
Unmanned.
from the moon. Unmanned. We can get okay. If we can get an unmanned thing to the moon,
yeah,
and we could remote control a robot that plants a reflector on the moon. If we can do that,
I don't
then
think
the arguments.
the robot has to be involved.
How could the robot not be involved? How do we get the laser on the surface of the moon? We're just shooting a reflector. We're just shooting a reflector at the moon.
Yeah, kind of like what they did for probably the same way they would have had a satellite orbiting the moon. They would have just had something they would have did the math for it to orbit and then hit the moon when it's at a certain area.
So it like shot the moon with a reflector.
No, it's shot for something to go into orbit and crash into the moon, and they did the math of how much how much mass it needed to swing around and catch the right area before it crashed. Why don't you think that they could do that?
That's fine, but I'm just trying to. What I'm trying to show is that if we could do that, then the complaints about the camera signal are out the window. Because if we could have the signal to get that there, and we can control that thing.
My thing wasn't strictly about the fact that there was a signal. The thing is about the signal being smooth.
It wasn't. It sounded bad. And a lot of times
where did the video cut out? None of that happened.
So it goes dark on re-entry, and it goes dark when they're on the dark side of the moon. There's no communication when they're on the dark side of the moon. There's no communication when they're on re-entry. And throughout the whole mission, comms went down sometimes. A lot of times you can't understand anything they're saying because it sounds so grainy. It didn't sound clean and crisp.
Do you think you could repeat those types of recordings under the water?
Under the water, like in a submarine? Yeah, sure. So we sent submarines down to fake who did this? Stanley Kubrick.
Who did it? I don't know.
Have you ever been in a submarine?
Been in it?
Yeah.
No.
So why do you believe in submarines? Like government war submarines. The government's telling you about these U-571s.
I've physically seen submarines.
I've physically seen rockets. I've physically seen the lunar module.
I don't not believe in rockets or the lunar module.
So they made all this. That's another question.
Your question should be like, do you believe in submarines or at the bottom?
I'm trying to say there's plenty of
I don't deny rockets.
There's plenty of things that the government has made, and the only information you get about it is from the government that you would probably believe in. You wouldn't question. So just this one NASA,
like what?
Like, I don't know, like a fighter jet or something.
Things that we can independently verify.
Yeah, because you can go out to an airfield and you can watch them fly, just like you can go out to NASA and you can watch the rocket take off. But you don't know that once that jet's out of your sight, you don't know that they're really fighting battles or dropping bombs in another country because you're not there. You can't independently verify it. You're going to have to take the word of organizations, governments, researchers, scientists, universities. You're going to have to take their word for it. Like, a little bit of this, you're right. A little bit of this has to be taken on faith because I wasn't on the moon. I didn't see it. But we don't have that burden of proof with anything else. There's all sorts of things that happen that we don't actually. If there wasn't
a significant claim like that, I would have a burden of proof like that. What do you mean?
Okay, so thousands of private companies. So Rocketdyne built the rocket. Grumman built the LEM, I think. And then Douglas Aircraft built the command module. So 3 different companies built 3 different parts of this thing, and they had to work together because all these things had to be compatible with each other and fit into each other. So these are 3 independent corporations building 3 parts of a rocket with one specific purpose to do one specific mission. They all have to be in on it. They all have to be. They all have to
don't have to be in on it. That's why things are compartmentalized.
I know. That's
why they do this.
That's why I'm bringing this up, because you said the compartmentalization, but that doesn't answer the fact that these 3 companies, okay, so this company is compartmentalized to make the LEM. This company is compartmentalized to make the rocket. They have to work together. So even though it's compartmentalized, they still have to work. Why do they
have to work together to?
Because this
NASA
thing has to fit into that thing.
If there's people in NASA that are behind it at the top, okay, they have this company making one part, this company making this part, this company making this part. They're telling the companies what they're for. So those companies are working together saying, yeah, NASA said it's for this and we need this. So then they all work together to do that from what NASA told them. Where do they have to know what NASA's doing? Nothing. They don't have to know anything behind NASA, right? And
but then this is.
You asked the question, what would be good proof earlier? Here's would be really good proof, all right? Ability for anybody else ever to reproduce or test the fucking claim. Never want. See, where
we have private companies doing it now.
America. The only people that decided we're going to actually put people on the moon. Why no other nation ever? Soviets were way ahead of us in fucking rocket technology. I don't know how we even beat them, but they said, oh, they've been there. We don't need to go there. Like no other nation after said, fuck it. Like we want to go there too. They all just lost interest all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's an example of why capitalism.
The winning wasn't about actually going there. It was being able to show like you've actually been there. Now that someone's shown they've actually been there, no one else cares to fake it because everyone's been trying and nobody can actually fucking get on there.
It's an example of why capitalism is better than communism. That's why we beat Russia. We were smarter. We were better. We had more money. We had better technology. What do you mean? We'll beat Russia in anything.
The masters of Hollywood. That's what America was. America still is. All right. Masters of production. All right. Masters of showing the stage propaganda that everyone fucking falls into.
Okay.
That's literally from back before the Cold War even. This is what America does.
We win.
Mass produces Hollywood shit, Hollywood productions.
No, you're falling for a conspiracy.
No. I want independent verification. I want some ability to reproduce this anywhere and some direct evidence, not just the interpretations from them given to us. We need the raw data that they're getting too.
Okay, well,
Getting.
Blue Origin and SpaceX are working on doing it again right now, and they're using all of the information that NASA has given them, all the information, and they're using the same telemetry data. They're doing the same physics to slingshot around the moon, catch the gravity of the moon, and come back. They're doing all that stuff. They got that. That's private companies that got that from NASA. But you don't work for Blue Origin or SpaceX, so are they all lying too?
Lying about working on it? Probably not. Lying about any actual what I'm saying is a lie is that men landed on the moon.
Do you think it's impossible, or do you think we will be able to?
No, I'm actually I'm not even arguing that it's impossible. I'm arguing that the evidence that was given to us is not sufficient for the claims they're making. And the fact that nobody can independently verify or reproduce it, it's a concern.
Companies are independently reproducing it right now.
Where? Okay.
SpaceX and Blue Origin.
There's companies right now that are working on going to the moon. I'm saying in the last fucking decades, no one else has landed men on the moon.
Right.
Why?
Because of public interest, less funding, and better different technological goals. That wasn't their goal anymore. Their goal was to make space stations, satellites, and focus on how we can do this safer and better over time and make reusable rockets. That was a big problem because they didn't want to just keep losing all their equipment. It was expensive to spend $1 billion making a rocket that just crashes into the ocean. So it took a long time and a lot of money and a lot of smart people to figure out how to re-land rockets. And that's why it's taking so long, because we're not going back the same way. That was dangerous. You're right. That every part of that mission, and it's not just 6 parts that had to be perfect. It was like 1 million things that had to be perfect.
I just named all the 6 main things that happen, right?
Yeah, there was actually way more than that.
Has to be fucking perfect as well.
Every second of the mission, 1,000 things could have went wrong. And on a lot of them, things did go wrong. But so if NASA faked it all in a Hollywood basement, space may be the final frontier, but mean in Hollywood. If NASA faked it, why? There's no money incentive here because they spent the money. They built the equipment. Because I've heard people argue that it was a fraud. It was a way to fraud the government. So all these taxpayers are paying and they're just stealing the money. But the money was spent. They built the rockets. So they just spent $30 billion. It's the equivalent of 300 billion of today's dollars. They just wasted that money building stuff.
Wasted? Is it the greatest achievement or it was a waste of money? Which one is it?
If they faked it all and they did it all in Hollywood, then
it didn't even cost as much as they said it did it? You even mentioned earlier, let's not forget earlier. I want everyone in the chat to realize earlier, JS said, do you not think that technology was way ahead of what we knew? Oh, really? As in maybe artificial intelligence, faking images, things like that? Technology to fake things probably would have been ahead of time too?
It wasn't that far ahead. It wasn't.
Oh, it was only far enough ahead to get to the moon, but not far enough to fake it. Gotcha.
They had stuff that stuff that we didn't get for 10 or 20 years. They had computers the size of rooms when we didn't get a computer till 1990 or something. We didn't have internet till 1995. They had internet basically.
Oh,
kind of. It wasn't the internet we have today, but they had giant computers, analog. Everything was done analog.
I think you should look up when Photoshop was actually a thing. It was long before anybody in the public got any access to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, newspapers had Photoshop so they could change pictures around.
Yeah, here's another great part. The newspaper was able to fake images in the newspapers, but NASA, $1 billion is being fucking given to them. They didn't have the technology to fake it. Do you not hear that and think, oh, wait a minute, that's a little bit crazy what I'm saying?
No, I don't think that's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. We watched the rockets go to the moon. Okay.
You know why I think we waited decades to go back? You know why? Because everybody else's technology got advanced. It's a lot harder to fake things and keep things in private when everybody's got a camera attached to their hand. All right. It's a lot harder to have somebody leaving a production studio when they thought they were in space, when everybody knows where anybody is at all fucking times. It's a lot harder to fake things now. So that's why they stopped going.
So all the guys at the command center in Houston were just actors.
Yeah, actually,
that big room with all the tables and the giant screens everywhere. That's a real place. That's a real room to this day.
I know
it
what
still
you're talking
exists.
about.
They still use it. Houston Command Center.
Yeah.
You think because there were news cameras in that room, live recording them going through all the stuff. All those guys were acting.
I would say that they probably did have certain people that were there as the leads that were like in on it, and everybody else. Yeah, they could have had everybody else fooled that they were a part of something they weren't. Yeah, 100%. Easy. Actually, I can show you a prank show that done something almost identical. Got people believing that they were going to go to space, made them do some tests, that they were going to go to space, put them in this fake rocket, and fucking launch them out. The rocket moves. They're all like, oh my God. And then fucking windows start playing like they're in space. It looked fucking amazing. They tricked a bunch of people that they launched them into fucking space. And all they were is in a fucking little machine in a warehouse.
A bunch of dumb civilians.
So you don't think that, a bunch of dumb civilians. Oh, yeah. Neil Armstrong's he's a genius, though.
Yes, he was like, what do you mean? They were all, you even said, yes, they were geniuses. Neil
Armstrong? I didn't say Neil Armstrong was a genius. So be clear.
Well, he was, but he had to be like the perfect specimen of human. Like he had to be strong, smart enough to fly a plane, agile, like healthy, everything. All those guys had to be top, like, specimens of perfection. They weren't very charismatic. They weren't very good at the press conference, but
you mean the one where they all sat there and looked like they fucking just ate their mom's fucking heart or something? Yeah.
One? I watched a body language analysis go through that video, and he's like, there's no signs of deception here. There's signs of nervousness or anxiety because the whole world is watching them at this press conference. They're not actors. They're not guys who are camera ready. They're up there and they're fidgeting and they're nervous. He said, the body language guy said, they're not lying. They're just nervous.
Okay. Well, that body analysis person might've said that, but that doesn't actually prove they're not lying. And I can't prove they're lying by saying it looks like they're deceptive. So we're on fair grounds here. But I would say that it definitely looks to me like they're guilty of something. There's something or they're upset. And I mean, if you were told you were gonna be going to the moon, and then last minute they said, listen, boys, we ain't actually going to make it there. You need to just say we made it there, or all your families are going to fucking die.
Oh my God. This is crazy.
I mean, I'd be pretty upset too. Like, don't you find it funny how recently, like, literally rocket scientists just
have been dying,
have been just disappearing and dying all of a sudden. All of a sudden, when we're going back to the moon, all the guys that were involved in making the rockets that sent us to the moon are starting to die. I think that's a little bit odd. And
I
it's not
think
like
they're
they're all
I
like
think something's
old
going
as
on
fuck
there.
either. Like some of them, like one dude was like 50.
Yeah, some people
Another one
think
walked out of his house, left everything on his table, and
just
and
disappeared.
and he's seen leaving with just his handgun in his hand.
Yeah. And then there were some strange car fires and cars on train tracks and stuff. And
yeah, it's kind of odd that this is what's happening right now in the time that we're all talking about going back to the moon, and we apparently just.
I don't think that has to do with the moon. I think that has to do with either there's some military UFO tech that they're researching. It's probably has to do with like weapons. We're going to have weapons in space that can shoot lasers down and burn cities down. I think we already have them. I think it's already happened twice, but there's a fun conspiracy for you. But I was going to say in Houston, so all the screens, what they're showing, all the telemetry data, all the math that's worked out, it all works. Like you can put this stuff, they have rocket simulators now. You can put all that data into the rocket simulator and the rocket will do exactly what it did and what they expected it to do. It was doing what they said it was going to do, but somehow Hollywood figured all that math out and faked all that. Like live in Houston, they're saying this is where it should be. All the math says it should be here. If we check all that math, that's where it should be. Hollywood figured all that out and faked all that. Why would they leave mistakes, so-called mistakes, all the things that the moon landing deniers critique? If it was all fake, why wouldn't they just make it so that wasn't the case, so that couldn't be critiqued? Why wouldn't they put dust on the feet of the lunar module?
Because of everything else that had to be in point. Here, let me give you an example of why when you say the math works, I kind of just take this and I'm like, who cares, right? Because, okay, here's an example. It takes 11.2 kilometers a second to escape the escape velocity from Earth. So mathematically, if an object reaches that speed and has the right trajectory, it can escape Earth's gravity. But that only proves a rocket could leave Earth, right? That doesn't actually prove a rocket did leave Earth. So saying it mathematically works and all these people were able to see it mathematically, that doesn't mean anything.
But if we could figure out all the physics and all the math to make it happen, and then you can put all that math and all that physics into a simulator and it happens in the simulator, why wouldn't we just do it? If we know how to do it. So you're conceding that Hollywood knew how to do it. NASA knew how to do it.
No,
everybody knew how to do it. But we just didn't do it.
I'm saying, like, I can calculate that a man can drive from fucking I don't know, Toronto to Florida in, a certain amount of time if he averages a certain speed. Right? That proves that this trip
it can be done.
The trip is possible. It doesn't prove that I actually made the trip. Right? This is what I brought up. I didn't say I'm not
but
saying
people have made that trip.
The trip is impossible. I'm saying with the evidence we've been provided, the trip that they presented to us did not happen.
The goal is to get it done. We know how to get it done. We've shown that we can get it done. It's possible to get it done. Why wouldn't we just do it? It's more work to fake all of this than just to go. They have to.
No, it's not. It's actually not. That does.
Thousands
you
of
take
people
away
would have
all
to
the
keep
physical
a secret.
shit when you say stuff like that, and all the like impossible things to actually predict. when you say that. Like it's easier to it's easier to actually go than to fake. No, it's not, because actually going involves human lives. A lot of fucking apparently space is this fucking crazy shit. That shit's just flying everywhere. A little fucking thing hits you and you're done. Like it can't be both, right? It can't be this chaotic fucking war zone, but we just perfectly went through and we don't have the original footage, and we also like and it's talked about like a road trip. Like that's how we're taught about it in school. We're just supposed to accept it. Like, yeah, we went to the moon. It was the greatest achievement in American history, but we also lost all the fucking evidence of the best thing we've ever done. What?
We did not lose all the evidence. You keep saying that we didn't lose.
It is. Listen, I don't care that we have copies. Copies are not
okay, but we have
data.
Okay, let's say that Apollo 11 was faked. Then they faked it 5 more times, and they faked a failure, and we have all the original telemetry data for all those missions.
You keep saying failure. That's not a failure. That was like an exciting moment, like in a movie. You know what I mean? Like when Buddy had to, what's that one, Interstellar, when he had to jump and put himself to the other spaceship up in open space. Fucking, it was a crazy moment for everyone to go, oh, are they gonna make it back? Oh, yeah, they made it. Of course they did. The hero always wins in the story. You know who didn't win? The people who questioned it. They blew those motherfuckers up.
What do you mean? They've got rich.
What do you mean?
Bart Sabrell got $1 million grant to make a garbage documentary.
Oh, I'm not talking about people like that. I'm talking about the actual people that were working on the Apollo, and then they got blown up in the Apollo. And
Flat
there's
earthers,
a lot of shit surrounding this.
There's
a lot
money.
of fucked up shit surrounding that. Again, they were already pointing out issues. There was things in the cabin that shouldn't have been there. The rags that they were using to clean up the oil and shit. I think this is what they do.
The oil rags
high up.
The oil rags under Gus Grisham's seat. That comes from Bart Sabrell.
What?
Bart Sabrell made up the oil rags under Gus Grisham's seat.
He didn't make up the oil rags. He reframed it wrong. Calling them oil rags is a misconception. That's why I tried to explain that they were rags that were used for the like cleaning of oil, anything that they were needed for.
If
I'm saying where they were stored was either really incompetent fucking engineers that were fucking amazingly smart but too stupid to realize putting fucking flammable materials in their cabin was a dumb move, right? These amazingly smart geniuses forgot that putting flammable materials in their cabin was a dumb move.
The materials weren't flammable normally, and then there was an oversight that once they pumped it full of oxygen to pressurize it or whatever, then it became flammable, and that was a problem, and they fixed it. But I think
that they just, all the other problems that were getting pointed out, they made these people get shut the fuck up and kept people that were going to keep going with it.
I believe whistleblowers get killed.
Yeah.
Like, get taken out.
I know.
But I don't believe that NASA would kill not only Gus Grisham, but also the 2 others that were in there with him. They invest a lot of time and a lot of money into training these. If they wanted to take out Gus Grisham, he would have offed himself in his house, or his car would have shut down on a train track.
It never happened. But America with 2 other astronauts
and destroy the technology in the process.
It never happened, but America had talks about bombing a plane of its own civilians to blame the Cubans for a reason to fucking move into Cuba. Okay? These are actual war plans that America talked about. Killing its own civilians to cause a war is not something they're against. So I'm not going to say they wouldn't kill these other 2 to kill the one guy. They definitely would. 100%. We have more than enough evidence to know during fucking before 9/11.
We're not talking about starting a fake war. We're talking about taking out a whistleblower.
Do you forget when this was happening? It was during the Cold War. There's a reason that war is involved in that.
It doesn't make sense.
Why war, bro?
I know, and we were trying to win the space race, killing 3 of our best astronauts who are set up to go to the moon on the next mission, and destroying the technology that we've been working on and putting all this money into would be dumb. If they want to kill a whistleblower, they would just take him out. His house would catch on fire randomly one night. There's no reason that they would destroy the technology and kill those other innocent astronauts. Yeah.
I mean, you can say there's no reason. That's like saying there's no reason for a poker player to bluff. That's what it sounds like.
There is a reason for a poker player to bluff to win.
Right. And there's a reason for America to fake everything about the moon landing to win.
To win the space race.
Yes.
Okay, I see the motive. You have motive. I just don't think you have. I have more evidence that we went than you have that we didn't win. We didn't go. All this started with Bill Casing. He wrote a stupid book.
I'm questioning the validity of this evidence. When we don't have the raw data, we have the interpreted images that were given by NASA. They don't give us the raw data that they're receiving, that they say they're receiving. You understand how that works, right? Because it's not like they're up there with a camera and they have the whole moon in their view or the whole Earth in their view, and they're just like, yeah, it's composites, right? Where's all the raw fucking data? Where is that?
No, those are not.
Why don't we get that?
Okay, that's a flat Earth argument. When they're trying to take a picture of the whole Earth, they have composites put together. But the moon pictures,
they do.
That's just a Hasselblad camera.
Why is that a flat Earth argument? I'm not talking about a flat Earth. I know the Earth's round. I do believe that.
I know, but the composite picture thing is if they're taking a picture of the whole Earth. In NASA, when they have a video camera up to the window of the Earth, that's not a composite of a bunch of videos. That's one video camera recording Earth through a window.
Oh, you're talking about the one that's that's apparently from the moon. I'm talking about the pictures NASA's giving us all the time. Those ones, again, those ones, I just believe those are
they do give us a lot of composite. Like to take a picture of the entire Earth from low Earth orbit, you can't do it. So
right, and even that satellite you're talking about that's going around the moon, it doesn't take pictures of the whole moon.
Well, there is a satellite. There's another satellite that's even farther out than that. We have a satellite, I think, out by Jupiter. We got a bunch of satellites.
Yeah, bro.
Look, I want to play something.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring it up.
1 second. So this is a recording of Bill Casing, the guy who wrote the book that started this whole thing. Are you going to be able to hear it?
Well, yeah, if you oh yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you have to unmute it though.
Oh yeah.
You haven't muted there.
Listen to what Bill Casing says.
Oh yeah.
Bill Casing, who is well known for starting the moon landing hoax, blah, blah, blah. In a telephone interview, Casing did the unthinkable. He told how he got the idea of blowing the lid off the Apollo program.
What motivated me to spill the beans was a young man from Vietnam Wars by the name of John Grant. And he said that he was sent to Vietnam to kill people with no good reason. He also got a heroin habit. And he says, Bill, what I want you to do is to blow the whistle on this rotten, corrupt government. He says, why don't you say something outrageous like we never went to the moon? So I attribute my interest in this project to John Grant.
There you go. He said, somebody told him the government sucks. Let's prove the government's wrong, or let's blow the lid on this. Just say something crazy like we never went to the moon. Bill Casing does it. Now we have moon landing denial started.
I'm sure you've already heard Buzz Aldrin. I don't have to play those for you, right?
Which one?
We never went to the moon.
These are the out of context. These are the out of context clips. I've heard Buzz Aldrin. He's one of the only ones that's really vocal. He's been doing, he goes to colleges, he does tours, he does interviews, and he said 1 million times that we went to the moon. So maybe you have one out of context clip where he says something. Buzz Aldrin also punched Bart Sabrell in the face for accusing him of not going to the moon.
Okay, well, here, there's a couple different instances.
And people are like, well, why wouldn't he just... People will say, why don't they swear on the Bible that they went to the moon? There was no court case where they were under threat of perjury where they had to put their hand on a Bible and swear that we went to the moon. That didn't happen. What people get that from is Bart Sabrell running up to astronauts with a Bible saying, swear on the Bible you went to the moon. And they're like, no, get out of here, you crazy person. Not even going to entertain this. If you walked up to a decorated military vet and accused him of stolen valor, he'd probably punch you in the face too. Bart Sabrell deserved to get punched in the face.
So, like, okay, which one do you want? You want him on? Who's this fucking weird redhead guy again? What's his name?
Yeah. Whatever. I think I have heard what you're talking about.
You guys.
Oh,
Which was
on Conan?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Say that again.
I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
He's talking about the lunar module coming down and landing on the moon. There was no cameras to show that. What they did is while they were landing, NASA put up a pre-made.
He's talking about a certain part.
He's talking about.
You associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about
landing.
I'm just
how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop, and a few other things, and then Neil said, "Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed."
Why didn't he clear that up then?
Because Conan said, I saw you land on the moon. He said, no, you didn't. You saw an animation because there was no camera on the moon yet to record them landing on the moon. Okay. There was a camera on the moon to record them taking off. So that's the animation he's talking about, is the lunar module landing. And there was video of them looking out the window and you see the dust flying off, but we never saw the lunar module come down and touch down on the moon. Because we didn't have a camera on the moon yet. We saw it take off. That's what he's talking about. And also, he didn't say he didn't go to the moon there. He was saying, I went to the moon. You just didn't see the lunar module land because we didn't have a camera on the moon yet.
Okay.
Gotcha. Got you on that one.
You think so?
Yep.
We didn't go there, and a question, an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. But I think I know.
He's talking about a question that somebody asked him.
Yeah, the little girl asks, why don't we go back to the moon?
And he said, that's
a good question. That's my question, because we didn't.
I would need to see that full interview because no, I don't know the context of that, but that doesn't sound like he said that's out of context. He was saying if we didn't go there, then we would need to know why we didn't go. But he's not saying we didn't go.
Okay.
I'm sure in that full interview, he talks all about the moon
right.
and being on the moon.
All right.
So I don't think that's a very compelling argument.
And if I show you different videos from NASA yourself of like there being clearly strings attached to some of the guys, you would just dismiss those probably?
Oh my God. You have pictures of them on the moon with strings connected to them?
No. I'm talking about people. It's just to show like
Yeah, they had training
consistency.
contraptions.
No. I'm talking about right now different videos that NASA has produced of people apparently in the space station, and they're talking back to people on Earth apparently, and there's been many different times where the string has been shown. There's one where Buddy goes to leave around a corner and he disappears before he's fully around the corner.
There's
I can tell you
camera
one with
artifacts.
water sitting perfectly in a cup, which shouldn't be happening.
Okay, but
Like,
that's so now you're denying the space station.
well, I'm saying that NASA has a consistency of giving us fake evidence.
Okay, I've seen a lot of those things debunked. There's tons of them, and I've seen the debunks of them. Each one's going to have a debunk. A lot of them is going to be camera artifacts or problem as the things, and it looks like there's a wire because there's a shine, but it's actually light bouncing off this metal over here in the camera lens. It's not a wire. The cup of water one, I might have seen that on like a reel or something. A lot of these are shorts that people just make a short with some dark, scary music playing, and it's like, no. Why is the water not moving in the cup?
All right, I'll just bring up one here for you.
Yeah, because it's the wire moves that you're in space.
I don't know. We're gonna have to
check
do
this.
something for
Check
you.
the man with a stripy top.
What's he
Look,
doing here?
grabs
Watch
the wire
this guy on the
above him.
right.
Now check
What's he
the
grab
man on
right
the
here?
right.
Watch.
With his right arm,
What was
grabs
that?
the wire. Did you see it?
What was that he just grabbed there? Can you?
Now check the man on the right. With his right arm, he grabs the wire. Did you see it? Now
I don't
check the
see
slow
I don't see
motion.
what he's talking about.
The man on the right.
Okay, look on this
his
guy's
right,
hand.
his
Watch.
right arm is grabbing him to
Just watch
stabilize
for a
him.
second.
Then look at the man on the wire. Look, he's grabbing the wire there. He's grabbing it to stabilize it.
Why, how do you know he's grabbing a
Look.
wire? If he's
Just
out of
wait.
frame?
Just watch.
Now check the man on the right.
So first off, pay attention to this area on this guy here. Okay. Watch this.
With the USMC t-shirts. Check his arm. Watch this.
Keep watching right there.
Check his
That
arm.
little
Look, his arm
area
goes
Watch.
to grab him, look. But he doesn't grab him. He grabs the wire. Look, there's nothing there. But he's grabbing something and it's tugging his
And you
teeth.
see how it tugged on the pants?
And then
He hooked
check
his-
him on the left.
He hooked his pinky into his pocket and pulled his pocket.
Are you serious?
And it's tugging his
Yeah,
teeth. It's tugging his
pinky
trousers
is
up.
hooked into his pocket.
And then check him on the...
Oh my gosh.
And those, what are they reaching up? You don't know they're reaching up, grabbing wires. They're just reaching up to touch the side of the thing because they're floating up.
Okay. So your conclusion is that
That's real.
he actually hooked his pinky. And
Yeah, he sticks his hand out. He kind of reaches for him, and then he
wide open.
he hooks his pinky into his pants,
Your
and you see his pants tug.
Exposed.
Okay. You want me to show you another one?
But this means the space station's fake too. And that's why this starts to snowball, and you have to deny satellites, you have to deny space stations.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sure.
If we don't have people in space stations, then why would we have to fake that footage?
Well, if they're not always,
Or if we have people in space stations, why would we need to fake that footage?
I'm trying to find you a good one here. One that's not a bunch of them put together. Where is this? Have you seen the one of the guy disappearing?
The guy disappearing?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see this guy disappearing. It could be, I'm going to tell you right now, it could be, there could have been a missing frame from the camera or a glitch or something. The signal dropped for a second. 1 second he's there. The next second he's behind a wall, and there's like a cut, like where the scene skips The signal dropped or something for a second. And so he's in the next spot.
It's hard to find these videos on YouTube anymore.
If NASA's faking videos, why would they leave a guy disappearing in the video?
Oh, that's a mistake, right? People make mistakes.
In this elaborate hoax that they've been holding up for 60 years, they're going to make a mistake like a guy just disappears in the video.
When you say holding up for 60 years, like this is the problem. Like you're acting like there has to be a bunch of other stuff done. There has to be a small
tons of stuff.
Small group of people behind it. They have everybody else compartmentalized, and after the missions are done, what else do they have to do to hold it up? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? They have to do so much lying constantly.
They have people like you doing it for them. What are you talking about?
It doesn't make sense that they would leave a mistake like that in a video. Where's the Lunar Grand Prix?
You're right. It doesn't. That's probably why, it's called a mistake. Right?
Let me see.
I guess this video is not on YouTube anymore. Let me go to Rumble. Hold up.
I'm sure it's probably on TikTok somewhere. Sure, they have astronaut disappears. This thing is too small. I'm gonna return this jacket after this debate.
You just went and got that?
I ordered it off Amazon. They said they run large, so I just got a large, and it's tiny. I should have got an extra large. But anyway, while you look for the guy, hold on. I want to make sure this is the right thing. I need to see the dust. Okay, yeah, it's right here at 146.
Damn, I didn't even get into yet the astronaut that apparently was drowning in the ISS. Remember that?
Astronaut was drowning in the ISS.
Yeah, he had to make an emergency return to Earth because something happened that he drowned. I don't know how that works.
I don't know. There was a Russian who was on a space station for 93 days. He got stuck. I think it was 93 days. No, it was.
Yeah,
it was almost a year.
Suit apparently.
You're talking about when the thing crashed. That was Gus Grisham.
No.
Yeah, Gus Grisham, when his he came back down to Earth in one of those command pods, and the hatch blew off before it was supposed to, before the inflatable things opened up, and water started coming into his thing, and he climbed out, and he was swimming, and the helicopters were flying above, and his suit was filling with water, so he was starting to drown.
No, this was a report about an astronaut that had to be. I'll get it after. I'm pissed that I can't find this video though.
Well, I know that story happened
in my feed all the time.
2 astronauts who were stuck on the International Space Station for 9 months are finally on their way back to Earth.
That was a huge story. You think that? See, it's not just one lie. It's got to be lie and lie.
They were stuck on the fucking space station.
Yes,
Holy
there was a
fuck.
Russian. There was a Russian who was up on the space station for almost a year. It was like 321 days he was up there, because what happened is the war ended and USSR was over. It became Russia, and so since his country didn't even exist anymore, they couldn't bring him down. They didn't have the money to bring him down. He was stuck on a space station for 320 days.
And he lived through that, huh?
Yeah, you can live up there. There's food up there and stuff.
For that long?
You're not supposed to be up there for that long, but he got stuck. And when he came back, he was all emaciated and like skinny and unhealthy, and it was bad. It's not like he was on vacation hanging out. He wanted to come home, but his country didn't exist anymore. So they were like, we don't know how to bring you home. And until we have a replacement, we can't bring you back, or else the whole space station fails. So they left him up there for almost a year. You're only supposed to be up there for like 90 days. He was up there for 320 days. But yeah, he survived. I got one more good one for you.
What is it?
1 second. The Apollo 16 Grand Prix.
Oh.
Okay. This is the Apollo 16 Grand Prix. They have the rover. You see on the front of the rover, that's the Westinghouse camera that drops out of the hatch that records them coming down the ladder. They take it, they mount it on the rover. There's a satellite dish on the rover. That's how they get the signal back. But anyway, the important thing in this video is the dust flying off the back of the wheels. See how the dust flies off?
Yeah.
So you could take this and you could, if you know the proportions of the vehicle and you play it frame by frame, you can see how fast the wheels are spinning. You can do the math to figure out a vehicle of that size with tires of that size moving at that speed, exactly what the dust would do on Earth. And we could calculate what we expect the dust to do on the moon. And so the way the dust travels, when he starts going here, that's not a good one.
You remember, you know that this had to be attached to the thing they were flying up in?
This was stored under the lunar module.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's video of them pulling it out.
Yeah.
But so the dust, the way the dust is kicking up on Earth, the way dust works is it goes and then air resistance causes it. Some of it flies off to the side. Some of it shoots straight out. Some of it plumes up into a cloud. On the moon, in the vacuum of space, we would expect the dust to follow a parabola where it just goes up and comes down, goes up and comes down. And that's exactly what the dust did on the rover. You could say, well, maybe they have a giant vacuum chamber. Okay, well, what about the gravity of Earth? If this was on Earth, we would expect the dust to follow a certain path. And they've laid out predictions of what the dust would do in the vacuum of space on Earth's gravity versus 1/6 of Earth's gravity. And the dust in these pictures does exactly what it should be doing in in the vacuum of space with 1/6 of Earth's gravity. They could never recreate this on Earth. And you can't tell me they had digital compute. This is all digital computers. So what's happening here? See how the dust is moving? You can't do that on Earth. Even if you were in a giant vacuum chamber. And also, if this is a sound
you could literally run the math, simulate the trajectory and recreate it. What do you mean? You definitely could do it.
In 1969?
Yes. In that time when you admitted that they had more technology than we knew about, yes.
So is this computer generated?
Could be. The dust, at least, in it.
You can run this through AI.
I'm just gonna assume. I'm gonna take everything you said about what the dust should be doing, and it's doing it here. I'm just gonna take that all at good faith, and even that could be reproduced.
So
let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick.
Okay, you could run that through an AI program and say, "Is this computer
no,
generated?"
you just use it with some type of film trickery. But let me show you something. It's a show called Big Bang Theory. Okay.
Oh my god!
Check it out. This is that last starting. All right. Oh wait. First, you get to see the launch, right? You get to see the launch, like we do.
I love this part.
You get to see this. Oh, amazing! All right.
This looks so fake.
No. Let me bring you somewhere for a second. Now check this out. This is where I wanted to show you. Check this out.
Yeah, I look out the window and it's all so unbelievable.
Good for you. I just had a seemingly endless dinner with your mom.
Wait, where is it? No, watch.
Okay.
What's this?
Hey, look, this pen is floating.
Oh my my God, he must actually be in space because on Earth this could never happen. You know what? They must have filmed this show in space because those physics could never actually happen on Earth. Oh man.
This is a show made in the 2020s.
It, bro.
2020s. This is not made in the 60s.
That doesn't matter.
You can't
It's showing you that on film they can trick you into thinking that something that's happening isn't happening.
Yeah, I know they could fake. They can make
show
movies.
you physics of another a gravity that isn't Earth's gravity.
Yes, I know. In 2020, we can make videos that look like people are in space. I've seen movies, but I've also seen the real footage from NASA, and it doesn't look like that.
What do you mean it doesn't look like that?
It doesn't look like that. It looks way different than that. That looked fake.
The floating around and shit?
The floating around thing was some pretty good CGI. We didn't have CGI.
No, you're saying that, but we definitely did.
We did not have CGI in the 70s. Might have had like stop motion animation. Computers were the size of my freaking apartment.
CGI animation has been featured in live action films since the 1950s.
How were they doing CGI, computer generated images? What is it? Give me an example of a 1950s CGI. What does 1950s CGI
the first
look like?
full CGI animation was arguably a 1972 computer generated hand.
So it wasn't the 50s.
No. We had them since the first full CGI animation means there's nothing else included in the animation. It means that CGI wasn't added to an already made film. Basically AI. So they basically had AI.
That's not AI. That's not basically AI.
It's basically the same thing.
That's nothing like AI.
The recreation of images, yeah, it's the same thing, basically.
Here. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. This is 1970 CGI. Oh, yeah, that looks great.
What?
It's literally just an image. It's an image and it kind of turns.
So they had CGI.
Like this is groundbreaking 1970s technology. But you think
wait a minute. This was the public available one? Which means it was probably more advanced than what was publicly available?
This is also 1974, which is 2 years after the Apollo mission was over.
Oh, yeah. Right after the Apollo mission's over. Guess what, guys? We have CGI. Oh, what a coincidence. That speaks more to my argument than it does yours.
You think they use this technology to make that video of the lunar rover and making the dust flowing exactly how it should? Easy. No, not easy.
Publicly available.
Look at this. We had particle physics in CGI.
Oh, that's better than PlayStation 1 graphics, bro.
No, it is not. In 1969, we had particle physics, CGI of not because everything would. Well, I guess you're saying just the dust is fake. The dust is CGI, but
yeah, they would. If they had to make sure they match the physics, they play the video in slow motion and CGI in the dirt to make sure it does what it would do on the moon mathematically and easy.
No, I don't
Isn't
believe
it
that.
funny? Don't you think it's funny they were able to mathematically put together moon's gravity before they ever went there? They were mathematically able to predict what it would be like on the moon and what they would need to leave the gravity of the moon, land in it, orbit around it. They predicted all of that without even being there?
Not totally. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that they had no idea what it was going to feel like under their foot. They had no idea.
But they somehow knew what we needed to be able to orbit a place they've never been. They were able to know the gravity.
They had orbited it.
They've never been.
They sent there were missions before Apollo 11 that orbited the moon. We did almost everything you need to do before we landed on the moon. We We learned how to orbit the Earth. It was step by step.
CGI. We learned the master of the American Hollywood projection propaganda machine. Yeah, we did a lot of those things before the moon landing. You're right.
They had dust particles, every dust particle going exactly how it should. The parabola, the way it flowed.
Dust particle like that video's clear or something, dude. That's not a fucking clear video.
It's a pretty clear video.
No, it's not.
That dust looked good. That dust looked good. That didn't look like 1969 computer generated dust.
Dude, and like, let's not even like bring up the landing capsule. Do you see like what is that made out of, bro?
Bring it up.
What is that made out of?
And you could bring up all three of them.
Let's just bring up the one everyone loves.
Yep, and I'll explain to you why there's different colors flying off the bottom. All of it. What's chat talking about? Damn, we've been going for almost 3 hours.
That's hilarious.
Yep, and that's the one.
What is that made out of, dude?
It's made out of
that's the thing they launched to the fucking moon and came back.
It's made out of a special type of aluminum. It was 2 times thicker than
tinfoil. Yeah.
It's not tinfoil.
Special kind of aluminum.
It's not tinfoil. It is not tinfoil. It's a special aluminum alloy.
Wrappers over here.
It's an aluminum alloy. It's 2 times thicker than a soda can with structurally reinforced in a lot of areas. That gold foiling, what that is for, that is kind of almost just like aluminum foil, that gold stuff. But that's not like, that's just wrapped around the outside. That's there for 2 reasons. Well, one reason, it's for heat. It's to control the heat. It reflects the light from the sun back. And the reason it's crinkled up is because if you lay a piece of tinfoil flat on a book, heat conducts through contact. So if it was laid flat, nothing would happen. So they crinkle it on purpose. If you crinkle up a piece of foil and lay it on the book, now there's a vapor barrier. There's an air barrier. So that gold stuff is just foiling.
All falling off the moon. That's weird. On the gravity of the moon, this really light ass foil just fell to the ground. That's kind of odd.
That's because when they landed, there's a rocket right there.
Oh yeah, the rocket that left nothing underneath it. That one? You mean that? The rocket that there's literally
the no crater argument.
Literally see nothing underneath it.
I got to go into some serious rocket science here, but the way that nozzle is built, the plume, instead of being a straight down thrust, it plumes outward.
Yeah.
It was actually less than 1 pound of square inch per pressure coming from that motor when it landed. If you have a picture of the lunar module before it lands, there's 5-foot long poles sticking out the bottom of each of these feet. As soon as those poles touch something, the contact light goes on. That's why Neil says contact. He hits the contact light. It shuts the motor down. So the rocket is not running when they land on the moon. And in the video of when he's looking down as they land, you see the dust flying out. So it did shoot dust out.
Okay.
But there's no crater because it's not the thrust from that rocket.
I'll just take your answer. And
you can see
if they had something to shut the rocket down before we got close enough to the ground. Sure.
Yeah, you can see how the dust has been blasted out.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. And in the video, you see the dust flying out. Okay. But it's not like what you think of a giant rocket when it lands. It comes down slowly. They're only using 30% power to the rocket.
The stars.
Oh my God, the stars argument. Okay. Do you see stars when you go out at daytime?
What?
When you go out during the day, do you see stars?
No.
Okay, well, they're in lunar daylight right now.
They're in lunar daylight. Oh, got you. So
it's daytime.
Yeah. So like they don't see them because the sun's the light is polluting their ability to see.
It's daytime. You don't see stars at daytime. Also,
Gotcha.
Also, it has to do with the shutter speed, the ISO, and the aperture on the camera. The same way your eyes work. If it's light outside, your pupil gets smaller. If it's dark outside, your pupil gets bigger. If they change the settings on the camera so that you could see the stars, then everything else in that picture would be a giant white blur, which would blow out the rest of the picture. But that's the complicated answer.
Okay.
The simple answer is you don't see stars in the daytime.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I could.
On the dark side of the moon, they did see stars. He said some of them said it was the most amazing looking stars they've ever seen.
We definitely have a really big mixture of astronauts saying that you can see lots of stars, you can't see any stars. I could play that for you if you.
Some of them said I can't remember seeing any stars because they were too busy
so
looking at the moon.
So that I mean, regardless if you believe it or not, right?
We have pictures.
Don't you understand the skepticism that comes from like all these astronauts giving us a different story on something that is probably, a main thing that everybody's going to ask you about when you're out there?
It would depend.
Everyone knows when you're in the city at nighttime, you see the stars, they're pretty good, but you go out to the country at nighttime and
they're brighter.
It's lit up, right?
Yeah, not in the daytime.
Yeah, sure. I get that. No, I'm with you. Fine. This picture, it's daytime, whatever. I'm talking about the astronauts' accounts of while they're out in space or when they look out into space from the rocket itself. They've all had many, many different accounts. So I'm asking you, do you not see why skepticism is involved when the people who apparently are our source of information have different stories?
Yeah, I see.
What was that you were showing?
Nothing. I was just changing my background.
Oh,
I'm on the moon, but it doesn't have me in the right spot. Look at that lunar module.
Yeah, he's right there.
Thing's beautiful. It was made to be practical. It wasn't made to be fancy. It was made to do the job it was meant to do, get it done and get home. It wasn't. Now, what we're working on right now, they're trying to land a rocket the size of a skyscraper on the moon. So that's why Elon has those rockets that you've seen, the ones where they catch them, but they have Falcons now that land on their own. There's no catching. They just land right on the landing pad. And they're going to have one of those go up to the moon and land on the moon. But I think Blue Origin is going to beat SpaceX. They're already supposed to do it by 2029. But it may get delayed because there's no rush now. There's a rush because they want to go to Mars, and there's a window of time that they have to take off from the moon to get to Mars. And that's what I watched Jim Bob's debate. He showed a video of Wernher von Braun standing next to a rocket, and it was a model of a rocket. And he said Wernher von Braun said something like, the rocket's going to have to be the size of the Empire State Building, and we're going to need to refuel 8 times. And people are like, well, how come we didn't have to do that? Because that's not the plan we went with. That video is from 1950. That was ideas. That was like concepts. And now what the Falcon is doing is actually what Wernher von Braun originally wanted to do, which is a really, really big rocket that's going to have to refuel 8 times, landing that giant ass rocket on the moon. The lunar module was just the most practical, functional thing that they could make. There's no bells and whistles on it.
So let me get this straight. We know how to do this. We've God. We know it's a reliable capability. And now we want to put something the size of a skyscraper there. And what is the issue that they're running into?
Just we're figuring it out. We're pretty close.
I thought we already know how to do this.
We know how to land.
That's my problem every time. It's like, oh, well, they're working on doing it now. Look at the Artemis. Why did they just go past it? Why did they go? Why didn't they land on it? What was the point?
We know how to do that.
What was the point of that, though?
Of what?
The Artemis mission.
We're testing out those are the rockets that they're going to use, the SLS. They're going to use those to get to the moon. So they're doing the same thing we did
landed
with Apollo.
on the moon without testing it first. Now, before we land on the moon, we're going to test if we can land on the moon.
It's a totally different mission. It's totally different technology. It's totally different
oh, really?
process that we're going to do. Yeah, we're not doing
it's
what
totally
we did then.
Different. It's totally different. What
we did then, we did
how
a 3-stage.
We already know all it. Dude, you just said
I just
we
explained
can
how it's totally
mathematically
different.
do it. We can mathematically do it. What
Yeah,
the fuck are you talking about? It's not a different mission. It's the same thing. They're going to the fucking moon.
No, you're mixing up two. We could do what we did then, but that's not the optimal way to do it. It's better if we can get a rocket, take a rocket into space, land that rocket on the moon, take that rocket back to Earth and land that rocket on Earth, and then do it again next week. Reusable, safer, more advanced technology.
Again next week.
Yeah, we're gonna do it over and over again.
The fucking Jetsons all of a sudden.
Yeah, we're gonna have
What are you
station.
talking about, dude?
They're gonna have a moon base.
So wait a minute. They can't just go bring stuff there now.
We can.
So why are they not doing that? Why haven't they been doing that this whole time? Why is this whole thing like, oh, we're gonna do this and we want to do that? Why do they want what you said?
Because we're
there
not
was no
there yet.
reason for it because people didn't care. Who the fuck cares about it now?
We want to go to Mars. Now we got to get to Mars. So
We want to go to Mars. Who
Yeah,
the fuck wants to go to Mars? Nobody's going to Mars.
a bunch of
Dog, that's not real.
A bunch of rich people.
Yeah. A bunch of rich people went to see the Titanic and what happened to
Think
them. Think about this for a minute. That's what's gonna happen, right? There's a bunch of people think, oh yay, we can moon travel now. People are just gonna keep getting launched out and exploded in the air.
What about all the young boys who want to be astronauts when they grow up?
Yeah, because they were tricked into thinking we actually went to the fucking moon. Woman, I need more coffee.
When are we gonna get to the panel? Because I know there's going to be a bunch of other guys throwing everything at me. We haven't even gone through all the. I was going to actually give the deniers arguments if you didn't give them, like the flag, the prop rock. I'm glad you didn't bring up that stupid prop rock. You know about that one?
Yeah. That's why I said you're not gonna. I didn't think you'd be expecting
you came with
my arguments because
you came with some more original stuff.
I tried.
Oh, the petrified wood. Well, you did mention the moon rocks.
Yeah, because I think that's a. I mean, again,
But you don't believe that petrified wood story, right?
Yeah, I think that's just stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. The plaque. He said. Bart Sibrel said that the astronauts personally handed this guy from the Netherlands a moon rock. That's not what happened. Somehow they acquired. There is in the Netherlands, there is real moon rocks, but then in a museum, they got a piece of petrified wood and they thought it was from NASA, but the plaque is not. It's not the same writing style that NASA uses. It was from England. So yeah, that petrified rock. Everybody knows that's not a moon rock.
Yeah, exactly. No,
the museum was either trying to trick people or the museum got tricked.
I actually get mad about those kinds of dudes, like the Bart Sibrel again. He's another person that I do think there is actual problems here that we need to fucking question. And then you have assholes like him that reframe people's wording in videos or literally
change
doctor
pictures.
the fucking like he's a goofy. All right. That's why that's why I even said in my opening, I don't want anybody to I don't want you guys to buy conspiracies. I'm saying that because of this claim is such a fucking significant claim. I think it requires evidence that we haven't got. And I think if someone wants to say,
but there's no amount of evidence that you would accept.
That's not true. If one other fucking country landed on the moon, I'd believe it.
Didn't India land on the moon a year ago?
No, they put men on the moon. No, the fuck they didn't. Who said they put men on? I don't even think that's a claim.
Maybe they just went around the moon.
I don't think that's a claim. No, there's no claim of anyone else ever putting men on the moon.
India successfully landed.
Literally ahead of us. They were ahead of us in rocket technology, and we beat them when we were fucking up majorly. I don't like. How does that work?
Okay, so it wasn't manned, but India successfully landed the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft near the moon's uncharted South Pole on August 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, sure, unmanned, right? And I that's why I conceded earlier. Maybe that if they mathematically were able to build a machine to leave Earth's gravity and fire it and did all the math and it was orbit the moon and crash into the moon, and we were able to have a laser reflector crash up there or something, maybe, right? Like this would be more believable to me. But everything that's involved with landing men on the moon, docking them again in orbit, and returning to Earth, and coming back in without dying, all of this shit in a massive radiation.
Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Something that's like, we're told that right now in space, there's just shit fucking everywhere, right? It's just
no.
What do you mean? No,
there's space junk.
Told.
There's like 15,000 satellites. There's 10 working satellites. There's the ISS. There's space.
That's just around us. I'm not talking about just around Earth. I'm talking
we can track all that
out
stuff
there.
We can track all that stuff pretty easily. Like we know where it is. Same way it's like sonar or Doppler or something. It's the same way we know where stuff is in the ocean at the bottom of the ocean.
We can predict its path. No.
Yeah, but if we know where it is, if we know where it is now and we know where it is then, yeah, we can predict where it's going to be.
Okay. Just to step back here for a minute. So, because I brought this up and we kind of went past a little bit. No other nation has landed men on the moon once, not at all. So this right here shows that it was this reliable capability of going to the moon was never able to be reproduced.
Yet.
Oh, the power of yet?
Well, no.
Oh, are we doing that?
Actually, that's not even
yet.
True. Yeah, well, actually,
I'm
that's
not a millionaire yet.
It was recreated 5 more times. We did it 6 times.
No, I said recreated by someone else.
Everybody else sucks. They're not America. They're not NASA.
Out of here, guy. Everyone else sucks, bro.
Canada didn't get a space program until 1990.
And
Canada is like probably the next best thing to America, or one of the next best countries to America.
Germany, Russia, way better in technology. What are you talking about? Just those two alone.
Okay, but we already got the space race. We sent them the rocks, and they're like, okay, yeah, there's no point in trying to do this. What? There's no. It's
greatest achievement ever, boys. You know what? You guys could be the only country that did it. Fuck it. Hey,
they're not good
me
enough.
As Putin. All right, I want to be known as the greatest man in the world, but that's okay. You guys in America could be the best. What are you talking about, dude? That's not real.
That's American excellence.
If Russia could conclusively prove that shit never happened, they would do it, okay? That's the only reason they haven't conclusively proved that it hasn't happened, because they don't want to look stupid after.
If
America's really good at propaganda,
if they had any doubt that
look at all the little boys and girls fucking chopping their shit off now to become the other.
If they had any doubt that we went, then they would have continued trying to go. The only reason they stopped trying to go is because we made it first. And then they're like, okay, well, they're going to send us the moon rocks. They're going to give us access to all the data. And the whole world gets to study those experiments we left on the moon. The whole world gets to study.
Like, oh, we're running a race right now. Oh, fuck, he finished. Might as well not even keep going. What are you talking? That's not
NASA's probably one of the most transparent government bodies. Like NASA, they give us everything. It's all available.
Everything?
Yep.
Except the raw data that's getting interpreted and given to us.
From that one mission, they did give us the data. That's why we have copies.
No. When we're like, okay, go to NASA right now and look at all the images of the Earth. Right? That's composites, right? So there has to be a raw data you're taking and
your
putting
picture
it
is
all
a composite right now. You're CGI right now. So I think you're not real. I'm not
Cool.
real. We're all AI.
So anyways, they have to be getting this raw data, putting it
Composite
all
is-
into one image for us, and then presenting it to us.
It's like if I take a panoramic
and
picture.
then presented it to us.
It's like
It
if I
wasn't
take
like
a panoramic picture.
I said, yo, check this out. Click, and then gave you the phone and said, here, look. Here's everything. You want to check the data of the phone where the original picture was taken. Everything. Here you go, sir. That's not what happened.
Composite images.
They took the picture, sent it to their computer, sent it to the neighbor's computer, sent it back, and then gave you the fucking photo and said, "Here, guys, that's the original photo."
Composite pictures doesn't prove anything. There's composite pictures of Times Square because you can't take a picture of all of Times Square in one shot. So
Not saying it proves anything. I'm saying I'm not saying the composite itself is an issue. I'm saying that we don't get the raw data where those composites come from.
You can get all of the little pictures that that they put together to make the big picture, but people don't want to see one spot on the Earth and then another spot on the Earth. So they take all those pictures of all those spots and they make it one picture and they compress it down so you can see it all at the same time. Just photography, we do that all the time.
I understand how it's done. We don't get the original, is what I'm saying.
I bet you that you probably could get all of the originals. NASA has so much stuff on their website. Just check it out sometime.
I do actually all the time.
They got everything there.
When you say they're the most transparent government body,
I'm not saying that they're totally. I'm sure there's things they don't tell us, but I'm saying they give us more information on the things that they're doing than like the military. The military is not telling us the schematics
like
on
the
all our
FBI
jets.
when they report on themselves and say, "Yeah, like we're being transparent here, guys. We're gonna do an internal investigation on ourselves, and we'll give you the results of that." That's what NASA's doing, right? This transparency. They're like, "Yeah, here, guys. You know, we're gonna show you the reportings on our own activity." That's not transparency when we can't go independently verify their own activities. There's a separation here that maybe I'm not wording it correctly, but the source of all of this comes from one place, and we have to accept that without having an independent verification of the raw data that they are apparently collecting.
We do that all the time, though. We do that with religion. We do that when there's a war going on. It's all coming from one source. Like, what do they need to do? They need to take an NBC reporter. They should have had like a reporter go to the moon with him. Like, how could they? If other agencies and I told you that they were working with Russia, so other countries and other governments. They were working with thousands of independent contractors and independent people, hundreds of thousands of people. Like, what could they have done to make it, to verify it? Like, what are they going to send a reporter up with them? Then you just say, I don't trust that reporter either.
No. Well, sending a reporter up with them, that'd just be the same.
Yeah, there's 3 guys on the ship.
Yeah.
These guys had to be trained for years. These guys had to be top physical specimen, perfect health and everything. They're just going to put a random guy from, I don't know, from a news agency. What are they going to put Conan O'Brien on the ship with them?
No,
I don't know how they could give enough proof.
I don't think you know the power of compartmentalization, though, when you keep bringing up the thousands of people. Right,
I know that they were compartmentalized. And I know
right, you have the
not everybody knew what
the technicians in one area, the engineers, all the people who I forget what that's called when they process the data. Fuck, I forget what it's called, but like there's all these different people and different departments. You wouldn't have to like they don't all have to know the big picture.
Yeah, that's true. But they do have to. They still have to work with NASA, and they have to say, okay, what are we doing here? What are we making? And they're saying you're making this thing, and it needs to fit into this thing that they're making over there. So you're going to work with them. So it's compartmentalized, but there's also a lot of interworking within those.
Yeah, but right, and like those people in Houston, right? They're receiving a certain like data to them to show them everything that's going on, right?
Yeah, real-time telemetry data.
Right. Do you think it's even possible?
Which I guess Stanley Kubrick just made up all that information.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick, that shit's just fucking I don't go with that.
You said the power of Hollywood.
Maybe he helped. Maybe. I mean, there is some things that give kind of little hints that he was trying to give you a subliminal message or something. But
in The Shining,
in The Shining, yeah, the little boy's shirt, the carpet, all of that. Yeah, I know all that shit too. No, but fuck, where was that? What was I saying?
I don't know, some bullshit.
Oh no, that's what I was saying. The Houston, yeah, bullshit. You helped me out. Could it be possible that there was some type of simulation running and they were taking all that data and would not know the difference between a simulation and the actual thing going on?
Yeah, but again, if we can simulate it and everything works out, the math all works out, then why wouldn't we just do it?
We simulate things that never work the way they were simulated all the time. We do it all the fucking time.
I think this is a conspiracy. I know you might have heard when I was talking about it on the stream the other day, but for anybody in the audience, okay, JFK gets assassinated. Truth tellers start coming out and they say, this story doesn't add up. There's problems with this. So what the CIA does is they make up the term conspiracy theorist. They're doing this to defame truth tellers about the JFK assassination. Problem is,
that's true.
Yeah, the problem is there's no bad connotation to the word conspiracy theorist yet. So when people hear conspiracy theorist, they don't think, oh, that means you're a crazy nut job. So what they had to do, they had to put out a fake conspiracy theory, get people to believe in it, and then they could say, see, that's a conspiracy theorist. And the people who question JFK, those are conspiracy theorists. So it's a fake conspiracy theory that the CIA puts out, like in the Bill Casing puts out this fake conspiracy theory. So then all the people who believe in it, they can say, oh, that guy's a conspiracy theorist. Don't believe anything he says about JFK's assassination. That's how they discredited people. Flat Earth, dinosaurs aren't real, moon landing denial. These are fake conspiracy theories that they put out so that when people believe in it, nobody's going to listen to anything else you say because you believe in this crazy stuff. And then when there's a real conspiracy theorist theory and you question it, they discredit you by saying, yeah, but you believe that dinosaurs are fake. So you'll believe anything. So don't listen to anything that guy says. And I think that's what they did with the moon landing.
Okay. All right. Do you remember? So, I mean, since we're kind of talking about the conspiracies behind some of this, you know, like we're looking at like rocket science. I'm sure you've looked into like the foundation of the field, some of the early pioneers
of rocket science.
Mm.
You talking about the Nazis?
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up an occultist. You know,
yeah. The Alan, what Jack is it? Alan
Parsons?
Jack Parsons, and some of the weird things they would do.
Yeah, Jack Parsons. He was you know.
Yeah, this is one of Jim Bob's main arguments, is that the people who did it were into some weird degenerate stuff.
Yeah, and we're asked to treat everything that came out of that as some like unquestionable sacred history, right?
Because science doesn't discriminate. Science and math don't discriminate based on who's doing it. Yeah, I'm sure some degenerates were involved, but the science and the math still works, and the physics, it all still adds up. So
wait, okay, we already went over that though, right?
Yeah,
just because we can mathematically show it doesn't mean it actually happened.
Yeah, this is a fallacy. I forget what it's called, but it might be. It's not association fallacy, but or genetic fallacy or something like that. Just because the person who did a thing is a bad guy doesn't mean the thing didn't happen or isn't real or can't be done.
No, that's true. But what I'm showing you, what I'm pointing out is like when we look at like Jet Propulsion Laboratory, right? That groundwork comes from a group at Caltech that was literally called the Suicide Squad because the way they tested rockets was dangerous as fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So
it was. All of this was dangerous.
Yeah, but like he was in the order of I forget what it's like, the Templi something.
Knights Templar?
No.
Some weird
fraternity. It's like Orientis Templi or some shit like this. And that was associated with Aleister Crowley. And I'm sure you've heard of all the different fucking shit they were into, right?
Yeah.
All the ritual practices that they were on to, like the Babylon working and shit, right?
I think the Illuminati's demonic. That doesn't mean that they haven't done amazing feats. Like, these people have power. They have power, they have money, so they can just blow their money on, like, if Elon went to Epstein Island and did some weird stuff, that doesn't mean that Elon's not really building rockets.
No, that's cool. No, I agree that. But like the foundation of the field matters when we decide how much is like how much
credible,
unquestioned trust we should be giving to their big claims like that. Right?
Yeah, you could.
But like, yeah, he was a legitimate engineer, Parsons, right? But he was also into like really fucked up shit, sacrificial type shit, right? And like, but and like the unquestionable sacredness, right? The beyond skepticism that the moon landing is treated like, it points to the the same ideas and how am I going to say this? The same like attitude these people would have had about their beliefs. It's unquestionable. It's sacred, right?
Yeah, but I'm not questioning the ethics of the people who built the rockets. I'm questioning if the rocket works, and it does work. An evil, mad scientist is still a scientist. And
right. But if that foundation that's built isn't perfect, why would we assume that the story that gets built on top of this foundation has all these perfect fucking...
I mean, do you question if you need like a surgery? Like,
yes.
You're going to question, and you're going to worry that it's going to be safe.
I actually changed my family doctor because I walked into my doctor, told him that I wasn't feeling, I felt a little bit depressed, and I just ain't as motivational as I used to be. And he
wanted to give you some drugs.
Yeah. I told him go fuck himself because I was lying about what I just said.
Right, but if you need like a heart transplant, you're going to find the best surgeon to do it. You're not going to say,
right.
Well,
and I'm going to look into it.
History of medicine, do you know that some of those guys were just cutting up people while they were alive?
And I'm not just going to go look to some respected fucking institution that says this is a good doctor. I'm going to look for independent verification that verifies that this doctor is a good doctor.
But I'm not talking
And
about
what you want me to do is
I'm
go
not
to the
talking about the
doctor
doctor.
that only one person is verifying.
No, I'm not talking about the doctor. The doctor in this scenario is NASA. I'm talking about the origins of rocketry. You're saying they go back to some evil guy who was doing weird seances and stuff. If I say the origins of medicine is that they were cutting up people and doing human sacrifices, and they were cutting up these bodies and stuff, but they still figured out how to do a heart transplant eventually from those roots. You're not going to say, oh, I'm not getting the heart transplant because 100 years ago they were cutting up living people.
No, but I would still question if there was no like independent verification again or repeatable reproducible testing, then of course I wouldn't trust anybody to do a heart transplant. The reason we know that heart transplants work is because it's been reproduced by many different countries as well, right? The reason I pointed out the foundation is because the rocket science and the people behind that is because just like with those people, everything that the moon landing is built on is heavily, not everything, but heavily on trust. You have to trust them. And it's coming from people that are not fucking trustworthy.
I would disagree. I would say Buzz Aldrin was a Christian. They on Apollo 8, they read from Genesis while they were orbiting the moon, and they got sued by an atheist woman named Madeline Murray O'Hare. She was an atheist activist. She sued NASA because they read a Bible verse on national television while they were orbiting the moon. Then Buzz Aldrin lands on the moon. He was a Presbyterian. So it's not like a real Eucharist or whatever, but it was communion. He took communion on Apollo 11 before he stepped out of the thing, and he wanted to broadcast it. He wanted to record it. They told him, no, we have an open case right now with an atheist because we read a Bible verse, so we don't want you to show that on TV. Plus, the whole world's going to be watching this. China, they're not Christian. So Christian men and Christian scientists who are reading Bible verses and taking communion on the communion. He's taking communion on the moon, and they're getting sued by atheists because they're reading Bible verses. How about that? So those men, those are Christian men.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Buzz Aldrin is a Christian.
I think the majority of them were Christians.
Maybe.
And I have a Bible verse.
Majority of the astronauts, you're saying?
Yeah, I think the majority of throughout science, the majority of scientists have been Christian.
But the foundation isn't built on them.
It's just the majority of people are Christians,
right? Like the foundation isn't built on Buzz Aldrin saying he went to the moon. If that was all we had, nobody would fucking believe that.
But I'm not trusting the guys 100 years before NASA who helped develop. That's why I go to the medical thing. I'm trusting my doctor. I'm not trusting the guy 100 years ago who was a degenerate who helped discover these things in the field. I'm trusting the guy who's doing it. So I'm trusting NASA and I'm trusting the astronauts. I'm not trusting the guy 50 years before who was doing some weird witch doctor stuff while he was figuring out how rockets work. Amos 9:2, though they dig into hell, thence shall my hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence I will bring them down. So even God is acknowledging that we have the capability to get to the moon. He's just saying that if you go there, you're not going to be able to hide from me. I'm still going to see you, even if you climb into the heavens.
Yeah, the climbing into the heavens idea is a lot of what.
I don't even know if this stuff is moral. Yeah, I don't even know if this stuff is moral, if we should be doing it. I always call NASA the modern day Tower of Babel. We're trying to reach the heavens. We're trying to make ourselves like God and habitate a new planet and stuff. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing that we should be doing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I don't think we did it.
If the devil was behind NASA, what would be something he would probably use? Deception or
No, the devil will slip lies into the truth. So the devil would
you
help
truly
us
can
get
launch
to the
these
moon.
rockets, but we also can go to the moon with them, huh?
Yeah, he'd get us
But
to the moon.
no other country ever has been able to do that.
He would get us to the moon, but it would be for like a nefarious purpose so that we could set up some sort of nuke base on the moon where we could attack our enemies or something, and we end up wiping out the whole Earth.
I don't know.
I could see something like that, the case, but still, that means we can go there. And that means we went there. It just means that there was some.
Everyone thinks NASA's this great thing. We're funding them billions of dollars every year because they're going out in space and learning all this great shit. Right? But remember, the greatest trick the devil pulled is convincing the world he doesn't exist.
We're also defending. I think there's a space war coming. And we're setting up defenses. There's satellites with weapons on them. There's Star Wars are coming. It's coming.
Crazy.
It's coming. They're going to be fighting in space. Battle wars, and that we did it in Venezuela. You know how we blacked out Venezuela with satellites. We have satellites. We can shut down your whole grid. And then we can use directed energy weapons that make you confused. Your skin starts burning and tingling. There's a Star War coming. There's lasers on satellites. And eventually there's going to be a moon base. And eventually we're going to try to go to Mars. I don't know if it'll work. It'll be dangerous. You know, those people, if they go to Mars, they're not coming back. And they have to know that.
Yeah, they're not going to Mars either.
Well, you won't believe it. If Elon lands on the moon in 2009, are you going to deny that?
If he lands people on the moon?
Yeah, if he lands a big rocket on the moon and there's scientists there, lots of people.
And we're going to have all the feed and everything? Would I believe it?
Yeah, will you believe it then?
First time we were on the moon, it'd be great.
Okay.
I'd love it.
But you will believe it.
I'd like confirmation, right? Like, so, here, we can use this as an example. What was it? The Roadster, the Tesla Roadster that got launched out.
Yeah.
Right? So there's people tracking it. There's an independent company that tracks that.
And a lot of people think it's fake.
They're allowed to independently verify that thing's floating around.
We're allowed to independently verify everything that NASA has, but they're the ones who did it. Like if I build something in my apartment when nobody's watching, and then I take it out and hand it to you and I say, you can look at it. Here's all my information. Here's my research. You can look at everything. You can touch it. You can feel it. You can look at it. But you'd be like, yeah, but I don't really believe you built this because you didn't have another person standing over your shoulder watching you build it.
I think you'd be able to give other types of evidences for that. Which, actually, speaking of building it, where's all the footage of them building the shit to go to the moon on?
Footage of them building it and working on it?
Yeah, or pictures maybe, or any of that? You seen that before? I haven't.
There's a documentary about Gus Grisham where they're showing when they're putting in the new hatch that malfunctioned, and then when they're taking that off and replacing it. There's all kinds of footage of them working on it.
I haven't seen it. That one we just had up earlier. This here, I still actually have it back here. This, you seen them building this?
Well, I'm sure that while they were building it, it was also top secret. But once they built it,
I didn't ask that. I asked after. Did you ever see any footage
of them building
this stupid fucking thing that we look here and we're like, yeah, that sounds like it looks like it went to space? That
I forgot about. I've heard this argument too, and I didn't look into it.
Yeah, there's not. Why don't we have footage of them building that shit?
Footage of NASA working on building Apollo stuff. I don't know how I would search for this. I don't know. I'm sure there's footage of it somewhere.
I see people in the chat saying there's footage, so I guess I'm gonna have to look for it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, in that documentary, that I saw them working on the command module. So I'm sure there's footage of them building stuff and working on stuff, but they didn't want all their stuff to get to Russia at the time. So it wouldn't have came out before, but maybe after. Lunar module being built. Inside an Apollo replica. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe they weren't walking around with I mean, I'm sure they were building these things in highly secured environments, and they probably just weren't letting people walk around with cameras recording them working on it. But you could probably find some. It's probably rare, though.
I also wanted to play this for you. Because you brought this up, so I thought I should play this for you.
Are you bringing something up right now?
Oh, if you want to put something up first, you can. You can.
All right, one sec.
And then I'm going to show you something that I really need you to fucking explain to me, because you brought it up. So, all right. Oh, is this them working on it? Let's go. Let's see this.
It's them working on the lunar module. Working on testing out the satellite dish.
Wow, I like how it's like cut scenes like a movie too. That's great. This is amazing.
Well, I mean, somebody edited
this
this footage
factory
up
with some wires and a little disc. Oh, that shows me lots.
Okay, well, you asked for footage of them working on it. They're building it.
Can you tell me? Can you go down a little bit too? I want to see when this was posted.
5 years ago.
5 years. Oh, 5 years.
But you
only?
can tell. You can
Oh,
tell
YouTube's been up for how long? Okay.
You can tell this wasn't made 5 years ago.
Yeah, sure. I can make you an AI video that looks exactly like this, dude. You can tell AI to make it grainy, make it look like it was filmed in the 50s. You can literally tell AI to do all this. Wow, that's really something. That doesn't look anything like what we just looked at, but that's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, this is great stuff.
I don't know. This is just the first thing I found, but
yeah, bro, this is a joke.
They're working on it.
To you. I've looked for it. You can't find actual footage.
I just found this,
dude. This is all cut scenes and shit. How do you believe this? How do you look at this and like, yep, that's footage of them building shit.
They edited it together for the YouTube video.
Where's the raw shit? That's what I'm trying to tell you. We never get the raw anything from these assholes. It's all this. It's movie production shit.
And I think a lot of this is like concept stuff. It wasn't the final product.
Yeah. See? It's always like this. Always. Let me show you something that you brought up. You're going to like this, my guy. I hope you watched this before you brought it up, too. I was waiting for this one. You ready?
I know. This is the India video.
Yeah, India landing on the moon, boys.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Modi ji,
let's watch
who
it.
Is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
Bro,
that's the visuals. That's a computer thing.
Yeah, this is our proof we have.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
I don't even know.
Are applauding. Let us all wait to hear.
This is 2023. That looks like it was filmed in the 1980s.
Sri S. Somnath.
You don't even believe what this he watched, bro.
Safely or softly, Chandrama ke.
He don't even believe what he just watched. He's like, oh, this is fucking lame. What are we doing here?
Well, India, you know,
That's the proof we got that India landed on the moon. So when you said earlier, when I asked you, has anybody else landed on the moon? You said India. That's the proof we got.
That was a computer. That's the same thing NASA did when the lunar module landed. They put up a computer graphic to show it because there's no camera there looking at it landing.
Yeah. Bollywood ain't good enough to do the fucking actual fucking landing videos. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Bollywood couldn't fake a. They don't have CGI in Bollywood.
Yeah, that's why none of these other countries have actually landed men on the moon. It's because they didn't master Hollywood production the way America has. America mastered that shit.
People died.
Yeah, I know. People died. Yes, I get it. When they were filming The Passion of the Christ, the dude that played Jesus got shocked twice by lightning. He's lucky he didn't die. People die on movie sets all the time, bro.
Oh my God. Oh man. I don't know.
Ah, shit. You want to do closings and open the panel up or what?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Shit. You want to go first with the closings? You want me to start it?
I can close.
All right.
I don't know how long this is, but okay. A lot of my predictions were accurate. A lot of this was just you can't trust government. We can't trust NASA. They lied to us. A lot of incredulity from both of us because I don't think Easy made the greatest arguments. He made some unique arguments that I had never heard before. But when we go through all the other arguments, they're pretty easily refuted. There are a couple gotchas in there that he hit me with that, I might have lost a couple points there. But I think overall, I was able to adequately refute any claims that he made and shut that down. The last thing I want to say is I have a perfect word for the 20% of people who are moon landing deniers. It's lunatic. The etymology of the word lunatic derives from the Latin lunaticus or moonstruck, and it applies perfectly here. In the 13th century, people would often have seizures or bouts of insanity and epilepsy triggered by the changing phases of the moon. So that's why they came up with the word moonsick or moonstruck, which is lunatic. In the 20th and 21st century, with the advent of space travel, we see a new brand of lunatic in the moon landing denier. I understand Easy's frustration that Canada doesn't have any moon landings and didn't get a space program until 1990, but he should be thanking NASA and America for sending the first Canadian around the moon on Artemis II, Jeremy Hansen, who would have never made it if he waited for the CSA. I implore you deniers to drop this dangerously stupid worldview. It leads to things like flat eartherism and other crazy conspiracy nonsense. Change your worldview, or should I say moon view. And that's that. And thank you. This was fun. And I'm sure the panel's going to get a little crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Tonight, we've heard a lot of claims, a lot of confidence from JS. All right. And a lot of it makes sense if you trust NASA. Here's the line I want you all to walk away with. All right. Confidence is not proof. All right. My opponent showed you some data, showed us some images, that cool driving on the moon video, that's cool as fuck. But what matters is how we weigh that evidence, because there's a difference between evidence that supports a claim and evidence that can be independently verifying it. So if you paid attention, you've probably seen the pattern. All right. Here's why it could work. The math, it shows. Here's why it's consistent. The math, it shows. Here's why experts accept it. The math, it shows. But could work is not the same as independently proven to have work, and consistency is not the same as the independent verification that's needed. All right, let's zoom out. Again, like I said, a claim this big, it needs, by the way, the biggest in human history. All right, the biggest achievement in human history. what should we expect is or what we should expect rather, is a clarity that strengthens under scrutiny, not breaks apart and starts having holes all through it. Evidence that would stand outside of its main source. We don't get that. Verification that doesn't rely on trust. A lot of trust is needed for the verifications made. Okay. I've talked about the interpretations of the data. We don't get that. Or we get the interpretations of the data. We don't get the raw data. And listen, that alone, right? That doesn't make it impossible, right? But the evidence not reaching what's needed, to me, shows it's false. And I think a lot of other people would agree. So my entire argument, right? I don't have to prove any like extreme conspiracy theory, right? And I don't even have to deny everything, because there's a lot of stuff that I just, the idea that we couldn't get through the Allen belts and stuff like this. I agree with JS. There's math that would show if you did it at a certain place at the right time and the right way, it would be possible. Probable, though, is where we get into it, and it's unlikely. All right. Here, why don't we just ask ourselves, when we go through all the data, how do we know? And the how do we know is NASA said so. So Houston, the standard isn't the problem. The standard is the fucking point. And thank you, JS. This was dope. I had a lot of fun.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and take this hot jacket off.
All right, yeah. I'll drop the link for anyone who wants to pop up.
All right.
Hey, chat. You guys are fucking amazing. Oh, we'll read these super chats as well, too. We'll read the super chats as well. But here's the link for anyone who wants to come up. Get in the back here. We'll read the super chats first, and then we'll bring everyone up. Let me see. Are these questions or no? Did we get questions? Oh, yeah, we did. Well, we had a couple statements that can be answered. There's not much, though, so we're going to go through those quick when JS gets back, and then we'll bring everyone up, because we told you guys we would do that. We almost went 4 hours doing this shit. That's crazy. Now you guys see why me and JS didn't have a moderator and a specific time and everything, because we didn't know where it was going to go. And I imagine this after panel is going to be nice and fun too. But yeah, make sure you all go show JS some love too. Go make sure you guys go give his stream a like, sub up to him if you're not subbed up yet. That India moon landing video is probably the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. Shit. That's why I was happy when he brought that up. I was like, oh, I'm bringing that back later. Don't worry. I wrote that down. India moon landing. Shit. Maybe he needed to shit, maybe. Jesus. Come on, JS. Let's see what the first thing is. Maybe I can answer it right away. First thing was Frankie Blanco. $10 said, crazy thing is, we lose communication signals on mountain peaks, elevators, and subways, but these astronauts were almost 250 million miles away from Earth in the 60s and had perfect signal. I figured we'll go through the super chats quick before we bring them up.
Yeah, I already explained. The moon is tidally locked. It's got a direct view sight line of Earth. Your cell phone has to bounce off of a satellite and then bounce off of another satellite. That's why you lose signal on your cell phone. Your cell phone is not NASA.
And the distance has no bearing on it, huh?
Not when you have a clear line straight down.
Clear. Oh, so there's nothing flying through its view ever?
And also the signal, I've said this, the signal was not clear. Somebody in my chat's like, it was not a clear signal. It was staticky and sounded bad.
It sounded better than the call I had with Avarice today, and Avarice is just in the States.
No.
I'm serious, dude.
No.
You know how many times I had to call him fucking back? Every fucking word was...
Somebody said, bring up Trump's call to the Artemis. How come there's no delay? There is a delay. When you watch that full call, there's actually like a 3-minute pause where there's no sound going back and forth.
Yeah, because those fucking astronauts didn't want to talk to
Trump. No. That's
delay.
bullshit. That's a
Did
lie.
you see them all? They were all looking at each other weird, like they knew they were ignoring him. Fuck off.
No, that's fake. No, somebody... If you watch the full thing, they're having a conversation with him for a while, and then the comms go down, and they're all like looking around. They're like, "Why is it quiet?" And then he's not talking, and nobody's talking. The comms were down, and then but the whole lead up to that, they're having a great conversation with him. They're like, "Thank you, Mr. President," and all that stuff.
Matthew, if it all fails, member for 21 months on your side there, JS. Said America is great without these fairy tales. I agree.
I know. Me and Matt, I always yell at Matthew. He's been a member for a long time, but he pisses me off. This stuff.
Matthew, you are right. All right. America is great without these fairy tales. All right. All the great achievements, and he wants to call a fairy tale the greatest achievement in American history. Tisk, tisk.
Even if we faked it, it was still... I mean, just the lie would be a crazy feat in itself. And we still beat Russia, and but we didn't fake it. I'm just saying, even if we did, it would still be pretty cool.
Yeah, we would have still won, right?
Yeah. By cheating.
Shit. Master Chuck over on your side says, why has there never been a movie made about Apollo 11?
The Right Stuff.
What?
The Right Stuff. Clint Eastwood's in it. So this guy
that's a movie about the Apollo 11.
Yeah, it's called The Right Stuff. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, because that would show how easy it would be to fake the landing. I mean, like I just showed you on a TV show. They were able to make it look like Buddy had his pen fucking floating around in the air, and they're sitting in the rocket like, yeah, let's go. You know, like Hollywood's a hell of a thing, man. Vector of Intellect, $20 says NASA stated to pass through the Van Allen belt, they needed a minimum of 10 inches of lead from all sides to protect the electronics. And the and the electronics from gamma rays and dying. Was the capsule coated with... was the capsule coated on the way back with 10? Let me see.
No.
I don't think it was.
No, because that's not true. So the Van Allen radiation belt is made up of alpha particles. They're big. They don't need any shielding. Protons, which can be shielded by polyethylene on the outside of the ship, which is what they used. And beta particles can also be shielded by high-density polyethylene. Lead would actually be bad because lead could be re-radiated. So if they had 10 foot of lead on the outside, the lead would have become radiated by the radiation, and then that would have been a problem for the astronauts.
Yeah, when you say you don't need shielding, that's just not right.
No, they had shielding.
Yeah, but you said you don't need shielding for the Van Allen belts. Yes, you do.
I didn't say it. No, they did have shielding. I said they didn't need 10 foot of lead shielding.
Oh, okay. You're just saying they don't need heavy shielding if they're passing through fast.
Yeah, they had polyethylene. It's a type of plastic.
I mean, that's what they say, anyways. I guess.
I mean, that's what.
I mean, if the radiation is like, this is the thing, right? You have to depend on a lot of this this unverified shit. The radiation, the levels of radiation, and us being able to pass through it quick works mathematically if the numbers are perfect. My question again to this is, how did we know that the radiation before we actually were in it? How did we know the moon and gravity and all of this stuff needed to make sure everything went perfect there before we ever went there?
We sent up
we had all
unmanned
this
ships.
mathematical perfection before we even actually were able to go and verify it.
We sent up satellites and unmanned ships with Geiger counters that would fly around in the Van Allen radiation belt. We're able to map them out. And yeah, they're toroidal belts, so there's weak spots. We go fast through the weak spots, and we did have shielding. We had shielding in the ship. It wasn't tinfoil, but it was an aluminum alloy, and we had polyethylene that blocked the radiation. They said the radiation that the astronauts took going through there was like 1% of the radiation that you get in your life just walking around on Earth.
No, didn't they say it was like a year's worth of X-rays or something like this?
Yeah, it's like one extra year's worth of
walking around.
No, it's a year's worth of the natural radiation you would get on Earth.
Matthew, if it all fails for 5, says, I say with a heavy heart, space is fake and gay. Hey, you never answered. I think I got you on the gay part.
You said a rocket with 2 balls or something. What do you mean it lands on 2 balls? You mean
you're sending a metal dick-shaped machine to go tip itself and drop its fucking load onto balls. That's gay.
So are pens gay? Because they're shaped like a penis?
No, it's not just the shape. You guys went to if this is look, right? You have the ball, the ball. That's pretty gay, bro.
Well, you're doing it right now. That makes you gay.
What are you a demonstration? It is gay. What I'm doing is gay.
Clip it.
Just say it's gay. Vector says, I believe you are a Christian, JS, based upon the second law of logic. What do you think the firmament is?
Based upon the second law of logic. What does he mean by that?
I'm guessing he's basically trying to say like the firmament
I have a whole
and not be. Right?
Oh,
so
I have a whole
there
thing
is
about
a firmament or there isn't.
Yeah, the firmament broke in the flood. It says that in the Bible. The firmament was the separation of the waters from the waters. There was a layer of water around the outside of the earth. That explains why people were able to live to be 900 years old, why there were giants, why there were dinosaurs, why the plants were watered by the mist on the ground. The Bible talks about the plants were watered by the mist that covered the ground. Yeah. So the earth was like a terrarium. It was a closed system terrarium. But then when the flood happened, the waters from above come down, the waters from below, the firmament breaks. Now we're exposed to radiation from the sun. Our lives are shortened to 120 years and things get smaller. So no more dinosaurs, just dinosaurs.
Okay. I mean, I have a lot to say on that one, but we'll bring it up later. Sempiternal Chaos just came in to say nassholes. Yep. Thank you. Johnny McVito says, nice medium, JS. Fits you better than me. I would be Tommy Boy in that thing.
It was too small.
Amazon be like that, though.
That was $50, and it's not even like great. It's nice, but I could tell those patches will come right off of.
Right. Yeah, Amazon. It's a hit and miss. Shazzy Bear says, wait, we went to the he moon? The he moon? I don't know what the he moon is.
I think she just said the.
Maybe typed it twice by accident.
Yeah. We went to the moon. Remember in Dumb and Dumber when he's like walking and he sees it on the wall? He goes, we went to the
moon. Shit. Shazzy says, what you know is this all to do with false media propaganda. Yeah, this is what I was bringing up. It was in the time of that was literally what was going on. It was a propaganda war going on.
Yeah.
I heard JS believes dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Cal ran a mile. Member for 3 months. Let's go. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Yep. And I'll say, I don't know that they built the pyramids. I believe they went to the pyramids. It's the best. It's the coolest theory. Let's get on that conspiracy theory. It's better than ancient aliens or sound waves, moving rocks, all this other weird stuff.
I just think humans stacked a bunch of rocks.
That's also a likely option too.
Yeah, like I've never
cool.
understood this. Like, oh, like it's cool. Yes, they're cool, but like everyone's like, oh, nobody can replicate this today. What do you mean nobody? Like, have you guys seen fucking? Just go to Toronto and look at the CN Tower. That's way more impressive to me than a fucking pyramid built out of rocks. Okay,
we have a glass and steel pyramid in Vegas that shoots a beam of light into the sky.
Exactly.
I'm not impressed by the pyramids.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Pseudo Master Chef said it was as fake as that Timu Natsu.
Nah, that was NASA drip. I got that from NASA.
I got that straight from NASA, bro. They gave him that to come do this debate so he could fool us all.
They're paying me.
Different. Okay. Jack complains with $1. Comes in showing some support. Thank you. I want an awesome from JS. Is Elon planning on going back in time to land on the moon in 2009 since that was 17 years ago? Yeah, you said 2009 instead of 2029 at first.
2009 is when the LRO went up. But yeah, okay. Got me.
Master Chuck on the JS side said wrong. The right stuff wasn't about Apollo 11. You have the wrong stuff, JS.
I wasn't sure about that when I said it. It might have been Apollo 8.
Spartacus said, imagine how many lives could have been saved during Chernobyl if they only had polyethylene.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Imagine how many lives could have. Oh, my God. So I've read this one just now. Chernobyl, they lied to you, okay? There's dogs that are living in Chernobyl right now. They're explored it. The radiation is a big old lie.
You're lucky. I was going to do that to you this debate, too, and I didn't. I was going to say, I just want everyone to realize that this man doesn't believe in nukes that can be verified independently. Nuclear power, nuclear explosions, but he believes we went to the moon. I just don't know how you even fucking put that together. That's the craziest.
They're big bombs. They didn't split no atom.
They figured out how to land men on the moon. The opening, Derek Diggler says the opening to Transformers, The Dark of the Moon, where the astronauts find an alien craft on the moon, actually happened. Didn't you know? Yeah, that's probably true.
That didn't happen. Maybe they found the old Apollo mission. You seen Apollo 18? That's a pretty cool movie.
No, I haven't actually watched the movie. No.
It's supposed to be like it's like Blair Witch in space, so it's like real footage, or it's supposed to be found footage. Like there was a secret NASA mission, so it's filmed and it looks all grainy and it looks all weird, but there's like aliens that start.
Oh, really? It looks all old and grainy and weird. I thought that shows that.
But that movie was made in 2020.
Just like your little fucking lunar module fucking construction video.
You think they CGI'd dust? You think they CGI'd the particles of dust flying off the back of the wheel?
Easily.
Not
they
easily.
CGI'd explosions in the movies at that time. They CGI'd all types of shit, dude. Easily. You know, a lot of the times when you see guns shooting and you see the sparks coming off, the flash coming out the end of the gun, that's CGI'd in, bro.
In the 60s?
Yes, even back then. Yes.
No.
Back then, even more so. That's why you see the guys when they're holding the gun, they do this. Because they're not shooting blanks. They're not shooting anything. They're pretending to shoot. That's why it looks so goofy.
They use realistic effects. There would be smoke that would come out.
No.
Yep. You even said the first CGI was 1974. I pulled up CGI. It looked like garbage.
Yeah, full CGI animation. They were still adding CGI to actual videos already at that time. In the 50s, they were doing it. Alex Aquarius for 5 on your side says the stars are in the waters above, beyond the planets. Look at the Egyptian goddess Nut. That's why they twinkle. That makes sense. I get it.
Okay.
Fucking guy. Shit. All right, that's it for the. Yeah, that's it. You can pop everyone up now.
You got somebody in the back running your show now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Tiny's producing.
Is that why you took me off the editor thing? I'm not an editor. I don't think I'm an editor anymore because usually I could get into your StreamYard even when. But now I can't. Or Tiny
no, that's
did
not
it.
why though. I must have did that accidentally. I didn't even know I did that.
Tiny took my power. A woman took my power away.
Damn. Fucked up, dude.
Hey guys,
welcome in everyone.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I'm gonna blow through this really quick because it's really late for me.
Don't blow too hard.
Yeah.
All right, I slip. Drinking, can't help it.
Go ahead, Premonition.
Okay.
Get him.
No, I'm just gonna blow through this.
Right, you said that already. Can we get to the fucking presentation? What's going on here?
Yeah. JS, thank you so much. You did such a good job. And Speak, I absolutely adore you. But here we go. So firstly, I'm just gonna say this really quick and then I'm out. And then I won't ever bring it up again actually to any of you.
It's all right. Say what you gotta say. Don't be nervous. I can take it. Don't worry.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want to say. You can say everything I said was completely stupid, whatever. I'm not gonna take it to heart.
Speak, do you know what Soho is?
Sorry, do I know what is?
Soho.
Southern hospitality?
Soho is the thing that watches the sun. Do you believe in it?
Oh, it's like a telescope.
The craft, no, it's not a telescope. It's out in space. It's watching the sun. Do you believe in it?
I'd have to look into it. I don't know if I know what to do.
Do you know what Cassini was? 2004? It doesn't matter. I'm just wondering if you know about any of these things. Do you believe in Voyager 1 and Voyager 2?
I do believe we have crafts, yeah.
That just left our solar system? All right. And then we've got Galileo. Cassini either went into Titan or Galileo went into Titan and the other one went into Jupiter. All right. And in 1966, Russia landed a probe on
How
Venus.
we doing?
It lasted 2 minutes before it burned up. They've got a couple of photos from that. I don't know if you believe in any of that stuff, but that's all real stuff. Okay. And what I see.
Holy God. Oh, I'm sorry.
What I see is
Damn,
the
I'm on mute.
I don't think he was talking about you, Premonition. Are You Crazy's on
No,
our
I
side.
wasn't. Yeah.
I see the teasing and the laughter of like 400,000 people who work.
No, I'm just kidding.
Who worked on this equipment. I see you guys slapping the families of these people in the face. These people, this was their life's work, and you guys just flippantly don't.
Right, this is just some appeal to emotions. Are you going to make an actual like argument or like what?
There are no arguments. You guys don't believe anything.
Okay, so you actually didn't have anything to say.
I don't even.
Well,
know.
I do believe. I do believe
Okay.
a lot of things.
I'm not here to argue. I'm not a debater. I'm not here to argue with you.
I mean, that's obvious, yeah.
I want to directly engage with something JS said. See, that was...
Who are you, American Nacho? Anyway,
American Nacho is a man with a great mustache.
I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy.
Okay,
great mustache.
Then give me a second. So
You've had the floor for like 10 minutes and you've said nothing. That's why I'm interrupting at this point. It's like, what?
Do you want to knock it off?
Maybe.
Okay, my great grandfather George Madeira was the one that came up with the idea about the lasers to measure the distance from the Earth to the moon. He's the one that actually introduced it. And they utilized that. And that equipment is up there right now. Okay? So quit being a jerk. And
well,
then,
nobody denies that we have technology. We have amazing technology. We have probes, all that stuff. Putting a human body on the moon, on a celestial body, is a totally different argument.
okay, so
And then bringing it back home and getting back safely, alive.
do you guys believe in Normandy? The
The storming of Normandy in World War II on 6th of June? Yes.
Do you guys believe it?
These are just emotional appeals.
Prove it. Prove it happened.
People
prove that George Washington was your first president, premonition.
We actually have footage of that entire
George
warfare.
Washington
What do you
never
mean?
existed,
We have
Steelborn.
footage of the moon
Yeah,
landing.
you'd have to go with secondhand or first.
Yeah, but we have actual. We can access all of that.
Prove Normandy landed. And I'll tell you something else. Avarice and all, I know there's a lot of veterans in here. In 20 years, I dare you guys to tell Avarice that he didn't go through the Air Force.
These are all just emotional arguments. These are not.
Well, like the thing is with
Normandy was in a studio, right?
With the Normandy,
This is just like if you deny these things, you're hurting people's feelings, which is not an argument.
I can tell you why we
You're a
can.
man.
We
I'm
can
not a-
wait.
I'm a
Wait,
woman.
premonition. We can independently verify all the battlefield remains of Normandy. Right, there's a lot of structural, structural of the bunkers and stuff left that were exploded.
Someone call it evidence.
We not only can not only verify our own military records, we can cross-reference it with the defenses of Germany's military records, and we can cross-reference them and see that they were saying the same thing on both sides here.
Well, real quick, hold on.
And
Those
you
are
add in the
Friend, there's a
photos,
different way.
the film, and not only the photos on ground, we have aerial footage of everything happening over it too.
But hold on, Prem, there's a different question here that you should
evidence.
ask.
That's
You
what
should
I'm
ask-
saying.
Hold on, Prem, there's a different question. You should ask Easy if he thinks it's even possible to go to the moon. Like, is that even a possible thing?
None of you guys believe it. And I'm done trying to, we're going to die off. And you guys aren't even going to know what the moon is. You guys are going to forget we ever were.
I'm not going to be able to look up in the sky and see a rock.
Yeah, hold on.
Wait. Before we went to the moon, did people know what the moon was? Before we claimed to go to the moon? Before we had rocket ships?
2.5 Indians did.
Were we talking about the moon in ancient Greece? I mean, were we? What a stupid fucking argument.
I've never spoken to you. I don't know you. And you're being really rude. And I'm.
Hey, look, we're here to debate, okay? We're not here to,
I'm not a debater.
we're not here to hold hands and walk you through your 10-minute monologue, okay?
Okay, you're.
We
a
all still
jerk.
love you over here, though, Base Grandma. We still love you.
I don't like you. So there, I am based, and I don't fib.
I believe that. Maybe you are based on everything else, but on this, you're not able to defend yourself.
I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm telling you what I remember and what I saw with my own eyes, and you guys laugh about it, and you make it's disgusting.
No.
Hey, did you ever see
Prem,
Star Wars?
hold
I saw
on,
Star
hold on.
Wars.
Steelburn, hold on, because Prem, this is Rowdy Gotti from the other night. I just wanted to come on here to say like what up to like Geo and Bandit and Teriak. I just thought it was weird that they weren't up here to tell Easy that or ask Easy if he had ever considered that the crazy nonsense that he's spewing is a psyop from the enemies of America to help destroy our history and to destroy our accomplishments. I thought it was weird that everybody up here was kind of taking the we definitely didn't land on the moon side. So Prem, I was actually up here to have your back. But it seems like tonight that's
I've
not
thought
the
of
case.
that.
We're
Rowdy.
a great
I've thought of
country
that,
without
Rowdy,
it.
just as much as I've thought of that you're a psyop sent here to stop me from spreading the
True.
truth.
Rowdy, Rowdy,
That's
in my
how-
opening,
That's how much I thought about it. It's not
I was
even
talking
a
about you
realistic
in my
thing.
opening, Rowdy. Your debate the other day about Artemis was one of the worst debates I've ever heard. You didn't make a
They're all
single
on the-
argument the whole time.
I believe you. I believe you.
By the way, hold on. Base Grandma, I didn't even come here and give a position yet. I just said I wanted to address one thing that JS said. And it was about fucking welding sparks. Have you ever welded, motherfucker? Those sparks burn like I weld every day.
Yeah.
Welding sparks burn like a motherfucker. What do you mean welding sparks don't burn?
I've welded with no
Hey,
protection.
Steelboard, that mask you're wearing, you don't even need that, bro.
No,
That's all that I could catch because I was doing my own debate over on Horseradish's show.
No,
and
I
I just
did
was like listening for a bit. I was like, I come in here for like 5 minutes and I hear him go,
Just
you ever done
sunglasses,
welding? Your
bro.
sparks don't even burn.
You don't
I'm like,
need to
yes, they
cover
fucking
your
do.
whole face. Just get some
No, you
sunglasses.
can cut
bro.
through
You'll be
steel.
good.
You can cut through steel, and it sends back sparks, and they can hit you in the arm. They can hit you
Yes,
in the
but the
leg.
sparks that you make are much finer than the sparks made from a welding gun. Depending now, if you're TIG welding, you're right. The sparks don't hurt because there are no fucking sparks from TIG welding.
But the
But
point
MIG
is-
stick and flux core welding definitely make sparks, and they fucking burn like a motherfucker.
I know, I've
Wait
done
till
it.
You have some welding sparks drop down onto your. Fucking
I've done
shirt and
it.
burn a hole
I've done
through
it. I know how to weld. I did a stream where I was blinded because I didn't wear a mask, and I welded all day without a mask on.
Well, that's retarded.
I know it was. I'm not a
But it's like,
professional.
hold on.
but
Just so
I
you
know
know,
how to do
you
it.
should know this better than anybody. Welding with no protection will fucking leave you with the nastiest sunburn you've ever had on one particular area.
Yes, but I've grinded metal, and I've had sparks fly back and hit me.
But there's a difference.
Those
There's a
don't
massive
hurt.
difference.
The point that I'm making is that if each of those little sparks is 2,000 degrees, and it can hit you, and it doesn't hurt because
Hold
the
on, no.
density.
Yeah, they have no, but they have no mass
So
compared
you
to a
could have
welding spark.
super heated steam, and you can run your hand through it, and it won't burn your hand. But if it was
Well, hold on.
liquid, if it was denser, then it would burn you. That's
Well, I
why
agree
the
with-
2,000 Kelvin radiation in the Van Allen belt doesn't affect the spaceship because it's those. It'd be like if you put a basketball on a football field, like, and then every football field has one basketball on it. That's the particles. I could walk through the football field without touching the basketball.
Well, okay, I could even grant all that, but I was arguing. All I came up to argue against here was the fucking welding sparks don't burn. Like, wait a minute, they move way slower, they have way more density, and the thing about grinding sparks is they're fucking tiny, and they move way fucking faster than welding sparks, so they lose all heat instantly. That was the shit that I didn't hear anything else from the debate. I just want to let you know that I just heard that. I was like, this
I've
is fucking
welded with no
bullshit.
protection,
He
and
was
I was
fumed.
all right. Well, my eyes were fucked up, but I didn't get burnt. My arms and
What were you?
legs
What
didn't
kind of
get
welding
burnt.
were you doing?
I've done I've done TIG welding, and I've done
On that specific, show or vert type that you're talking about.
the one where you
had
have
no.
the
No, I'm
long-
saying we had no gear.
the one where you have the long metal bar, the flux bar, and you got to tap it to the
Stick welding.
Yeah, is that stick weld? Well, I've
That's
done
stick welding,
two.
yeah.
I've done the one where it puts the copper wire through as you do it, and then I've done the one
It's
where
not
you
copper. It's steel.
whatever it is. Well, it looked coppery.
It does look copper. I'll give you that, but that's MIG welding. MIG welding makes a fuck.
Yeah, I'm
ton
not a
of sparks.
pro. I've just done it like.
But
little
stick
job.
welding usually it can make more sparks. It depends if you have the right stick and the right material. It won't spark anywhere near as much. But
And then I've done the one with the long stick, and you do the circles and you do the swirls.
that's if it's like a clamp with a long stick, that's stick welding.
Yeah, I've
No,
done
it's
that.
opposite of that.
Yeah, I've done that, and I've
Like
done
I
the
weld
one where-
I weld 8 hours a day every day at least, and I get fucking I'm constantly getting burned by the sparks. Like, dude, if you can't see it, but both my forearms are literally covered in micro burns from the
A
sparks that
better
get shot out of
example.
welders.
A better example would be a grinder. You can grind. You can use a grinder on metal, and it blows sparks at you. Nothing catches on fire, and you're all right.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, that's because they're not dense enough to burn for long enough. But hold on. That being said, if the material that you're grinding, if a chunk of that's been getting heated
It's
up
in
by
your
that
shoe or
grinding wheel
something.
gets broken off and thrown at you, that motherfucker will burn you.
Yeah, because it's bigger and denser. That was my point. So my
And
point
you
still
guys-
stands, but yeah, you can get burnt from welding.
I'm gonna go, and speak, and you guys love you dearly, Mr. American Nacho Guy. I'm a female, and I don't go toe to toe with men. I don't fight, and I don't debate very well. I am older.
That's fair. I'm just saying, like,
No, you were just
you
rude.
can't just come up and make appeals to emotion and then expect people to take your argument seriously. I mean, I guess you can, but
I can say what I wish. I have memories of those days. I'm old. Okay, and you're.
But how do you know you didn't make those memories up like like at Alzheimer's?
people
I'm just making a
misremember
joke.
people
I'm just making a
misremember things
joke.
all the time.
Just making a
But
joke, Prem.
what
Just
she's
joking.
saying is there's
Misremembering
documentaries of
I
these
lived
people.
it.
There's 400,000 people in America united in a way that only other time we saw something like that was September 11th, and everybody was like, "We're gonna get this done. We
That's
gotta
not
beat
even
Russia."
Hold on. What about World War II? We're pretty fucking united for World War II.
World War II was before NASA.
The
I
big
know
three
that.
automakers make cars to look
Oh, you
like
said
rockets.
since, yeah. But not only that, you should actually look into how much the United States came together for World War II. Our population was like 150 million at the time, and our military grew to 12 million during World War II. Our military isn't even that big now at 330 or 340 million.
Yeah, and we were okay. World War II, that period of time, we were more united, and people were like, "Yeah, we're gonna make America the best. We're gonna do this," and we all combined, took the smartest people in the world, the strongest people, the best people, and we made this happen. And then she's saying,
Who's on speaker? I can hear JS echoing.
Yeah, I hear echo too.
I hear everybody echoing. We're in the stadium.
Oh, it might be me. Hold on.
No, guys, we're in space. See, that's why we're echoing.
Hey,
Where sound doesn't travel.
There's no echoes in space. But
Tell me
but
if it's
she's saying when her generation
Florida might
dies
be
off and people who were around and saw this amazing feat happen, we're gonna have a new generation of a bunch of young kids that don't think we landed on the moon.
Well, why don't we go to the moon more?
I don't
then,
think.
JS? Why don't we bring
Why
some
do
shit
we
back from the
need
moon
this
more
though?
often?
What do you think? Why do we need we landed on the moon though? What do you think that America is not great without? Do you think humanity is not great without we landed on the moon?
If we lied about the moon landing, America's not so great.
We lied about a ton of shit though.
Yeah,
Most of our
the American
campaigns
government's never
during
lied to the American people.
Yeah, during the
MK
Cold
Ultra,
War-
Operation Paperclip, Operation Ruby Ridge. We've never lied to the American people.
Yeah,
before.
This is what I keep
during the
bringing up.
Cold
Operation
War,
Mockingbird,
it's all
COVID-19,
declassified
January
now. We
6th,
were lying
9/11,
on
the
purpose.
Pentagon.
We
was
were
wrong?
misleading. We were lying about what we were doing and the technology we had specifically to bankrupt the Russians.
What was
I mean,
wrong
that's
with
a great
Operation
great feat in
That was
itself.
the
We
whole
crashed
point.
the Soviet Union. I mean, we destroyed the Soviet Union through propaganda and through our technological advancements and through Cold Warfare. I mean, that's the feat. That's the true feat. Now, whether or not we landed on the moon is irrelevant to that. Like, we're still great as a country and as a human race without it. We don't need to make up fairy tales to remain the best. We're still the best.
And to your point, JS, wouldn't it actually make the country great if they could trick the whole populace into believing it?
It's like we made a massive psyop, and then everybody believed the massive psyop.
The greatest magician of all time.
Yeah, it's also impressive. That's equally as impressive that everybody believed it.
Anyway, I'm out,
Well,
guys.
Hey, have a good night.
All right, have a good night.
I've seen the rockets.
Barely, American Nacho, you should have given me a chance before you were unkind.
I feel like I waited
guys
like
have a
10
great
minutes.
night.
Okay, I tried to wait for you to get it all
You
out,
guys
but
have it. It wasn't 10 minutes. It was like
it was
two.
like 10 minutes.
Please. Oh God. Oh. Why? I don't know. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Good night.
You too, Good night. But yeah, that was what I was bringing up to him during the debate, Nacho, was that like during that time, it was the Cold War when the main idea was to be seen as the winners, not just win. It was that didn't matter. It was to be seen
It was a
by the
propaganda war.
world as the winners, right? Like look at it, like you just brought up. There's the MK Ultra, the Gulf of Tonkin, all these different things that we literally fucking lied. We were lying straight up
About
fucking
everything.
like
Lied about Guantanamo Bay. We lied about MK Ultra. We lied
Everything,
about
dude, yeah.
Operation North.
We didn't lie about
like
Operation
everything,
North.
bro. We lied
Everybody
about
knew
everything.
Warner von Braun was a Nazi.
We constantly
win.
lied to the United
Right.
States.
All of the scientists that we brought here, that we stole from Germany. We lied about that for a long time. Oh, they just
that was Operation Paperclip.
they
not a
disappeared. We promised. We promised we punished them. We promised we punished them all. We promised we didn't change their names, bring them here, put them into
We didn't change
fucking
Warner von Braun's name. Everybody knew he was a Nazi and he was still an American hero. They carried him
Yeah.
through the streets in Alabama.
And when they picked him up, his arm was in a cast where they broke it. Over
don't
there.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about when they first picked
When they
him
were
up and brought him
interrogating
here. He showed up in a cast, and a lot
Yeah.
of people speculated it's because we broke his fucking arm.
You're damn right we did. He built our rocket too.
Yeah. And then he built our rockets.
We'd have kicked him some more if he didn't. Might have cut that arm off.
Yeah, Nasty brings up the Tuskegee experiments. They're fucking.
Oh yeah, the Tuskegee experiments
Yeah.
are crazy.
That's fucked up, dude. Mad and
Oh,
lie, just
no.
straight up lying. Just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
This was what
JS,
that was,
what's wrong with
about.
them
Cold War was about
USA haters.
nuclear
up there.
display,
What's wrong?
propaganda campaigns, and
How was
being
that
seen
USA
as the
hating though?
winners.
I love the US. I love my country. I just don't think. I just believe we don't need this, bullshit to be a great country. We're still a great country.
Right.
Maybe, yeah, we are, and we are. With
internet is a better achievement for fucking America than the fucking going to the moon. Okay.
Yeah,
what's
we're doing right
impressive
now.
to me?
Yeah, like all the automobile.
We wouldn't have internet.
America built a fucking. This is the thing.
We wouldn't have internet without space
There's an interstate highway system like no other in America.
Hold on a second.
Okay, so hold on. Without moon travel, we would still have it.
Hold on. You said we wouldn't have internet without space travel. I'm sorry. Do you need to have? Why do you need to have space travel to have internet?
Don't they use satellites and stuff for dang internet?
They do, but we have underwater cables.
Yeah, we have underwater cables.
Yeah.
You can have Ethernet. You can have actual like hardwired, which would be faster by the way than the satellites.
Dial up. What do you mean dial up? That's what we have currently. We have fiber optic cables that span the globe. That's what we use. We use satellites as like
really seem to go up the more satellites we launch into space. It was the more fiber optic cables than we fucking.
They're like a bonus. Satellites are like a bonus.
Elon's doing that. Hell, he's gonna
When
make
the
some money
space
out
war
there.
starts, you guys are gonna have egg on your face. You're gonna be like, "Oh shit, they're shooting
Elon's got
lasers in the
military
sky."
mode.
Well, look, I'm not denying all. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are making this a dichotomy. Like, if you don't believe in the moon landing, you don't believe we put a person on the moon, then you don't believe in anything that exists out in space, which is just bullshit. That's a false dichotomy.
No, that's why I was trying to get.
That's why I was getting frustrated with the lady. It's like, I'm not going to say that the moon doesn't fucking exist because I don't believe we landed on the moon, and neither is the rest of the generation that exists astronauts. We have satellites. We have great technology. Yes, we do amazing things in space. I believe in space. I just don't think we put a man there and then brought him back. I think
yes. Are you familiar with the rods of God?
I can even believe all the again. I brought the.
Can you believe that we remote controlled a rover?
Reflectors on there. I believe we somehow launched
2001 Space Odyssey.
Are you talking about the Mars rover? Are you talking about the Mars rover?
I believe in rovers. Yeah, all that stuff.
Hold on a sec, American, though, real quick. Hold on a sec, Nacho. Are you talking about the rover on Mars?
Yeah, what? It's not there. It's fake.
Dude, have you ever watched the video of the guy who just got some fucking retard up the street? He looks like he's playing a video game.
You see where this goes?
You're controlling the rover on Mars. He's like, I'm doing
Look, I haven't looked into it. Okay, I would be agnostic, but if somebody can make the case,
you should look into the guy who fucking runs the rover on Mars. He's just some retard who looks like he's playing the video game.
That's probably what he's probably a nerd. He's probably.
Hold on, but just aside from that, are you aware of the rods of God?
The rods of God. I know what you're talking about, but refresh my memory.
The tungsten.
Yeah, so the rods of God is basically a nuclear level event fault or weapon that actually doesn't have the nuclear fallout. It's about a 20-foot long rod of tungsten that's about the size of a telephone pole that you could drop from space, and it would have the exact same destruction.
This is a theory, though.
But hold on, they say it's a theory.
They haven't made one.
How do you know they haven't made one? They lied to us about Operation Paperclip.
Maybe they did make one.
The U.S. government lied to us about these countries having mass weapons of destruction. Like, yeah,
they also
lied to us constantly. They lied to us currently. They literally currently lie to us about Russia, like actively.
They also were planning on shooting rockets without using fuel into space. So they built this thing where it would.
How the fuck do you launch a rocket into space without fuel?
Centrifuge.
It's a centrifuge. It spins really fast and it launches you.
They do that. Bill Hicks got one of my main arguments. Thank you. It's demonic and fake and gay. Yep.
Bill gets it, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I can concede that this may not be like moral. It may not be good that we're going into space, but that doesn't mean we're not doing it.
Hold on, real quick. Do you think that God intended for us to go like outside the planet? I'm just curious.
No, but he acknowledges that we could do it. In Amos 9:2.
If he didn't intend for us to go outside of creation, why would he allow that?
He says, even though you'll climb to the heavens, you won't be able to hide from me.
Yeah, but that doesn't entail that means trying to get to heaven, like
like the Tower of Babel, like rockets, like space travel, like going.
I don't think that the Tower of Babel was thinking about rocket travel, bro. I don't think that they were thinking about going to space.
No, the Tower of Babel, they were trying to climb to the heavens, and that's what NASA is. I say NASA is the modern day Tower of Babel. So I say I don't think it's good. I don't think we should be messing around. We're trying to make ourselves gods of another planet.
Just since you're a Protestant, you like to always appeal to the Bible. The sky is the land of demons, or the realm of demons. Just so you know,
the sky is the realm of demons. Where'd you get that from?
Let me pull up
which verse?
I'll pull up the scripture.
How about the angels, the powers and the principalities hold the stars together? God knitted together Orion's belt.
I don't think God put up a belt for somebody. I'm just saying. I don't think he made a belt for some guy.
It's not a guy. It's 3 stars.
I know what Orion's belt is, dude. God, do you think I'm that fucking?
See, I'm agnostic on space travel in general. Like I don't feel like it's wrong or right.
Yeah, I don't have a position on it. I was just asking JS's position.
It's just, but I think we're gonna do great things, and I think lying about this is gonna come back to bite us in the ass. I don't think it's worth all the effort that we put into this, like maintaining this.
Assuming it's a lie.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's a lie, then yeah, it wouldn't be worth it.
It's not a lie.
But it's not a lie.
How about the epistle to Ephesians in 2:2, where it calls the devil the prince of the power of the air?
Yeah. There's angels and demons and powers and principalities, and they
But
hold
he's
the
called
stars in
specifically the
alignment.
prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's good that we're doing this.
Another reason I didn't even
but-
bring up I should have the keep faking it. When I brought up Jack Parsons and I highlighted the Babylon working thing, right? If you actually go through it, this is where the connection comes, because he's again a founder in jet propulsion. That's what it is now. It's called jet propulsion, or JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and the ritual, right? It's based on the I forget. It's some stupid shit. It's one of the practices they have, right? But so you have a guy that believed in connecting a Babylon system to summon some spiritual entity called Babylon to have a one world connection, right? And then he goes on to help with rocket science that leads to the space technology and shit floating around in the fucking air, and all the communications of a one world having a one world communication, right? And then we're going up to the moon, right? The whole idea, this is the Babel rebuilt fucking ritual going on. And of course, you're going to keep fooling people that you got the technology to do all this amazing stuff and you've been there and everything, so you can keep getting the fucking money to keep doing your demonic fucking shit.
Yeah, but I believe the Tower of Babel was real, and I believe that demonic dark art stuff is real.
But okay, so if you believe the dark art stuff real, then aren't you aware that most of the people in NASA at the time of trying to go to the moon were open practicing LaVeyan Satanists, or they were active Crowleyans?
No, this is what Easy brought this up, and you're talking about people who were way before NASA, who were developing
way before
the
NASA.
rockets.
They were developing the rockets during NASA. They were Crowleyan.
Yeah, I know. That's a genetic fallacy. You're saying because
you just said I believe in dark demonic forces and people being able to engage with them, but those people are telling me the truth about going to space.
It's the fact that you have the people that built rockets chasing this fucking transcendence.
Yeah, they're trying to make themselves gods.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Just because people do evil things with nefarious purposes doesn't mean it's not real.
Well,
and that's why
I'm explaining why they would have faked the moon landing. There's an incentive there to keep being funded, so you can keep doing your demonic shit. Yes,
if it turned. That's why I don't know if Steelborn.
That's why you would fake that you got people on the moon.
If the way we figured out how to do a heart transplant is because people at one time were cutting people open while they were alive to sacrifice them or pull their heart out, and then we figured out stuff from that, and that's the origins of it. That doesn't mean that we can't actually do heart transplant.
But that's not how we figured out to do heart transplant.
Have we done?
It's genetic fallacy. You're saying the origins of it are bad.
No. I am not saying.
No, I'm pointing out the demonic part of it. That's the reason. There's people who are big on deception,
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
They're
easier.
in the active denial of truth.
It's a lot easier to get people to like the public, the general public, to get behind like a space program than it is to just tell them like, hey, we need to put a bunch of money into a black box so that we can have the most force on the planet. We need to research a bunch of like really dangerous and deadly, weaponry so that we can dominate the rest of the planet.
Right.
That doesn't really sell to the public, but telling them, hey, we need to go to the moon and we're going to go to Mars and we're going to go to like,
yes. I know what you're saying.
All the people get behind that and we can believe that. And we're like, okay, yeah, it's fine if our tax money goes there.
The lie.
No, that was the argument.
It's a useful department. It's a useful lie. But
the lie isn't that we didn't. The lie isn't that we didn't go there. The lie is what purposes we went to. So they'll say we're just going to do science and we just want to beat Russia. But the real purpose is we want to set up a moon base and have people on the moon and have a nuclear facility set up there so we can destroy all of our enemies. Like that's. But so the purpose is the lie, but. We are going there.
Yeah, but I mean, even from that perspective, like even from a military standpoint, like having stuff on the moon is such a delay. Like, what do we? Unless it's just for the elites to escape to. I mean, that doesn't serve the general public at all.
I know
that doesn't serve like the military.
That could be
now having satellites and having tungsten rods and all that stuff. Yeah, that helps. Having satellites in space that we can see every other planet's activity or every other country's activities on the planet, and we can watch their military movements and all that stuff. Yeah, sure.
You believe in all the other tech. You believe we have the ISS, but we didn't land on the moon. That's the only part you have a problem with.
Yeah.
I don't know. Easy.
Why would that even be a problem?
Hold on. With the ISS,
putting something into our own orbit and sending something to a whole nother fucking planet. What are you talking about? And I know it's not a planet.
A celestial body, whatever. Yeah,
it's not a planet. I get it. I know.
Well, it's called a moon.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're the only planet that has
Nice.
But I do have a question to Easy and Nacho.
Hold
on. I gotta give pushback to both sides here to be fair. So to Easy and Nacho, do you guys deny the potential or possibility of being able to do this, or are you just saying like we didn't do this specific event?
Yeah, the earlier events, especially like the first moon landing, I think the whole thing was bullshit.
11.
Even if you wanted to say even if you wanted to say somehow we had that, the technology we have now, then the video's fake as hell.
Hold on. I'm not asking if we
have to at least
have
concede that.
I'm asking, do you guys think it's possible to even do?
Yeah, so I brought this up in our debate. I think
it's possible. Yeah,
right. If everything mathematically lines up, we know the mass needed to orbit the moon and all of this, right? If all that lines up, right? Because this is another thing I forgot to mention this in the debate with JS. Not only did they have to have all the shit they needed, the mass and weight of everything had to be perfect too, so that it could do the fucking rotation. The amount of perfection needed here is insanity.
Yeah,
right?
and we're not talking about. We're not talking about
mathematically possible. I'm denying the probabilities
in
of
Apollo
this being actually happening is like slim to none.
In Apollo 13,
every part of
that road making it back the same amount.
Their trajectory was wrong in Apollo 13 because they planned on coming back to Earth with moon rocks. So they had to move everything from the command module to the LEM so they had to fix for the weight. They had to figure out these problems on the fly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you're saying on the first one, okay, even if I grant you that the 13 was valid or whatever, but like you're talking about the first Apollo mission, we're not talking about a cell phone bringing us stuff. We're talking about hundreds of pounds of broadcasting equipment. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have little teeny tiny cameras. We had massive fucking broadcasting equipment. You had to throw over your fucking shoulder, hundreds of pounds, and they just stuck that shit in there.
For JS here,
every ounce has to be accounted for.
A Westinghouse camera is not that big. You can
hold on a second, real quick. JS, do you know? Like, you would agree with me that, like, if you were to land on the moon in a fucking spacesuit that was made back then, right? You're in such a fucking dangerous scenario that any movement you make could have the potential to rip your suit, fucking break your helmet. You're gonna fucking die. And the first thing these people are gonna do is set up a camera and go play golf and jump around.
Yeah, do front flips and fucking fall down.
That seems really inappropriate for such a dangerous mission. Because like imagine if the American people saw that, right? They saw the astronaut fucking hit his head on the rock.
It's a different breed of person who goes to the moon. These guys were fucking.
Do you
crazy.
Nobody. I believe you're right. Wait. I believe that. You're right. I do believe that. But nobody died.
Nobody
what I'm
died.
saying?
Nobody died out there. We had 3 people die in testing.
Look, I'm just gonna say it would have been really funny if we did go to the moon. It would have been really funny if like the second they like got to the moon had like Buzz Aldrin or something like that. It's been like, oh my god, what's that? And then just cut the comms off.
Dude, you guys act like
dude, like if all of us went to the moon, okay, one of us is not coming back. All right, somebody's doing some crazy shit, and we're gonna die. All right, because we're cooked, and that's even with our technology. All right. But I'm just saying, you're saying like, oh, it's a different breed of people. They were out there taking risks. I agree. I don't even disagree with that. But everybody survived. Nobody did some crazy shit and died.
Even though they're doing like fucking front flips and playing golf.
Right.
How fast do the rocket ships have to go to get out of the atmosphere?
Here we go. This is what I was talking about.
11.6 kilometers a second.
24,000 miles per hour to 30,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, if you're doing
before
hours,
breaking out of the atmosphere, like that's on launch.
That's
like
escape velocity. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were moving something like when they're orbiting the moon, they're moving something like 3,000 feet per second.
No, yeah, I mean before then. I want to know how fast do they go before they break?
I
through
just
the
answered.
atmosphere?
I just answered you. So what's your next question? You're just going to ask a bunch of questions. Pop quiz
17,000
time. Pop quiz. If you get an answer wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. But if I get the answer right, he just moves on to the next question. What does this prove?
Well, the math. I'm trying to figure out what easy was on. It was the math. Can a human body withstand Mach 4.5 for 90 seconds? That's my question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I wanted to bring this up. I'm glad you brought that up, Rowdy, because you said the fastest a human ever went was Mach 4. The fastest a human ever went was Mach 6.72. And you said,
no,
what else did you say?
Yeah, for how long? How long?
Google
90
it.
seconds? Yeah, 90
Google
seconds. Oh, yeah, let's Google
and
the answer together.
That's in Earth's atmosphere. So
yeah,
you were wrong about that.
Correct. For 2 seconds.
what
No,
else?
they did that for 2 seconds. They can't do it for 90 seconds.
What else did you say that you were totally wrong about? And I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah, you should have wrote it down. That's what I was here to. That's what I was here to figure out. What did I get? Which part did I get wrong?
Well, the fastest any humans went in Earth's atmosphere is Mach 6.72. Oh, you said there's no gravity machines. The thing that spins you around real fast to test if you can handle the G-forces.
G-forces, yeah.
You said there's no video of that. It took me about 30 seconds to find a video of that.
From that time period?
Astronauts on Artemis. Hold on, this was specific to Artemis 2.
Yeah,
they were talking
about Artemis.
He
doesn't think Artemis
on Artemis 2. No, hold on. Let me catch up. JS will hurry and cover this, and then we can go back. On Artemis 2, the 4 astronauts, the lady, the Canadian, the black guy, and the other guy, are there videos of them testing themselves at Mach 4.5?
Shit.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. That was my point. Is where's the training of these 4 specific astronauts doing the test that they would need to get to the moon? There isn't. I could not find one. That's what I was trying to hope. I was hoping somebody would totally wreck me and destroy me by showing me the video of the 4 astronauts on Artemis 2.
So you're not saying
doing
that those
Mach
machines
4.5 training. The machine, I believe, is real.
Don't exist. Okay.
I believe the machine is real. I want to see the footage of the 4 astronauts that went to the moon just barely. I want to see them in those machines doing those tests.
Okay. All right.
Is that too much? Okay. And
No,
I'm sorry. I didn't want to
for you.
derail. I didn't want to derail, and I just got excited. And I want to say just real quick, shouts out to both of you on the debate. Super stoked.
But that's like easy saying we don't have video of them building the lunar module, and then I pull up a video of them building the lunar module, and he says, "Well, that's AI."
The fucking History Channel cut together.
I don't
know about that either.
And JS, I'll even
that was
say
not the lunar module, and some like one piece of I don't even know what it was circling in a machine, and then 2 discs Guy was holding one disc and another disc was
like
going down some like line, like, and it was like cut scene. Like, what is that?
It's like the shit you do, like when you're trying to look busy for the boss. You know what I mean?
And let me grant it. Let me grant it. JS, I just got to ask a quick question. Even if I grant that footage of them building that, does that prove that we launched from Earth, went out of the atmosphere, went to the moon, landed on it?
No, it just
safely,
proves that
got
all
up
your
and-
questions are red herrings because you throw out these questions and then I give you an answer and you say, well, that doesn't work. And
No,
then you
that's
move
what
on
I'm
to
saying
the
is I'm
next
granting
question.
you. I go, okay, the
Here,
lunar
AP,
module.
behind the scenes look at astronauts training for Artemis moon mission. There's a video right there.
I mean, look, if Katy Perry did it, man. I mean,
man. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Can we do send me the link or drop the link in Discord or something? I want to see it. I can't see it, and I really do want to see it.
Go on YouTube and
Okay.
type in Artemis training for moon mission or for mission.
Okay, and it's the 4 astronauts that went to the moon. They're in the machine doing Mach 4 or 5.
This is crazy. So I'm just looking at this. I'm doing the math here real quick, right? Just for Apollo 11 to leave the lunar orbit back to Earth required 4.4 metric tons of propellant. So about 97,000 pounds of fuel and oxidizer combined.
Mm-hmm.
That's
They
just
do
to
it all
get
the
back,
time.
bro. Where was all that shit?
No, wait, what'd you say? To get out there.
That's to take off.
No,
No, that was to leave the lunar orbit.
To leave the
lunar orbit because
Well, you get the refuel.
fuel needed depends on the mass of the thing.
Yeah, the thing was in
like
total it was like
30
9,000 pounds.
30 tons.
Is how much the lunar module weighed?
Yeah, about 30 tons.
Wait, 30 tons? That doesn't sound right.
No.
I think it was like 9,000 pounds.
We do your math there. Easy.
But anyway, there's a guy named Everyday Astronaut, and he goes through.
Yeah, he's great.
He goes through all the math. I'm not a rocket. None of us are rocket scientists.
I'm a rocket surgeon, I'll have you know.
A rocket
Yeah,
surgeon.
rocket surgeon.
I'm a brain scientist. But he goes through all the math. He explains how much fuel needs to get escape velocity, how much fuel we need to do on the second burn, how much the rocket's going to weigh at each point to reach what they call delta V, I think, which is where they need to be at, and how much how much fuel when they land. When they land, they're way lighter than when they took off because a lot of the fuel has been burned. And also, we don't need. It's not like the rockets are just burning the whole way to the moon. Physics takes care of it. Once you're propelled, you just go. You just fly.
Well, does acceleration continue?
Hold on. Have you ever let your foot off the gas while you're driving on the freeway?
There's no gravity out there.
Yeah, there's also no atmosphere out there.
Yeah,
You're saying when the rocket's launching, at
No
what
gravity.
point does the atmosphere?
Do you ever take your foot off the gas when you're going downhill to save gas?
Yeah, my truck still slows down because my truck weighs.
That's a
12,000
better
pounds.
example of what I'm talking about. So when you're going downhill, you let your foot
Yeah,
off
but you
the
should
gas,
you should
save
go look
gas.
at the place in
When
like
you're in
Ireland or
space,
Scotland where
you don't
cars
have to
roll
have your
uphill.
foot on the gas the whole way to the moon.
You should go look at the place in Ireland, bro. I think it's like Ireland or Scotland where cars will roll uphill when parked or when idled or when like they put in neutral. I swear to God, they'll roll uphill. It's crazy.
Well, once their accelerator's up there and they're in outer space, I mean, they can aim it more or less and punch the gas one time and let off of it, and they're going to go, and they're going to keep going until something reacts to stop them, like a thruster in the front. They don't need the gas pedal after they're up there.
Yeah, are there how many thrusters are there on the Orion capsule?
I think he's just saying like the G forces on the human body for the
Orion
for
capsule
the
one.
acceleration out. in
But we do
general.
that all the time. We've been doing that.
How do they slow down?
Orion had
How do they slow down?
by thrusting against where they're going.
But there's only
Yes,
one direction.
30
of thrust.
metric tons.
33,500 pounds.
That's what, JS.
That's not 30 tons. That's 15 tons.
Oh, you're talking about the weight of the. Okay.
Oh, did I say tons?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I meant
That's
metric
it.
tons.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 different types, but yeah, I meant metric tons.
Most people use, commie metrics here, kilograms and stuff like that. I don't speak that language.
Something we can agree on.
But okay,
I'm sorry. And JS, I just want to apologize for making you listen to my.
Wait a
whole
minute
debate.
though. That would have been 90, like for what was needed for the fuel and oxidizer, because in space, they need an oxidizer. It would have been 9,700 pounds of fuel just to leave Lunar's orbit.
Yeah.
So let me see how much.
And that's
fuel
why
the whole mission would have.
That's why the lunar module at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Station is a recreation, because it can't support its own weight on Earth. That thing doesn't. The lunar module can't even stand up on Earth. It won't work. But it works on the moon because of 1/6 of the gravity.
Yep. So it would take 1/6.
So 9,000 pounds on the moon. Divide that by 6. That's what it would be. That's like the weight of it on Earth.
And they just got to jump up just a little bit to reconnect, and they're gone, coming home.
Yeah. Yeah. All they could do is boost up. And, but yeah, when they're coming into land, they're flying backwards, orbiting around the moon, and then they thrust to slow down, and then they come down, and then they lessen the thrust because they don't want to like wobble and go sideways. And then as soon as those contact light hits, when there's poles that stick out of the bottom of the feet, as soon as those touch, they cut the engine and it just drops down softly. Apollo 11 had the softest landing. I think Apollo 15 had the hardest landing, and there's pictures of it. The legs are like broken and buried into the dirt because it landed hard. But
wait, are you what it landed hard where?
On the moon.
Oh, okay. I thought you said on Earth, but anything that's tried to land on land back on Earth is fucking destroyed.
They would bust it up like a tooth. It'd break it like a toothpick.
The lunar modules get left out in space. They don't come down to Earth. The command capsule, the service capsule, and the LEM get left in space, and they just come down in the command capsule.
Well, those are in 3 parts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and one stays constant around the moon while the guys go down and play golf, and then goes back. But the pilot's always above them.
Yeah, one guy stays up there. That's why there's 6 missions and only 12 people landed on the moon, but each mission had 3 astronauts.
Yep. The pilot don't get to go play.
That would suck.
Yeah, it would suck really bad.
5.7 million pounds of propellant, and 99% of it is used before even reaching space, apparently.
Right. To get away from Earth.
That giant Saturn V rocket.
Yeah,
that's to get us out of Earth.
Uses most of it. And then, so that would be everything in space would be about, that's 30 tons of fuel for everything in the space, going there, landing, take off from the moon.
Yeah. And you can do all this math and it all works. And you can plug it all into a simulator and it all works.
Yep.
I know it's confusing. I don't know how to. I can't break it down for you. I suck at math. But.
Well, Elon's mastered the shit now. I mean,
I'm just wondering where all that goes. All that fuel.
It burns.
No. It burns. There's a lot of it.
That's the fuel.
There's still 30 tons in space of fuel.
They do a second burn.
That's wait, what?
It's a 3-stage burn. They burn to get into the orbit, and then they burn to launch off to the moon, and then they have to have enough fuel to slow down the lunar module as it's orbiting, and then land, and then they have to have enough fuel to take off and get back to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That huge part of it, the 3/4 of it is just to get up out of the atmosphere.
Each stage, there's less and less weight because of less fuel and less parts. They're dropping all these parts.
They did all of this. They did it all before even knowing without actually doing it first.
Well, the Wright brothers flew without
you
doing
know
it
that
first.
it's
first time too.
You know it's Apollo 11,
I know
right?
the first time. It's crazy.
First time. You know it's Apollo 11.
Oh yeah? Did they try to reach the moon in all the Apollos before it?
I explained this to you. They had
No,
one
they
where
didn't.
they had one where they tried to get into where they
no.
got into orbit. Then they had one where they practiced going around the orbit. Then they had one where there were 10 of them before Apollo 11. It wasn't the first time, it was the 11th time.
We're talking
the
about
first time that they launched off towards the moon.
Yes, Apollo 10.
Thank you.
Apollo 10 was the dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That's what they call
Dress
it.
rehearsal?
Yeah.
And how do we know they didn't drop the claws off on the moon?
It too?
They were testing the spacesuits. They went out, they went around the moon, they put on the spacesuits, they tested the command module, they detached, they reconnected, they tested all that on Apollo 10. And then before that, on Apollo 9, they went a little farther. And on Apollo 8, they went a little less far. Each step, they said, well, okay, well, what's our next goal? Let's see if we can do that.
And this was Artemis 2, by the way. He wasn't one.
But do you guys think it's Apollo 1? You think
You
Apollo
said there was
1
some
landed
like
on the moon?
halfway trips they did? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Were they using like asteroids to slingshot back, or how are they doing that?
Well, no.
Oh, damn it easy.
No, they didn't go.
You said they'd go a little further and back.
Not like
there is none of that. It was we went into our own orbit.
Armageddon
And from
movie.
our own orbit, apparently we were able to launch off and hit the moon's orbit. Perfect.
Yeah, I think Apollo
Perfect,
8,
bro. We're
Apollo
fucking
8,
we
they
rock
were
at this, dog.
Apollo
with
8, they were
a
just getting in
graphing
orbit.
calculator, with a T100 calculator. That's about the
Did they have a calculator?
computation. That's about the computational power we had in our computers at the time.
Well, we still had our brains. Like I know that you guys live in a world
Pencil,
where
paper, brain.
computers are
JS
better
will
than
tell
your
you
brains.
that
but-
they had more technology than we knew about, enough to get to the moon, but not enough to actually fake it. It would have been harder to fake it.
You're right for once.
I don't think they had CGI to make fake dust on a lunar rover.
It would have been
Of
easier.
course
to
they did. What do you mean?
What we played
2001:
the
A
CGI.
Space Odyssey. Star Wars was like in production at the time. I mean, yeah, they had hella CGI. Yeah, they knew what they were doing.
He made that right before. Am I correct? 2001. Kubrick did. It came out 2 years or a year before 11.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact year, but yeah, they were all in like production at the time. Yeah, all these like space movies. Yeah, they were doing it. Yeah, but when they were filming it and in production is what I'm saying.
Fake all that. He faked some. I'm sure he did. I'm sure they played it. I'm pretty sure they did. And that was for the American people to make them feel good, make us feel good.
Yeah, there were like screens that would play when it was blacked
Yeah.
out, where they would play just like a video, like a cartoon or something. But
Yeah, it was
that
to
doesn't disprove it.
to demoralize the Russians and to make them go bankrupt, trying to catch up, trying to beat us. It's the same stuff with like the space lasers and stuff. And we were saying we had entire facilities that we were operating. This is all declassified now. We had entire facilities we were operating because we knew there were Soviet spies that were in the facilities. We transferred the Soviet spies to entire facilities that were all full of people who were just like not doing anything, but they were leaking information through the facilities back to Russia to say, oh, we have this technology, oh, we have that technology, or we have lasers that can take out, things that are orbiting in space and blah, blah, blah. And we didn't have any of that shit. We were just carefully feeding information to make them continue to spend money that they didn't have because we knew they were on the brink of like bankrupting the entire nation.
Why are we trying to do that? Not true.
But now
because we knew they had nuclear warheads. I mean,
well, we have directed
because
energy
we're the top
weapons now.
dogs. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong for us to do that. It is what it is. I mean,
yeah,
to make America great, man.
But now we have directed energy weapons. We have satellites with lasers on them or energy
It's confirmed
weapons.
that Elon has a military.
Yeah, we have a lot of that stuff
satellite.
now. Yeah. Yeah, we got stuff that makes people bleed out of their nose or
I
whatever they
believe
use
Hawaii-
in Venezuela.
I believe the Hawaii fires were from satellites. They were trying to beam down solar energy. They're trying
you better
to
paint your roof blue, okay?
no.
Was that?
That was fake. That was fake. No, I said if you have a blue desk, you can hide under, because apparently hiding under your desk will save you from a school shooting, a tornado, a hurricane.
Yeah, I've done that.
If you have a blue desk, you can hide under it and you'll be safe from everything.
Right. You're
the
OP,
lasers,
dude.
the space lasers.
Everything, dude.
I used to have those drills at school, man. You climb under the desk. It was crazy. Nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we did it. I mean, my kids, I would be totally for it. If I was working for the government, I wouldn't say a fucking word, dude. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, my kids aren't, I'm tired of my kids having to hide under desks. We want these people taken care of. We want this problem to go away. Yeah. I don't want to deal with that shit.
No.
Yeah, I'm not faulting. I'm not saying like America's wrong for any of this shit, but it just is what it is. I just don't think that we did.
Don't think we landed on the moon.
Yeah, that's it.
We bankrupt. We caused Russia to go bankrupt.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it was a great strategy, and I think it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
I think that the purpose was served, and I think we won the Cold War because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not an America hater, dude. Like, I'm not like a fucking stupid commie or something, or some dumbass progressive.
Yeah, I know that. I'll just look it up. What countries is Christ landed trying to land on the moon? And Russia happens to be one of them. Japan, Russia, and India, I think.
Has Crash landed on the moon, or are you saying?
Yeah, Crash landed while tried to land on the moon.
With people, though?
Not with manned missions.
No, there really wasn't
I'm
manned.
saying, like, how is there no manned missions that? You know what I'm saying?
I do. I understand what you're saying, but I can't. I think we went.
I'm just asking questions here, man.
Because it's crazy dangerous and it's nearly impossible, but it's not impossible. And like Easy said, everything has to go right. Any one little problem, everybody's dead. So it's a huge risk, and they're trying to figure out ways to do it safer and more efficiently.
But what's the payoff, though? You know what I'm saying?
We didn't know, did we? I mean, we wouldn't have known till we.
But I'm saying, like, even if we can put people successfully on the moon, like, what's the path? If we go to space and we have satellites, we got the tungsten rods, we got all that shit, we got weapons that we can use in orbit against our enemies. That all makes sense.
Yeah.
But what do we? It's like a all risk, no reward.
Exactly.
That's why
doesn't make any sense. That's why
they're going to use it as a space station to bounce to Mars. That's what Elon's wanting to do.
The reason
anyway.
we're trying to go back now is because we're going to go from there to Mars.
Yeah, he's going to use that to whatever take off and.
Well, it's not.
What are they supposed?
The government has contracted Blue Origin and SpaceX to land people again on the moon, so that we can. The goal is to get to Mars from the moon, because they say it's a lot easier. We can refuel if we set up a station there. We can refuel there, and then it's way easier to take off from the moon than it is to take off from Earth because of the gravity and the atmosphere. So
what's
other than going to Mars, there's no reason to go to the moon. There's no reason to risk your astronaut's life. There's not like oil up there that we know of.
If there was oil there, it would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, but there's no payoff. So since there's no payoff, why are we going to risk?
Bald eagle screeches in the background, you know.
We're going to train all these people. We're going to spend billions of dollars to make these rockets just to go to the moon. Like, it's already been done. We can do it. People are tired of it. And
I think that's why we've not been back. It's been done. I mean,
it's been done, and there's nothing there.
Damn rock. I mean, it's just a rock.
Yeah.
Don't even have no water on it. God.
But if we want to go to Mars, there is a reason to go back, and that's why we're trying to go back. But they're doing it a totally different way. So we're not going to use the same technology. We're not going to use the same anything. Everything's different now. So we're going to do it differently, and that's why we have to pretty much rework the whole system.
Yeah.
What would if we were to do that, JS, say we could land on the moon and build a big base up there and start launching rockets off of it. I don't know. What do you think? Like a continuous thrust up on there would happen? Like, do you think anything bad could happen from that?
I don't know. We could deflect the orbit of the moon.
Oh,
yeah, we could move the moon.
We're gonna move the moon, and it's gonna crash into
we
Earth.
messed that up, man. We're gonna have a hard time
start
doing
digging shit up and removing a bunch of mass from the moon.
Yeah.
Then we start getting floods.
Crash it into the planet, dude. Fuck up
Damn.
the tidal waves.
Yeah, would Earth even exist after it's the moon? Yeah, that would be good.
No, if we didn't have
it would wipe out life.
Yeah, it'd be bad. Let's not do that.
It'd be horrific.
And that's why I'm saying.
I mean, apparently Earth's what do they tell us? Earth's waves are pushing the moon away. What is it?
The moon.
The waves on Earth have an energy that pushes the moon away a certain amount every year.
You're talking about the tides?
Yeah.
The moon does. The moon is what.
Do we have any Wiccans in chat? Do we have any witches?
Yeah, let's get into that.
But they say the tidal effect is moving
the ocean actually lifts up towards the moon. As the moon goes around, there's like a bulge in the ocean.
Yeah, but that's transferring some type of energy, right? That's pushing the moon away.
I haven't heard that.
I haven't either.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
No.
It could be right.
Scary.
I don't know.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, who knows?
But
is the moon moving away?
Yeah, I don't think we should be fucking around in space. I think
Yes, the moon is moving away from the Earth at a rate of approximately 3.78 centimeters, about 1.5 inches a year. This phenomenon is known as lunar recession and is caused by tidal forces, where the moon's gravity creates oceanic bulges on Earth that tug the moon into higher, faster orbit.
Tugging on bulges, dude? That seems kind of gay.
Seems gay. Seems pretty gay.
Just saying, dude. The moon
More
is
evidence.
gay. More evidence that the moon is gay.
The moon is gay.
Just saying,
Whatever.
man.
I can say we shouldn't be messing around on the moon, but that doesn't mean we didn't.
Wait, what'd you say?
Like, it could be bad that we're doing this. This could lead to. They blew up a nuke in the atmosphere to try to get rid of the Van Allen radiation belt.
Do you think
made
that
it stronger?
Do you think that Katy Perry and them actually went into fucking space?
Hell
You think they
no.
were actually on that thing?
Yes. Yeah.
They were on
Come
our
on.
thing.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, but I don't consider that like. Well, they weren't in. Yeah, I think.
Did you see how hard that thing landed?
Yeah.
It's just like a parabolic flight. It goes up really high.
That
and then
thing
it comes down and you
smashed
feel
into the ground.
weightless.
Okay. And
That's
then
how
the
they-
scene where they're coming out and Jeff is supposed to come over there and open the door, whoever it was, and they like accidentally open the door first on purpose. They're like, oh shit, and they had to close it and then go over there and be like, oh yeah, go ahead and open the door, unscrew the door now.
William Shatner did it too.
Let us out.
William Shatner was
like
in
a bad movie, a bad video where they got in a Cessna and flew up for a little bit. To me, I don't know. It was pretty rough.
Yeah, I
The whole
don't know about
thing was
that one,
rough.
dude. I don't think Katy Perry or any of the celebrities went.
They weren't going to risk their life for that.
You
Shit.
can pay and go on a Blue Origin flight. You just need enough money.
Yeah, I mean that's what that stuff is for.
Because it
I'm
wasn't
saying.
just Katy Perry and William Shatner. It was a bunch of civilians and billionaires and rich people. They just pay and they go up there.
Yeah, they want private money in this too, but
it's not even that crazy what they're doing. They're just going up really high and coming down. And when you go up and you come down, you sense
they're not like
weightlessness.
going into orbit. Yeah, they're like going.
Yeah. They're going really high. And then they're coming
Basically,
down.
yeah.
What is this?
Speakeasy, you're muted.
The video's muted.
Yeah, I have the video muted because it's probably like music. It's just short, but look.
That's
look at
it.
this.
Man.
Yeah.
See if we could get the one of them of the pod landing. The thing, I mean, that thing fucking smacks the ground.
Right
dude.
at the start,
Wait,
see, look at
it
this.
landed in a pod?
Boom! Just smashes. into the
Boom!
fucking-
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you're inside there, dude.
So that's what we
fucking-
got to see. Look at this part, though. Look at the other part. before he goes and opens it.
Okay, that looks fake as shit. But
and then look at this. Look at this.
It really does. That's why I said we're not.
Why was it opened already?
Oh, whoops! We're supposed to let Jeff open it. I forgot. What's my line?
Because how is that able to open from the inside?
Right, that was the whole thing. Was like he has to carry the thing over there and fucking let him out.
Yeah. Here, let me show you the one of them.
Ridiculous.
Them landing.
I thought they landed like a jet. I thought it was like
no. That's what I'm saying. That thing fucking crashed into the ground, dude.
Looks like a
They're
damn
in there.
ball.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, well,
they're in a fucking washing machine, dude. They're just getting
tossed. Maybe I'm skeptical of that.
I'd have been pissed if I'd have paid money to do that.
And that's new shit.
Yeah, that's the new. That's what I'm saying. That's the new shit, dude. Like,
I was a moon landing denier like 3 years ago. So,
well, maybe you should be one again.
Yeah, come back, dude. Come back to the dark side, dude.
There's too much.
We're making a lot of sense,
Every argument has been debunked thoroughly.
I gotta show you this one. This one's great. You get to watch them launch on this one. It shows the launch too on this one. Hold up. Look at this one.
Looks like a penis.
Yeah, that's real as fuck.
It's
too, guys.
also very gay, dude.
No, that
looks CGI as shit.
I like how we got a
It's
cut.
very phallic.
I like
It
how
looks
we got
like
a
a
cut
dick.
scene there. I like how we got a
Like
cut
AI.
scene there to a different angle. That was great. All right, and then watch
That's
the
AI
shit. Watch the shit. Watch it coming back down. Oh wait, where's the landing part?
But it had parachutes,
I
right?
wanted to see.
And then Katie kisses the ground.
Oh
I'm
my
back
gosh.
on Earth. Oh my god.
Go to the fucking.
So
watch it. You
performative.
get the far- Watch this. Watch this.
And wasn't it all women
Watch
on that
this.
one? They're like, this is.
Here it goes. Here it
Look
goes.
at this. Look at this.
Here you go.
Boom, dude! Like, bro, come on, dude. You're dead, bro. You're just dead in there, dude. There's no
like
fucking
60
way, bro.
There's like 60-year-old women in there.
Man.
Oh, they get close up on it.
People with osteoporosis, okay?
Yeah, for real.
In the
Look at
capsule,
that.
dude.
All right. Well, that's questionable, but
Yeah.
And that's the new shit.
That's
Just
good
saying,
stuff
man.
right there.
How can we be reversing?
Hips breaking
It
all
looked-
over the
It
place.
looked like a dick. Katy Perry is a bitch.
this is not going well. You guys, I'm supposed to be converting you guys to the truth.
You're getting converted tonight.
Our plan worked.
Bang! Right down to the ground. Holy shit! That's insane.
All those tracks and what they left up there is what sells me on it. Really, that was my final. That's what made my mind up.
Chat keeps saying this is an intervention. They're having an intervention for me.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
So originally, you know how I talked to you, JS, on your prep, and I was like the swearing on the Bible and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's BS.
Remember that, right? So I found that,
It's
and I
part
found
Sabrel.
how, and I found he denied the moon landing 3 times.
No. Who?
They have footage of Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, I played
Yeah, I know.
2 of them.
Okay,
for him.
okay.
He
Okay.
had an excuse for both of them.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I came in late, so
Out of context clips.
Out of context, he says.
out of
Out of context clips of him saying he answered a question about did we go to the moon or did we not? He's like, if we
If
didn't
the
go
little
to the moon,
girl asks him, why didn't we go back to the moon all this time? He goes, that's a good question from an 8-year-old, and that's my question. He's like, because we didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he
Damn
says,
it, yeah.
I think we need to go back.
It's like,
No, 'cause they were-
What did you just say? Did you
Oh,
know
that's
what you
so
just
slipping,
said,
dude.
old man?
they were
There's a
pissed.
Freudian slip.
They were pissed because there were 3 more Apollo missions scheduled, and with funding cuts, they cut those programs. So a lot of astronauts were like, "I'm going to the moon," and then they get told, "No, you lost the funding. You're not going."
Yeah, but it's Buzz Aldrin.
You got
lost the funding. You guys, listen. This is why I brought up planes, right? Like, imagine when planes stopped being cool and popular. They're like, I guess we stopped funding planes, guys.
There's a practical use for planes. There's no practical use for going to the moon yet. Well, or at the time there wasn't. At the time there wasn't. Now there is.
We're in a war.
At the time there was no reason to go to the moon.
There's no practical use for having something that can fucking hit from. No
satellites. Why would I send a missile from the moon when I could send a missile from a satellite?
Real Star Wars shit.
There are satellites with nukes on.
That's our point, though.
I like the assertion. There are satellites with nukes on them.
Yeah.
There are?
Yeah.
Crazy. See, I learn something new every day. That's it. I just.
You don't believe in nukes, dude.
For all those that say life is boring, I mean, how could it be?
You don't even believe space is real.
What are you talking about? You didn't even listen to my whole debate, dude.
I did. I listened to the whole thing.
It's not real.
And that's all I want to do. I actually thank you guys.
My favorite part is I asked JS, how come no one else has landed on the moon? He bring up India. The evidence we have of India landing on the moon.
That video was convincing.
Little computer graphic.
I believe that video.
Hey, but for real, there's no good time to do this. I'm going to dip out. Just want to say W's for Easy, JS. Thank you for taking this one. Enjoyed it thoroughly. The rest of you, W's in the chat. Let's get that donut bar up, all the things. You guys have a wonderful night.
See you, Redbeard.
Later.
I'm probably going to have to go too. My daughter's not going to sleep, I think. So we'll go give my wife a break.
I feel you.
How old is she?
What? She's still an infant, dude. She's like just turned 1.
Oh wow.
Oh Lord.
So she's having a
lot of
rough night. So.
Yep, I remember those.
Yeah, man.
Toothache, fever, sick, and just pooping all over the place.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you for
It's
coming.
good to see you,
out.
Nacho. I always like seeing you up here, man.
Yeah, I'll see you at DebateCon.
Yeah, we'll see you all there.
Same here.
Yes, sir.
Did you see the thing in the back? I sent a suggestion. I don't know if it's like a 41-second clip, but it's like called CBS Week in Space 1996. It's like a simulation of I guess their I think before they were trying to send into the moon. I think, or maybe it was the time before. I'm not sure, but it's a weird video. I feel like if they can kind of illustrate that, then maybe they could fake other things.
Oh, I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a simulation of it.
That's the shit I was talking about. JS on his moon prep.
JS
thing.
is looking at it right now. I can tell. I'm looking at it.
It looks weird, dude. It looks really fucking weird.
Check this
Don't
out.
look at it. It'll poison you. Don't do it. Don't do it.
1966.
Holy shit.
Look at my guy floating in space. Look at him.
He just floating away. No strings, none.
Did you find this, Jack?
Yeah, I known about it. There was older footage. I just can't find it.
So it don't even
But
matter.
that looks nothing like the moon landing.
Oh yeah,
I know, but if they can fake that shit, look at the Earth behind there. It looks fucking weird.
This is to show you. This is to show you in 1966. This was the capability publicly.
They made this shit
Imagine what they
not-
had, because remember, you even admitted that they had technology we didn't.
They say we're 25 years behind it all done. That's fucking stupid.
Oh,
How dare you?
Dude,
What is
come
this?
on.
No.
Co-
Oh,
This is an episode of Twilight Zone.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
That was on
exactly.
CBS, brother.
It's the whole problem here.
Damn.
Oh,
the Buzz Aldrin, all those quotes, because Easy played one and it was easy to debunk, and then the second one you played, I need to see the whole.
Yeah.
I need to see the whole thing.
I think that was the whole.
But the not swearing on the Bible, everybody, people think that they like went to a court thing and they were asked to, under the threat of perjury, to put their hand on a Bible and swear that that's not what happened. What happened is Bart Sabrell ran up to astronauts.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And said, swear on the Bible that you went to the moon.
That is kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, I think he's denied other times too, is what I heard. I could be wrong on that though.
Yeah.
But I've always been in the middle on it, you know?
Out of context.
Because I can see both sides of it, where it could be faked, but it could be just completely real.
And then there's the one video
where I stood with it.
There's the one video that Bart Sabrell always plays where he's like, there's a guy talking and he's like, in order to pass through these dangerous rays of radiation, we need to figure this out before we can send people up.
And then he reframes it as deadly.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're talking about the tech.
He says dangerous, and they're talking about the Orion mission, which is meant to hang out in the Van Allen radiation belts. We did not set up
they're not even talking about the people though. They're talking about the it's dangerous for the tech.
For the tech,
have on they're not even saying it's dangerous for the people. That's why that's why I didn't come in here with none of that type of shit, because that's goofy, bro.
I was hoping you would, and that's why I had. If you brought up Bill Casing or Bart Sabrell, I was ready to shut all that down. Like those guys are getting rich.
Those guys are morons. Like those.
Okay, but if those guys will lie that we faked the moon landing, then that's the same as you saying that Parsons or whatever.
Those are chaos agents. I believe that those guys are put into place for a reason to make the people denying the moon landing look like fucking kooks.
Yep.
That's what they do. They put out people that are they call them gatekeepers usually, and it's what he's not. He doesn't even believe what he's fucking saying.
See, this is like the same thing I said, but flipped. So you're saying they're chaos agents who are made to make the moon landing deniers look stupid. I'm saying that the moon landing deniers are chaos agents to make conspiracy theorists look stupid.
Or the moon lander believers.
How did someone like Bart Sabrell get millions of dollars to put this shit together?
I don't know. Please, my name's Bart Sabrell.
Right, exactly. No charisma.
Uncle Fester looking at
fucking talk. How did that goofy get millions of dollars to make some stupid documentary that's clearly dumb as shit?
Yeah, and he's on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Damn.
Yeah,
that's kind of
seen that? Are you crazy?
No.
I think he's been on twice. I know he's been on once. I watched it the other day.
Well, if you're on twice, I mean it's hard.
Yeah, but now even Joe is backing off of the moon landing denial.
Well, he has been for a while now.
He did
maybe he's getting paid.
But that's how Joe Rogan remains neutral, so they can keep putting bullshit up on Joe Rogan.
He did a debate with a guy on a radio show. It was Penn from Penn and Teller had a radio show, and Joe Rogan and a guy named Phil, I forget his last name, who was a scientist, debated on the radio show, and they get to the end. It's like a 1 hour block, and they get to the end, and then they ended up having them both come back because they were still going at it, and so they went for another hour. And they were still going at it at the end. Like, that's why I knew this one could go for a while. Like, I didn't even know that 3 hours had passed.
Me neither. I was like, what the fuck?
I've been listening ever since y'all started. I didn't even type in chat, and that's rare for me. I didn't, not one time.
You were just dug into the debate.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to get with one of those points, you know, to just be over for one side or the other.
Yeah,
I mean, I was hoping for more of the stupid ones, like why is the flag waving? Like,
yeah.
That's easy to explain. The
Yeah,
footprints or the
yeah,
sea rock.
like
Yeah, that's easier. to
they,
explain.
yeah, they could just explain that with bullshit. That's why I would never. Okay, here's my tax for being mean to the old lady. If she's actually based, I'm sorry. If she's a leftist, though, I'm not sorry.
I wouldn't say she's a leftist. No.
Thank you, American Nacho. No, she's definitely not a leftist.
No, she's not a leftist. She's cool, but she gets very frustrated about
the moon landing.
The moon landing. People denying the moon landing.
I mean, I guess I get that though. You know what I mean? If you
it had to happen, she was
saw
watching it on TV.
Yeah.
That's what she says. I watched it. It happened.
I've watched
can understand
rockets. We went like 2 or 3 times to Cocoa Beach when there was a rocket launch, and we watched the rocket launches from Cocoa Beach. So I've seen the rockets go up. I took a field trip to NASA. I've seen the Saturn V rocket and walked down it. Like NASA's crazy. If you're ever in Florida.
Oh yeah, I went to Florida when I was younger, and I actually went to the whole exhibit. They had a big
government facility that's got a bunch of probably top secret shit they need to keep on lock. Yeah, just let the public come through. And,
that's why I said NASA is very transparent. I didn't pull up that. I'm gonna pull up that
super transparent. But yeah, I went there in Florida. Back in the day as a kid on I think a school trip or whatever, or my parents went there on vacation, and I got to see the thing you're talking about. So yeah.
Wait, which one, Shazzy? The last one you sent?
Phil McCracken.
Phil McCracken.
Phil McCracken.
Sounds
Phil
gay.
McCracken. That sounds gay.
Oh, you asshole. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, Shazzy got you.
I'm usually good at that, dude. Yeah, she fucking.
You're so caught up in the moon stuff. She can get you with the.
Got me.
Share that.
What is this?
Power transfer is.
So this is the Apollo 11 mission. You have timelines up here. You can go through. So the lunar drift, I can jump to here. I can click on what flight L is saying, what flight R is saying.
That's beautiful. I know.
These are all sound waves, telecom, what Capcom is saying when they're all talking, and I can listen to them. I can go to lunar dot, returning to Earth, on the surface, and you can go through all of this stuff. It's 137 hours. Every sound feed, every video feed, every picture as it was happening. You can like relive the Apollo 11 mission. Where's the lunar docking, returning to Earth?
This is amazing. You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to go ask ChatGPT to make me an app that does this.
This is an app.
Yeah, I'm going to ask it to make me an app that does this.
It's 198 hours.
And I'm going to ask it to also add in there somewhere in there that it's like
like it looks like I'm just
space dudes fucking each other in space.
It looks like I'm just skipping from here to here. But this is 200 hours of footage, video, audio recordings from everything. Where's the on the surface? I watched this. I got stuck watching this the other day, but you can see when they land. There's a lot of dead air and stuff. But when they land, you can go through every picture, the fiduciary marks. I can hear what mission control is saying. I can hear what the astronauts are saying. Video. There's not always video. Sometimes there's video.
So the landing pictures with audio behind it? That's amazing.
No, they'll show video. Preparation and landing.
Yeah, we'll get ready to land. It's pretty good.
There is video in here. It's just hard to find because, again, it's 200 hours.
Aldrin tries different modes of walking. Here's a video right here. So this is the camera that's mounted on the lunar module.
It's on the outside, right?
Yeah.
Before they even get out there, it's already out there. It shows them they're taking it out.
No, they land. Well, no, that's a camera that's mounted on the top of the thing. But when he gets down the ladder, that's a hatch that opens up that has a camera on it.
And he goes and gets it right there. I mean,
as soon as they take it off,
yeah.
and they move it over, and then they set up a little satellite dish. And these are people watching it from Houston. More videos, and there's multiple videos for this time frame. Sometimes there's no video, sometimes there's video. But you can go through the whole mission. You can hear every little problem, and then you can listen to all the different stations. They're saying, we got to figure this out. We got to do this. We got to do this. And I can listen to the audio from Capcom right now.
Problem, I'd say there was a lot of
See how
problems.
close all those footprints are to each other there, Jess? In this photo?
It was the last footprint.
Yeah, one. Why is all these footprints literally right beside each other?
And also this, and look, see how the flag's not moving?
See how the shadows aren't inside the footprints in this picture either? Weird.
Here's that footprint.
This is live video, Easy. You got to believe it now.
Looks like a ring cam.
No, this was not live. This colored footage and these colored pictures were not live. The live video looked like crap because,
don't tell them
Easy said, they were sending it to Houston, and Houston was recording it and sending it to the news network.
Yeah, on one TV, and all the news networks filmed that one TV.
What's with the motion capture footage thing? Why isn't it just recording?
What do you mean?
Like, you see the skipping that's going on in the video?
Oh, look, they're about to talk to Nixon. They're talking to Nixon right now.
I'm talking to you by telephone.
Yep, there it is.
Oval Room at the White House.
Oh my God!
Telephone call.
This part's not too convincing.
He's
is it?
not actually calling them on the phone.
We all are of what you. For
Yeah.
He's
That's a
calling
long
into
phone
Houston,
line.
and Houston is holding a phone up to their connection to this.
Yeah, that's more for the citizens than anything.
And there's a 1.3 second delay there and a 1.3 second delay back.
And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility,
This is still better than the phone call I had with Avarice today. Just saying.
What happened with Avarice?
I had a phone call with Avarice, and we had to keep fucking hanging up and calling each other back because of how bad the connection was.
Well, you guys got Obama
in
phones.
a different country, not a different fucking.
That'd still be better than this.
you will return safely to Earth.
But yeah, you should go. If you deny the moon landing, you should go check out this on NASA. This is from NASA's website, and it's the whole 200-hour mission.
Yeah,
you can go through every second of it.
If you believe some of the stuff to debunk, why don't you watch it to support? I mean,
and not to mention, come on, are you crazy? You even know Nixon a horrible fucking liar. Let's be real.
Yeah, but
Watergate,
you know, yeah, he was
lying ass motherfucker. All right.
I didn't like Nixon.
Lying ass motherfucker. That's what Nixon is. An actor.
He was a prick.
And I'm pretty
He
sure
just leaves the gate open, yeah.
We had an actor in office, and we sent actors to the moon.
Oh
They
my
have
God!
that for every mission. You can do that.
What? Oh, the
For every mission, you can go through
mission?
every picture, every video, every
learned
audio
that-
recording
You know
from
what?
every
I
channel.
learned that from our boy.
I'm gonna end up spending some days watching some.
Every day-
Well,
every day.
Hollywood
One
just made
thing
all that stuff in
that just was
1969.
so like unfucking believable. You're gonna be like, okay, this is just garbage.
It's easier just to go to the moon.
Yeah, that's so crazy to say, bro.
No, it's not. I don't even like the pyramids. I don't think it was impressive, but it's not that crazy.
See that right there? That's what I talk about. That's what I was meaning earlier when people.
No, what
people talk about it like a road trip.
As true as anything is. It's just as valid as any other activity.
Craters on the moon are apparently like actually there's a video of something hitting the moon in 2004, I think it was.
Yeah, the micrometeorites.
Dude, how
Shit
did
hits
they
it all
get
the time.
through all of that? Just
they had
like and they just missed it all. Like, yeah,
had-
motherfucker, Matrix, this shit. We going through, bro. Like,
they're micrometeorites. They don't just destroy stuff.
It would be hell to be on the moon
had-
up there fucking
they
around
had,
playing golf in one hit. Boy.
They have people
What is it
monitoring
they
the
say?
sun.
A meteorite the size of a penny would blow through you.
Yeah, luckily none of them got hit by penny meteorites.
I know they missed everything. It's crazy. That's good.
Yeah, they had no fun. They didn't get hit in the ass in one.
It's
Didn't have
not
no fun at all.
luck, it's just probability. There is a very slim margin of error, and if they screwed anything up, they would all die. That's why
Such a
we
low
don't keep going back.
probability, That's what makes it more likely they faked it and easier to fake it. That's what I say. The low probabilities is what makes it easier to fake it. Moon landing deniers have clearly never seen either the 1979 Carl Sagan Cosmos nor the more recent Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Is this the guy that asks this in every debate?
Galactic Civics 101. Watch them all. You know what? I've actually watched them both.
Yep.
What are you
I
doing?
think a
Are
lot
you
of people
crazy?
that is a big misconception.
I
That
just looked.
because
I just looked at my camera. It's crazy as hell.
most moon landing deniers will deny like space in general. They'll say, "Yeah, I like it's impossible to even get out of the Van Allen belt. There'd be no, there'd be impossible to orbit anything." You know, like I don't believe all that, right? Like,
Well, that's what I was trying to get. I was trying to show that you did at one point kind of say that the ISS isn't real when you started playing videos
Yeah,
from
I heard
the
that.
ISS.
I
No,
heard
I
too.
wasn't saying. That's why I wanted to clarify. Even I said, I'm not saying the ISS isn't real. I'm showing that they have a consistency in NASA to give us fake footage.
I don't think that was fake footage. I wasn't convinced.
Well, I do, and I wish I could have found the fucking space.
Okay,
the dude
so if there's
disappearing.
not people, if there's
When
people
I find
on
that
the
video, I'm
ISS,
sending you it. There's a video of dude goes to the back of the space station, goes around a corner, and before he's fully out of frame, he disappears. You see him fade away. It doesn't even make sense.
it could be all sorts of things. It could be the signal artifacts in the camera. Like
Nothing else fades though. It's only him.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna find you that video. I promise.
I've seen weird videos where
I wrote
people-
it down because I even watched. It was on Facebook. I seen it not long ago. Actually, it popped up again. I was going through Facebook shorts because that's a good place to find my goofies of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. The place where you find goofies of the day is where you find information about the
Hey,
ISS.
sometimes there's footage there too. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, there's a lot on Instagram too, really.
There's a lot of shorts on
Found some
TikTok
shit on
about
Instagram.
about moon landing deniers and flat Earth, and and I do keep going to flat Earth because they are kind of tied. They're kind of tied together, like
No, not at all.
that, and that's why I was trying to get
It's
you to
just that
say.
most flat earthers will also deny the moon landing. That's the thing.
Well, how did we get the signal back? How did we call and talk to these people? How did we get the signal back? So I was trying to get you to say you believe that we got a remote control robot to drive around on the moon.
I know you were trying to get me to say that. I know.
So if we can get a remote control robot to the moon to pick up moon rocks, put it back in a ship, and bring it back home, why can't we get people there?
in the 60s, even a robot in the 60s.
It's just the next step.
Launching something remote control-y, attaching it back in orbit. Like, so this is the thing, right? In orbit means it's going around the moon. Okay.
Yeah.
This thing has to be timed perfectly to catch it while it's going around and attach itself. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that, like, what?
Do you think? Okay. Do you think we can refuel a plane while it's flying?
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. The plane drops out a cone, and the other plane has a nozzle on the front of it that flies up and puts it into there. Not gay, by the way. It's like this.
That's on Earth and controlled.
It's very
by
straight.
men.
It's
Like
very
those
straight. We do this. There's a
Sure.
thing like this, and we do this. And we refuel planes while they're flying.
Gay.
Why can't we do that in zero gravity? It would actually be easier with no atmosphere.
Actually, when you say no atmosphere, that's misconception too. That's not realistic.
There's no drag.
It's not no atmosphere.
The
right?
moon has some
Right.
because of the gravity of the moon.
I think
it
I
has
know what
some-
you mean by no atmosphere. I just want everybody to understand.
I'm just saying there's no wind
atmosphere,
resistance, there's
vacuum
no
doesn't
drag,
mean
there's
literal no atmosphere or a literal vacuum either.
yeah, so a
So
command
that's the
module
problem. What
the
math
command
are we
module
doing?
is floating around the moon, and then the thing takes off when it's right about here.
A lot of the math
and
we're
then it
showing, though,
slows
is
down
for
and it comes up
zero
and
atmosphere.
and then there's a hole, and then there's a peg, and they put the peg in the hole just perfectly, very straight, by the way. And
Pretty gay.
no, that's not gay.
That's gay.
And that one section, the cylinder is still up there, and the what do you want to call it? The nose cone, the triangle, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Command module.
Yeah. And then they hit the ocean, and we pick them up and put them on a boat, wash them off.
Yeah. It all makes sense to me.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be going up there like going to Florida or something for vacation.
JS, you're gonna keep streaming, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna like start another one though, because when this one ends, it's gonna.
Yeah. Let me
on your side. So
start
you're gonna
doing
start
that
another
now.
one up. So then, yeah, set up your other one, and you're gonna have to start it too, so that when we raid over, it doesn't. It actually does it. Because
Okay.
if you raid to somebody and the stream's not going yet, it won't even send the raid over.
Yeah, just give me like 10 or
Yeah.
15.
How many subs you need? Easy. I've got a couple alts.
Oh, you mean for 10,000?
Yeah. I want to see you get
We are at 2 people unsubbed, assholes. Because we were at 9,971, but now we're at 9,969.
Dude, I don't know why that happens. I hate that.
It's because
I think we hit the big milestone.
that like they're hate watchers, right?
Yeah.
So when they realize they're getting close to a milestone,
Yeah.
they'll all unsub.
That's what I thought about
do
today.
I think that's a part of it. I think also maybe somebody sees a short that they like. If you're doing shorts and they see a short that you like and they subscribe, but then they see other content you do and they don't like that, so they unsubscribe.
Yeah,
Or
that happens.
That could be it too.
I've had people tell me they don't like my shorts, and my shorts keep popping up on their shorts feed, so they unsubscribe to me so that they don't have my shorts in their shorts feed.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
like so you can't make it. If you try to please everybody, you end up
you
pleasing
can't
nobody.
please everybody. These motherfuckers never happy. All right. These motherfuckers are never happy. All right. No,
I'm never fucking happy. I'll never smile.
but yeah, I think I think I'm just gonna make a prediction, and JS know why I'm making this prediction. After this week, we're hitting 10K.
Boom.
All right.
Oh
Let's make it happen.
After this week, we're hitting 10K.
But since you said this in my chat, I'm not divulging anything, but
wait, what?
You think Kent Hovind, you can get Kent Hovind on Swords of Reason?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Actually, it might be this week.
Dude, oh my god, I'm a huge Kent Hovind fan since I was a kid.
So you'll be sure 10K then, for no doubt.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna have to go back on your guys' debate because I only costed the last 30 minutes before you opened, so I wanted to watch it, but I was busy.
Tomorrow we got Teriak versus Lutch and a Trump debate. If things goes right, Tuesday I have a big event for you guys. And then I'm hoping it's gonna be Wednesday or Thursday we can get Ken Tovin on. And then Friday, Verbal Combat, of course.
What will he be debating? The Ark?
Huh?
What would Kent Hovind be debating? The Ark?
Evolution versus creation.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I still wanted. I would like to do an Ark one.
When you move up, don't forget the little people.
Don't forget the little
me.
Never.
It's good timing for the Ark stuff because the Ark is in the news right now.
Huh?
Yeah, it would be a good time for an Ark debate. You want to do an Ark debate?
Yeah, I'd like to do one. I have the thing coming up with Avarice that we plan, but
okay,
that's gonna be. We've both talked about it, and it's not gonna be super contentious. He just wants to get the information about the Mankind Project out there, and so it's gonna be more of like a. He's going to give his information, and I like talking about cults, and so, but yeah, I would like to get an Ark one, but I would need some prep time just to gather everything.
I'll find someone that'll debate against it.
So I like doing a lot of prep, and I work full time, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why it takes me, if this was my job, then I could probably pump them out a lot faster, but I got to go to work.
I feel you.
But I was going to say, Teriak's coming up on 2K. Crystal Strange is coming up on 1K. You're coming up on 10K, and I'm coming right up on 6K. So we're all right on the edge of those.
Right on the fucking edge.
Yep.
You gonna jump?
I keep trying to raise all the ships with me, bro. We all going up, bro. We all going up. Like I said, you know why already, but yeah. After this week, I think we're gonna be at the 10K spot, and I got a big event for you guys this week. Probably
excited.
Probably the biggest event of the Speakeazzy channel history. All right, but all my OGs, the people who've been here from the start, you're gonna know I've been saying this is something that's gonna happen the whole time. All right,
I'm excited.
I've been here 3 years. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I knew what he was talking about as soon as he messaged me. He's like,
I know where he's wanting to get hooked up with.
He's like, something big's coming up, and I was like, is it this? He's like, yeah.
Yeah, you guessed it right away.
I'm tired. I ain't thinking too good. But what the hell are you talking about, Wills?
You'll find out.
You'll see. Yeah.
Are we done, man? He's gonna show his penis, he said.
Fair enough, Alicia.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Yeah, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this is something I've said is gonna happen the whole time.
I've heard you say it, I just don't remember it.
You know, one of the things I used to repeat on the daily with my streams at the beginning was, one day this is what's gonna happen.
You're giving too much away, dude, because anybody anybody who's been watching you for a while knows as soon as you say that.
That's right.
Yeah, but how many of those people?
My OGs deserve a little hint, okay?
Damn you, Easy.
Oh, everyone stop sleeping on me. I told y'all stop sleeping on me. I'm about to make my fucking mark.
Get the mattresses
Hell
out.
yeah.
I'm about to make my fucking mark.
I love it. I'm here for the ride, you know?
That's what's up.
We're trying to support you, LA, so, you know, I don't know.
Hell yeah.
It's driving me crazy now that I don't know what you're talking about.
You're gonna know.
You got sleepless
Right
nights.
when you find out I'm
Yeah.
crazy, you're gonna be like, "Oh fuck! How didn't I realize that?"
Yeah, I'll probably kick myself in the ass for sure.
You're gonna be like, "Ah, I should have knew that right when he said that."
Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the only thing I got left. My bones are breaking. I still got a good memory though. Right now, I don't know. If I got Alzheimer's, I'll forget I even thought about it. So it'll all be good.
No, JS is gonna get it first with all that nose picking.
Yeah, that was good from yesterday.
That took a minute too. Yep. You're pushing all them germs up in your nose.
Recently too, and then we talked about nose picking. But yeah, I see that literally just recently something came up. New study shows that nose picking may lead to Alzheimer's. I was like, what? No fucking way. And then they'd explained it that like because our hands are so dirty, and when we put our hands up here, we leave all the fucking bacteria up there, and there's canals that can reach up to your brain, and bacteria can find its way up there and fuck you up. And I was like, what?
Well, that's why I said. That's why I said. Well, what if we wash our hands beforehand?
Yeah, I was. Damn.
He's the first to go.
But I'm gonna need some more evidence for that extreme claim there.
Yeah. It's only coming from one source.
Yeah, I mean, look what they did with milk. You know, they would come out every other few years and go, milk good, milk bad, milk good, milk bad, coffee bad,
greatest lie.
coffee good.
Yeah.
You know?
Milk does the body good until you get a bladder stone.
Yeah. The old food pyramid was the greatest lie, though. Remember the old food pyramid?
For real.
Holy shit. Eat everything that's bad for you and only little bits of the stuff that's good for you.
Yeah, eat
Yeah,
10
for real.
servings of carbs and sugars a day and eat very little meat and vegetables.
Cereal was considered healthy. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Fruity
That shit's
Pebbles, I'm
ridiculous.
healthy. This food pyramid, dude.
Putting all these dyes in there and everything.
Oh, shit. Too funny. All right, you
Yeah,
live
you gotta
already
go down
on
a
the
rabbit
other one?
hole.
I can go live right now. I got it all set up.
Okay.
I thought you were.
If I had it hit go live here, and then I got to set up a raid from before.
After pin, I like it.
Yeah, after, yeah.
Let me set up the raid on this one before you do it.
Yeah. Then you'll send your chat there too.
Ow.
Oh, Michael.
You know what?
Hatch,
You know what
had another one. I don't know if I read this one, but how you feel about Potholer 54 and Professor Dave and their Kent Hovind takedowns?
I hate Professor Dave, but I watched a lot of Professor Dave in preparation for this debate.
I bet you did.
Yeah,
I
was
watched
introduced.
a lot of Professor Dave. My wife hates him.
I can't
My wife
stand him.
Hates him. Like she'll be like, she'll wake up, like she'd be sleeping and wake up, and I fell asleep watching him, and she'll tell me about it the next day, how she couldn't stand waking up to his voice.
When he first started and he was like debunking the flat earth, that's how I found him, was through flat, because I got into like the flat. I was never a flat earther. I just like to make fun of him, but I would watch all the debunk videos of his. But then now, once COVID happened, and Trump, now every video is just TDS. You're all fucking idiots. You're a bunch of fucking Trump supporters. He's like, just, he's got TDS. He's
right, exactly.
He's totally lost it.
Professor Dave's another one I'm gonna be trying to get on to Swords of Reason as well.
Yeah, he'd be a good one.
Boom.
I don't know if he'll do it. Like, he won't debate Jim Bob. He had a little interaction with Jim Bob.
Yeah, so
and Jim Bob was very respectful in that.
I know he was. I saw that.
Which is not how Jim Bob
Bob's the
usually
one
is.
I'm gonna try and get him to debate.
I don't know if he'll do it. I don't think he'll do it.
I know.
If you can...
I'm gonna try though, because in one of his recent videos, again, he said these guys always say I won't debate them, but my emails never get any messages from these people. So I'm gonna do an email. I'm gonna say that I know Jim Bob's ready to debate you, and if you will agree to it, I can.
And you either get an excellent debate, or you get to call out Professor Dave and show the receipts and say, "Look, you said you're ready to debate him. I sent you the thing. Why won't you debate him?"
Exactly. Exactly. You see what I'm doing. So he's either going to come debate or he's going to get a goofy of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's a good one, yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yep.
All right. You got that other one rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
You know about Simon Dan? I like Simon Dan.
I watch him too.
He's good.
Yep. Yeah, because I like watching the debunkings of the flat earthers and shit like that. It's a little guilty pleasure of mine. Kent Hovind, though, I'm with you here, especially all his older stuff. I used to watch it religiously. Like I love it. Like he's got my favorite response to who created God. He's got my favorite response ever when he's facing those the three evolutionists at the school. They're all teachers and shit, and it's him versus three, and they ask him a couple questions, and then he goes, "Okay, I'll start with your first one. Who created God?" Well, who created God is already assuming, and then he gets into the here. I'll even play this one quick. Here, we'll play this one quick before you go. 1 sec, when we get it.
Yeah,
it's my favorite answer to who created God ever.
I've probably seen it, yeah. And he runs through the whole who implies personhood, created, and he goes.
He goes through the idea of something being inside of something it created. Like, watch, you'll see here. Watch. Here. It's my favorite one.
Yeah, that's it. Where did God come from? He says where implies a place.
Consistent and being a very honest person, I'm sure you can tell me where God came from.
He explains the Trinity of Trinities. Like, it's my favorite. It's my favorite.
And in addition, once you've told me where God comes from, please try to clarify how you can figure that a spiritual force can have an impact on a material universe to create it. I think that some years ago, we already talked about that kind of thing in philosophical circles at any rate, by posing the question, if angels are made of spiritual matter and a pen is made of material matter and spiritual matter displaces no space, how many angels can dance on the tip of a pen? I have a sense of sort of reversal experience here, but please do go ahead.
You got 5 minutes. Now, I just want to know which question.
He wants to give him more time.
We're supposed to do one question at a time. Which one would you like? That was part of the format for the debate. So which question?
I want you to fill in the story of the rest of the beginning of the universe. God, spiritual matter,
1 verse
impact
3
on material matter.
Okay, so 2 questions. All right.
And he's about to body him.
All right, your question, where did God come from, assumes that you're thinking of the wrong, obviously it displays that you're thinking of the wrong God, because the God of the Bible is not affected by time, space, or matter. If he's affected by time, space, or matter, he's not God. Time, space, and matter is what we call a continuum. All of them have to come into existence at the same instant, because if there were matter but no space, where would you put it? If there were matter and space but no time, when would you put it? You cannot have time, space, or matter independently. They have to come into existence simultaneously. The Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, there's time.
God created the heavens.
God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth. There's matter. So you have time, space, matter created a trinity of trinities there. Just, time is past, present, future. Space has length, width, height. Matter has solid, liquid, gas. You have a trinity of trinities created instantaneously, and the God who created them has to be outside of them. If he's limited by time, he's not God. The guy who created this computer is not in the computer. He's not running around in there changing the numbers on the screen, okay? The God who created this universe is outside of the universe. He's above it, beyond it, in it, through it. He's unaffected by it. So the concept that a spiritual force cannot have any effect on a material body, well, then I guess you'd have to explain to me things like emotions and love and hatred and envy and jealousy and rationality. I mean, if your brain is just a random collection of chemicals that form by chance over billions of years, how on earth can you trust your own reasoning processes and the thoughts that you think? Okay, so your question, where did God come from, is assuming a limited God. And that's your problem. The God that I worship is not limited by time, space, or matter. If I could fit the infinite God in my 3-pound brain, he would not be worth worshiping, that's for certain. So that's the God that I worship. Thank you.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it. So good.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. I got to show that to some people.
It's my favorite answer to that question ever. He just fucking basically with a big fuck you. And I love how he explains the trinity of trinities, how the time, space, and matter has to be all at the same. It can't be separated from each other. And then he explains how even these three also have threes, right? The past, present, future, length, width, height, and what was it? Oh, solid, liquid, gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking.
Yeah,
I love that shit. It's
I've
so
seen
good.
those, and then he has one where it's the same question, and he breaks it down. He says, "Where?" Now that's matter. That's a place, and then where did God come means that he came from something that implies time. And then from, he goes through like each word and breaks it down and says, your question is flawed. Like,
exactly. Can you link that? Yeah, I can link that. I can put that.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, it's again my favorite answer, and that whole debate. I like that whole debate too. He fucking crushes those three dudes. Those three dudes don't even know what to fucking say anymore at the end.
Didn't see him coming.
I respect him because people will do the same things with him. They'll do the personal attacks. They'll say, "Well, you've been to jail
every time." Fucking time.
Yeah, you left your wife, or you had something. Him and his wife got in a fight or something. And
yeah. Oh, you didn't pay your taxes. Oh, you didn't do this. Oh, you were this, and it's like,
that's how you know you're losing.
There's arguments, or are you just gonna attack him? Yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah. Same thing every time. But yeah, I wanted to watch that before we wrapped up here. Oh, wait, one more thing here. His mistake is that he thinks we should trust our own rationality intuitively. It takes a lot of lifetime work to understand our internal biases.
Yep.
Yes,
it's like not understanding how a rocket lands on the moon because you've seen rockets land on Earth. You don't know how it works. It's different.
This guy.
To wrap it up.
Wraps it in at the end. Let's fucking go. All right. I'm gonna send everyone over to your other stream there. Tell everybody one more time where they find you.
JS Urban Adventures. Friday and Saturday nights we stream all night long. Monday night we have the Dreaded Conservative show. That's where I do news and politics and current events. It's like a news show on Monday nights at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So check out the Dreaded Conservative show, the Friday and Saturday night streams, and then throughout the week we're doing we do debate prep and gaming and hangout chill stream on Friday mornings. And right now I'm working my way through the whole Bible, reading the whole Bible live. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a teacher. I'm just reading it and looking into questions, arguments that people make, and trying to, find the answers. So that's it. And we're almost at 6K, so go subscribe.
That's what's up. Go subscribe. Mod shares chat in our side over here. All right. Or share his channel, I meant to say. But yeah, this was good. This was fun. I had a lot of fun with this one. Now I'm gonna go eat.
Thanks for hosting and the raids and all that stuff.
Always, bro. Always. We all going up, bro. We all going up. But Jack, are you crazy? Did you want to say anything quick before I
I just wanted to. Oh, you can go ahead, Crazy, first.
No, I was making a joke about.
Okay. Well, I was gonna. Well, mine was kind of a joke too. I was saying that JS, he wants to get a new chair, right? And he wants to get Vegeta's chair, not Goku's chair. I you know, it's kind of crazy. You know,
I like the Vegeta chair, but I'm probably not gonna get that one. You know, that's actually just a cover. So I could just buy the chair and buy that cover and put it on, but I'm just gonna get a regular nice chair. This chair's falling apart on me.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Time to level up. You know, you get the
mine was
6K,
like my
you know?
handle, my one handle on it. During the move, something sharp must have hit it, so it looked like a tube or something because there was just this whole chunk taken out of it, and then that's there. And when you're not noticing, when you feel something, you start playing.
You're picking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck the handle up, and I was like, yo, but I wasn't gonna replace the chair. I just said, fuck it, my handles don't show anyways. You got the same problem, right?
Yeah, you can't. You see that?
Yeah,
This is because I sit here and I pick at it, and the arms are falling off. So.
Yep. But I wasn't even gonna get a new chair. My wife was like, just get the fucking chair.
The back of my chair broke one day while I was streaming, and I like fell out of the chair. So it's JB welded in 3 spots. This thing's held together with JB weld.
That's crazy. Yeah, you definitely need a new one. That's for sure. Like these these Anda seats, they're expensive, but it's comfortable. It's all real leather too, and it comes with the little the back thing here, and they are comfortable. So I'll tell you that. But yeah, they're pricey.
Yeah, but I had to make that joke. So, anyways, I appreciate you having me up. I'm gonna have to go back and watch you guys debate because I was really interested, but I was busy. Like I said, I only saw the last 30 minutes, so I'll definitely be going back through and watching it because it seemed even the last 30 minutes were good. So
it's a good one, Jack.
Yep, I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Watch it.
Anyways, sub up to everybody that JS mentioned. You know, Speakeazzy, JS, Teriak, Crystal Strange. Let's get them up to those milestones and hit the like on the video and share everybody and let's rise those boats. So, thanks for having me as always.
Thank you for coming up.
Yes, sir.
Are you crazy? Did you have something for us?
No, I'm going over JS's.
later. Thank you for coming. And chat, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best fucking chat on YouTube and Rumble. Hands fucking down. All right, I'm sending you guys over to JS's. I'm pretty sure you're gonna do like an open panel on the Discord thing, right? Yeah. So everyone go over to JS's, hit the like, sub up, join the Discord, and get up on the fucking panel. All right, and tell him how he's wrong about the moon landing. Shit. All right, I'm sending everyone over, and for now, chat.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?